We are here to witness TALON Esports versus Gladiators in a matchup that will guarantee top 3 at the Riyadh Masters. This is going to be very intriguing because these two teams have met before, but only in the group stage of the Lima Major, only online at Dream League, but never in a playoff situation and never on the big stage. Watching them play out for a total of $1.7 million guaranteed will be definitely quite intriguing to watch. But the main thing we're here for is for some top tier Dota. Here on the panel, we've swapped things up. The entire other crew is gone. I'm joined right now by Faith Beyond, by Fear, and by a newcomer, Stormstormer. Good sir, how has the tournament been for you? And what can you tell us about what this matchup might bring?
Yeah, first of all, hi. Thanks for having me. This is going to be a fun panel, I think. I mean, tournament, of course, for us has been a bit rougher, but I mean, still been enjoying Riyadh a lot, and I'm looking forward to this series. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty exciting. I mean, we have Gladiators facing up against TALON. Gaming is obviously like probably the favorite if you look over the long course of the year, because they've won like all major titles, all tournament titles. But TALON, I think, has really impressed me in this tournament. Like they have looked super strong. They had a super sick series against Liquid in the upper bracket that they almost won. Like it was a side backdoor thing happening, right? And they could have had this series against Burgess that we just now watched. So I think it's going to be exciting.
Faith Mian, I know that you have been a big proponent, you are a fan of Gladiators. What is it about how they play the game that you like so much?
I think gaming, they just their gameplay is just so perfect. They never did some bad situation, bad choice. They always did the right choice. They always know how to win a game. Yeah.
And Fear, what do you think about TALON Esports? Their run right now is looking a little bit miraculous, and they got top 3 at the first tournament of this year. Can they replicate that again here against Gaming?
It's going to be difficult, but I think a lot of these teams are going to have overlaps in heroes, and I think they're both on the correct meta here. If you look at Gaming's picks right now, in the last 5 games that they have won as a team, they've had Medusa in 4 of them, right? And when we look back to TALON, they also won their last series against Flying Pandas by picking this Medusa. It's going to be a highly contested hero for sure in this one.
Let us see whether Medusa comes up. Let us see what this matchup has to bring as we introduce Gladiators and TALON Esports with Tsunami and Fancy on the stage.
Welcome to the final series here on the second to last day of Riyadh Masters. Over 200 games have been played here, and now only 3 series are left.
اهلا وسهلا مره ثانيه في المسرح اعزائنا المشاهدين في المباراه الاخيره في هذا اليوم. غدا راح نشهد الجراند فاينل، لكن قبل كذا عندنا مباريات اللور براكت لازم ننتهي منها، واولها مين اللي بيكون في اللور براكت فاينل، مين بيقابل تيم ليكويد في هذا النهائي. راح نشهد المباراه هذه الان.
Fancy, what a journey, my man. We started out with 20 teams here and only 4 are left.
It feels crazy, honestly. Time flew by so quickly. And I can't believe that we only have 1 day left after this series. So it's been crazy, and I'm just having so much fun. We had some great Dota here on stage, but honestly, Tsunami, I just need to tell you one thing. From the bottom of my heart, you're my habibi.
You mean it?
I do. All right.
Well, while friendships can be made here, we're bringing out 2 competitors to fight it out, though,
Yes.
Fancy.
Yep, that's exactly what we're gonna do. جاء الوقت اللي نرحب فيه للفريقين اللي بيكونوا معنا في المسرح. واحد منهم كان متواجد معنا في بداية اليوم، وانتهى فيهم المطاف انهم ينزلون للور براكت بعد هزيمة كانت قوية شوي، لكن خلينا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يصير الآن في المباراة اللي كانوا قدروا يفوزونها في البداية، بس هل بيسوونها مرة ثانية ولا لا؟
I don't think the Dota community knew what they would be creating by sending Gladiators down to the lower bracket. They thought upper bracket straight to grand finals was the most terrifying thing. They have left nothing but destruction in their wake as they've plowed their way through this lower bracket.
And I think Gladiators is the most team that we had on stage so far. So they have the most experience in Riyadh Masters so far. So we don't know what's going to happen. لكن جاء الوقت اللي نرحب فيه في الفريق الأول أعزائنا المشاهدين. خلونا على طول ندخلهم المسرح.
We've brought them out the most. Let's do it one more time. Gladiators! They went through Tundra. They went through Quest. They went through BB Team. There's no list that they won't go through. Talon is looking to be right now the next target. But lest we forget, Gaimin played 2 series yesterday and made it look good. Now Talon are going to be joining us for a second time today on the stage.
لعبوا ضد ابطال تي اي في السنه هذه، لعبوا ضد ابطال رياض ماسترز في السنه الماضيه، هزموا الكل ولا في احد وقفهم ما عدا تيم ليكويد، لكن الان هم في طريقهم للانتقام من هذه الخساره، لكن جاء الوقت اذا مشاهدينا نرحب في الفريق اللي ظهر مره ثانيه اليوم على المسرح، خلونا ندخلهم على طول نتعرف عليهم اكثر. رحبوا معنا بفريق تالون. قبل ساعات قليلة كانوا متواجدين في المسرح، هزموا اللي ضدهم ناين بانداز 2-0، النتيجة كانت ساحقة، وبعد ما سوينا مقابلة مع 23 سافج قال لنا كلمة واحدة: أنا ما همني باللي يقولونه الناس، أنا ما همني بأي أحد، أنا همني إني أجيب أفضل دوتا عندي، وأنا عندنا الاستطاعة أننا نفوز على أي فريق مين ما كان، لكن قدامهم الفريق الأفضل الآن في العالم، هل يقدرون يسوونها ولا لا؟ احنا على وشك إننا نعرف.
Nearly every single team has got a shot at G.Gladiators on land this opportunity this year. But Talon is not. Southeast Asia's last team standing. I'll say it time and time again. They have momentum. They already showed up earlier today and they made it look damn good.
بس يكفيك انه تالون يقولون حنا عندنا القدره اننا نهزم اي فريق مين ما كان، انه ما همنا من اللي ضدنا، همنا وش اللي ممكن حنا نقدمه في دوتا، هذا الشيء اللي هم جاهزين له. واذا حنا نعرف شيء عن فريق G.Gladiators ان الكل مركز عليهم، they have a target on their back، وهذا الشيء اللي هم جايين يحققونه فريق تالون. بس هل يقدرون يسوونها فعلا في قبل ما يوصلون للنهائي حق اللور براكت؟ ما حد يدري.
All right then, my habibi. Shall we get this started?
استور أعزائنا المشاهدين، خلونا على طول نروح الجيم وندخل نشوف شو اللي ممكن يسوونه. بس قبل كذا all players please take your seats and let's get this done. Let's see who's gonna make it to the finals.
We are about to get ourselves into a matchup that will determine who goes third place at the Riyadh Masters at the very least, who's going to challenge Team Liquid in the lower bracket final, and of course, who still has an opportunity to enter the grand finals of the Riyadh Masters. Stormstormer, I'll start with you. This matchup, I think, is going to be coming down a lot to the mid laners. Quinn, very explosive for his team. Makoto, the same for the enemy side. When you watch these two players play, what comes to mind for you as a mid player when you see them?
I think they're really both like just S tier mid laners at the moment. Also mid laners, I think what you can notice the most is that they sometimes have peaks and downs, like how well they play. And I think both of them are at their peak right now. Like, okay, Quinn for the majority of the year, I don't know what's going on with this guy, but Mikoto also. So as you said, I think even the supports, like also the support tools, are going to emphasize on these players a lot to make the game the best, control runes, all this kind of stuff.
Okay. Faith Beyond, when we see Talon Esports, one of the interesting things about them is Jabs plays a big pool of heroes, right? Talk to me about his playstyle from the offlane from your perspective.
He play a lot of hero, but actually I think in this series I kind of worry about Talon's draft because the IO and the Broodmother, they don't play it, and these are two heroes that very OP right now, and GG are very good at. So I think this will make them like in a lower hand in a draft.
Yeah, we did see that yesterday when BB team was playing, that having not that many heroes, that the OP heroes in the draft makes it so much more difficult to play. Is there anything they can do to overcome that? Are there any heroes you've seen that they can use as pocket picks against these OP strats?
For Talon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Talon, like, they just need to play what they're good at, but I think you really just need to play around 23. It's really coming down to that. We've seen G.Gladiators throughout the year. They haven't really needed to utilize Dyrachyo that much as they do in this tournament. And it's coming a lot down to these carry players being able to show up in that ultra late game, because we're getting there a lot, right? In 23, he needs to be on one of those heroes he's super comfortable playing into. But of course, they need to buy the time, but Talon, they're experts at that.
Yeah. You were actually talking to me about some of the S-tier heroes in the carry role that you feel are the best in the tournament right now.
Yeah.
Drop the dime on the audience. Let them know which are these heroes and why are they so good late.
Sure. I mean, I think right now what we're seeing a lot is we see a lot of Medusa winning, of course. So these heroes that scale and have team fight, we just watched a Faceless Void. I think those are probably the two best heroes right now for like that ultra late game. They scale super hard, have the big team fight, but what else they have is like they have good timings, they can have good laning, but then you have like your Morphlings that are pretty good as well. And these heroes are going to be a little more situational, but they're still pretty good. And of course, Terrorblade. This is just kind of proving throughout the meta as we're watching it evolve. These ultra late game carries, you want to rely on them. You want to be able to make a couple mistakes here and there and still be able to win in that late game.
So Stormsummer, when you watch some of these late game situations happen, what mid heroes stand out to you as being able to play around their carries at that stage of the game?
It's tough to say because like many mid laners. So for example, a hero that has been standing out this tournament a lot is Snapfire. She is a little bit like special in that case because she like makes the space early for the carry to get to this later stage of the game with her Mortimer Kisses and all that stuff, and then later transitions into carry herself with the late game right click talent and all that stuff. But I think the mid lane hero pool has been exploding a little bit. We have seen more Windrunners, as in this last series as well from Lal against Nisha, which worked out really well. But then I think all the standards are still there. You sometimes see some Pangolier, some Ember, some Stormspirit, Coddle combinations, this kind of stuff.
And for you, Faith Beyond, for talking about the late game, as an offlaner, what would you want to be playing in a late game situation?
You mean for which roles hero?
For offlane, yeah. Any hero, any team, yeah.
For offlane, I think now the popular hero like Doom, like Underlord, Beastmaster, these are all, and Darkseer. Every like popular offlaner is a late game and team fights type hero. But Jobs, he played a lot of like a laning hero or some Meepo, Winter Wyvern. I'm interested if he can like find some special solution for GG's Brood or IO or Undying.
Actually, talk to me about the Stormstormer. Why did Meepo just come out of nowhere and look so good at the beginning of the tournament, and then why has he fallen off in the playoffs?
This hero has been insanely popular on high MR pubs because high MR players at like high peak at high MR can basically play almost everything. And there, like this new build came out of the Atos and the Aghanims. The Aghanims making him much better against all these AoE control spells and giving him a survivability aspect. So I think this hero has been really exploding in pubs, and that's why it comes over to competitive play. But sometimes these heroes can be a little bit of a trap. We've also seen this in previous DPCs over the year, where like Windrunner, when University Heroes came out, was picked super often. But at least in Western Europe, I'm not sure what other regions had 17% win rate or something like this, even though she was one of the most picked heroes. So sometimes this is like one of the crazy things about tournaments. They can be trap heroes that are really popular, but in the end actually like do not work the way they should work.
I mean, you've spoken to me a lot about this fear about heroes being a trap. You think it's good, and I know your preferred example is the Monkey King.
Sure.
Why does it keep happening over and over again that teams fall prey to that trap?
Well, I think a lot of players will have a strong opinion on a hero. They've had success with it either against teams that weren't as good, or maybe the stakes were different, or perhaps they're just winning it within their pubs, right? They think they know the matchup, but when they come here, they play the hero against a team that kind of has it figured out. It puts you in a different environment. And I think more than anything here at Riyadh Masters is that the stakes are just so high. So what I'm seeing fail the most are the timing pushes. I don't remember we've seen a game where it would end the way normally it should be ending. It just drags on for a very long time. And then you get in a situation where you're not really comfortable playing these heroes because you should have won the game like 10, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, very difficult. We've seen that happen time and time and time and time and time and time again. Faith Beyond, last year when you were getting yourself into the grand finals, did you and your team talk about how to make sure you could end games when you're in a good position to do so?
I think for like if you are a good team, good player, you always have to talk about how we like end the game, how we win the game. I think it's like every good team needs to talk about it.
Well, these conversations have not always worked out in these crazy situations. For you, Stormstormer, when you think about the teams that are left in the tournament, Team Spirit, the Team Liquid, TALON Esports, and G.Gladiators, which team do you think has the best communication for those crazy situations?
You mean in terms of in the game or before the game, the preparation? You mean in the game, in a heated situation, how they deal with it? So one tough example is probably that TALON messed it up once when they had the game against Liquid. You could see 23 Savage standing up and like already getting overexcited meanwhile the stone is being hit, and they didn't actually see it coming. They got over emotional. Even though I personally love that. I love people showing their emotions on the stage and all that stuff, but there it kind of bit them in the back. that I didn't see that Zai went for the backdoor play. Remaining calm. I guess Gaimin is one of the best teams at doing that. Sometimes in previous DPCs they showed they played the in-game communication, the teamfight communication after a fight. And Gaimin is, in my opinion, the best team at that. In a teamfight, they don't overshout, they don't over-communicate, they have really crisp, small communication, saying only the key patterns, and people are super, super focused, and that's why I think Gaimin is playing a lot of textbook fights. Really, really focused, really by book, as Faith Beyond said earlier, just because they're like not over-yelling things. Of course, energy is also really important, so nothing to take away from Talon. I think they're also super, super good team, but in terms of staying calm, I really respect gaming.
Yeah, I was actually very curious about Gaming, since you played them a lot and just overall, you're from a region. What is it that they do so much better than everyone else from your experiences playing them?
I just really think like they make, like when they have a textbook plan, like they just execute it so well. Like they also had like a lot of certain, like this tournament, these timing pushes, they don't work out that well for sure this tournament. But over the Leo, like they had so many timing games where they played like the Seratio TB, for example, where they just confidently go high ground. They know when they hit their timing and they're like winning those lanes. And I think just when they come up to those moments when they approach a high ground or a Roche fight, they don't overextend. They don't go too deep in the team fight. They know their limits really, really well. So this is what I think is like really the strength of this team.
Yeah, and I think for, I was going to say for Talon as well, out of all the Southeast Asian teams, they're kind of similar in that regard. Like, if you compare them to all the teams that you saw, like the Bali Major, for example, they all were great late game, but a lot of them fell prey to kind of like making too many big mistakes in the mid game and having big issues. Where I feel like Talon, they're not having as many issues with that. They're flawlessly getting to that late game. They're relying on 23 Savage, and I think that's kind of what's really going to be amazing about this matchup.
I think one of the things we're going to see being focused on heavily in this matchup, Faith Beyond, is Roshan. How do you feel about the strength of Roshan right now? Because we've seen some games where the team that gets the Roshans still loses the game. So in your mind, how important is the Roshan contest in this game?
I mean, Roshan is always an important thing for team, because when you get Roshan, you might be more possible to win next team fight. And so all the things about team fight, and especially in this patch, like you have to win team fight to win a game. You have it's very rare to have other kind solution to win a game. So if like sometimes if you really strong at team fight, even your opponent take the agents and you can still win a team fight, then at that situation, Aegis will looks like useless.
That definitely makes sense. In this tournament, the only times we've seen games end without big team fights, pretty much just Zai on that Broodmother push. And I still have to go back to that. That was insane. And if you're in that game, Stormstormer, he said it himself, their team thought they lost. Everyone's just like, oh, well, we're washed, we're done. Nothing we can do here, but Zai's keeping a cool head. I'm actually curious, in your team, who's the one that like cools the temperature down when things are going crazy?
Cooling things down? Good question. We're not particularly good at that at the moment. I think we are currently a really energetic team because we also had a new teammate, Gabby, and we got like very vocal and stuff, so we didn't have somebody actively calming it down. I think Watson the most, I guess. Watson is like a really systematic player and like super low-key not low-key, but like calm communication. He's doing a really good job. Others, including myself, can get overexcited sometimes. So that's why I emphasize so much with, I identify so much with 23 Savage there. Like, I felt so bad for him when that happened.
I mean, Gabby is also a Southeast Asian player, right?
That's right.
Has he brought a new perspective to the team that you guys didn't have before?
Absolutely, yeah. Like, he's a very talkative guy. He also adds like a lot of just positive energy, clowny energy. Like this guy, I don't know, like when you play pubs with him, he just screams so much and enjoys himself so much, just laughing all the time. So yeah, for sure. He's a very vocal guy. From the beginning, since he joined the team, he just adds his own ideas. So I really respect that he's like this open from the beginning on. Shout out to Gabby.
Shout out to Gabby, wherever he is. I hope he's in the arena right now. And one of the things on the side of Gladiators that we've seen throughout this year, Fear, and what we've heard from a lot of players is that Quinn has become a more vocal player from when he was a little bit younger, before he was more established as a player. Talk to me about this, right? How much of a difference it makes when you have that bigger voice from somebody who is your win condition?
It's just a confidence thing, and I think it's very important. You want to have your shot caller to be confident in making the calls. And I think Quinn, he's been playing for a very long time, maybe in the shadows for a lot of people, but he's been on the come up year after year and gaining that experience playing with top captains, and then eventually, you know, grinding that MMR. And now he's in a spot where he's just a very confident mid laner, maybe potentially the most confident. He's won a lot this year, right? So he makes calls and he's very confident in them, and it just works for them.
Yeah, definitely does work out all the time. Not all the time, you know, they are in the lower bracket for a reason. However, on the big stages, it has certainly been very effective for Gaming Gladiators. There's a reason why they have been winning time and time and time again. Faith Beyond, you have also been on a team that racked up a lot of victories, racked up a lot of trophies. Does it make it easier in these tough situations when you are aware that you have championship level quality in the team?
I think it's not. Sometimes it will make you like into some dangerous, because you are easy to not knowing your like weakness, and sometimes you will just feel so good and other team is trying so hard to catch you. So but gaming is they did very well. I think every of them is very calm, like even they winning so much tournament, they still like being humble in game.
It probably helps Stormstormer that you have somebody like Ace who's played with some of the great captains of all time, right? He's played with Puppy a long time. He played with PPD for a while. So having somebody who's literally seen it all, right? There's no situation that he doesn't have experience in. So no matter what, you have a calm voice, and it shows in his play, right? One of the most stable players in the world right now.
He also played with Misery, another great another veteran captain, right? So yeah, I mean, I of course myself I played with Tofu and Ace in the beginning of our first team in DPC in Hellbreak Smashers back then, and these guys just have a really good synergy. The two of them, like they just really enjoy discussing things. And in the beginning, they started in their pro career playing carry at 5, and they moved to offlane at 4. So that alone is already something to be respected, I guess, and just shows really like the synergy between two individual players. So it's definitely something that like you can look up to. It's super cool. But yeah, I think there's just some magic to this team. Like all of a sudden when Quinn joined this team, like I don't know what puzzle piece he fit, like what was the key thing that he brought to the team that they lacked before, but yeah, this team is just looking really humble and great at the moment.
Another thing that they actually added to the team wasn't just Quinn here in the mid lane, but CY as their coach. If you speak to the Gaming Gladiator squad, many of them will tell you routinely that CY has added intangibility, some intangible magic to the squad right now. Fear, you've been in teams where you can see the difference between having that external voice and not having it. So what do you, from your perspective, think CY has been adding to the squad?
It's hard to say because I don't know him very well personally, but I think whenever you bring in the right coach, he brings good atmosphere to the team. He brings friendship for maybe one of the leaders of the team to be able to talk to, bounce ideas easily. We did hear in the interview with, I believe it was Tofu saying, no, it was actually Ace saying that having friendship within someone, especially if you're laning with them, can be very important to be able to have that chemistry. Same thing could be said for having your coach having chemistry with your drafter, right? So I think he's added probably a lot of analytical stuff they need, a lot of like keeping the mood of the team good, and add Quinn on top of that as well to be someone that's so dedicated and passionate about the game. I think it really reinvigorated the team, being like, this is a fresh start, and everyone was super motivated.
Speaking of coaches, Faith Beyond, obviously you spent many years with Zhao 8. What do you think of Sunbi as a coach for TALON Esports?
Sunbi? Okay, I don't know. I don't know this guy, bro. Why you asking me Sunbi?
Honest.
But do you like how they draft in general when you look at TALON Esports?
It's I mean, I like it because they can win the game.
Sometimes that's all you need, right? Just be able to win the game, clutch out the W, make sure you get the wins under your belt. For me, the most interesting part about this TALON team is not just Jabs with his extremely large hero pool, but it's the fact that Q and Ollie have been extremely consistent in terms of the supports that they play, even when these heroes aren't good, Stormstormer. Back at Lima, when ET wasn't that great, when Tiny wasn't that great, they were playing it then, they're still playing it now. So do you think that helps them to be playing consistent heroes no matter what?
It does for sure. I think everything there in that regard has to be in balance. You should not be too crazy and picky with because Dota literally there's always stronger and weaker heroes. It's just a fact because patches are are just a thing. So I think you should not go too crazy and just think like, I don't know, I'm a Grandmaster Tiny, I picked this hero even when it has 30% win rate in pops, you know. But there's something to it, for sure. I think what you should still do is like play the key heroes of the patch, or if you don't play those key heroes, I think Faith Beyond, you mentioned they don't play Io or Broodmother, at least have some plan for those. Like maybe you just say, okay, you always ban these heroes, but probably what is better that because you cannot always ban these heroes, maybe you have to adapt to like game and all of a sudden you have to ban Undying. What you should do is to at least have an answer to all the meta heroes, I think. This is like one of the keys because you cannot just simply ignore that. So it's nice to have niche heroes, but I think the meta always has to be respected.
Yep, this meta at the tournament has been set. Fear talked about the carry meta. We've seen what's been happening in the mid lane meta. Before we get a glimpse as to the meta happening in this particular draft of Dota 2, we're going to be sending it to Tsunami and Jenkins on the floor as they're catching the mood and the temperature of the audience.
Hello, we're here with a baby. I don't know how this happened, but we're gonna play a game, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna play a game of Guess the Rank. So we've selected a few people from the audience. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Just kidding, it's a baby. So one of these players is above 4K MMR.
Okay.
One of these players is 2K, so about average. And then another one of the players is Harold. So we're gonna ask some Dota questions, and Twitch chat can guess who is who, and we're also gonna guess Tsunami. Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah. Okay. So you wanna start with the question? You got any?
Sure. So let's take it real simple. My friend, who is your favorite hero of all time?
Tiny. I would say Tiny.
Now let me tell you, Tiny's a pretty high skill hero when it comes down to it.
Well,
so-
okay. I have a follow-up question. Does it have anything to do with Tiny Airlines? Okay, that answers that. That answers that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Same question. Same question to you. Favorite hero?
Bane.
Okay, that's pretty high skill. I
Yeah,
feel like Bane's
but
pretty high
it's a
skill.
support hero.
It is a
Supports
support.
don't get MMR,
No,
really.
they don't. No, they don't. And how about you?
I think it's gonna be Pugna for boss.
Pugna
All pretty high
for
skill. All pretty high
position.
skill. Okay. All right.
hmm.
I have another hero-related question.
for it.
Is Pudge a good hero?
Yeah, of course, sure, for sure, yes.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I've got
Uh-oh.
bad
All right.
feelings about this
Okay,
one.
how about you?
He's annoying to play against in pubs.
Okay. All right, these are actually kind of confusing answers. All right, give him the mic.
Definitely yes.
Okay. He's a Pudge player, man. He doesn't
You may
want
have to
to-
ask the next question, Jenkins.
Okay, what? Oh, he's got that? Okay, let me see. That was the only one I had prepared. Let's see. Is Pudge Sniper a good laning combo?
It depends on your skill, I guess. I would say so, yeah.
Right, because of course you can headshot into hook combo.
I don't think so.
Okay, all right. Oh, it's me again, all right.
Same like what she said. Yeah, it depends.
Okay, it depends.
All right.
It depends.
I want a tournament-related question. My friend, out of all the teams that attended this tournament, which one were you rooting for?
I think LGD. Hey baby.
He wants to answer.
LGD.
LGD? Okay.
Okay.
Liquid.
Okay.
I missed the question.
Which team are you rooting for at the tournament?
I'm cheer for?
Yeah.
Gaming Gladiators.
Okay, all right. That's all right. Well,
I
so is
see,
the crowd.
I see.
All right, okay. Here, I have an actual one that will potentially reveal it.
Okay, I'm listening.
Name a good counter to Medusa.
Anti-mage.
That was a quick answer.
I'm realizing now that they can just answer the same, and the Herald can hide themselves.
Don't copy her homework.
Okay.
Okay, no answering the same question.
Yeah,
all right?
okay, okay.
What's another counter to Medusa?
Lion or Weaver.
Weaver.
For the team play, I think Doom.
Doom.
Doom. Okay.
That's a Medusa counter.
All right. Are you ready to guess?
I think I'm ready to guess.
I selected the people, so I can't guess. I know who's who.
Okay. First things first. I find it highly unlikely that any father could maintain a high rank. And especially for as incredibly well-behaved as this baby is, there's no way that you're out there queuing turbo games even. You are keeping this baby very, very happy. So far, I think I may have a Herald on my hands, but I'm not yet ready to make any calls. What were the other intervals.
2K and 4K.
2K and 4K. All right.
Roughly.
What was your Pudge answer, Jenkins? Could you?
What was your Pudge answer? Is Pudge a good hero?
Depends on the skill of a player. It's hard to say like objectively, you know.
That's a pretty 4K answer. I kind of like that. I kind of like those odds. And
Same question. He could
what was your favorite hero? Was Bane.
Yeah. Yes.
Bane. So Bane's stat gains all the same throughout all attributes.
That's right.
That's why he's right in the middle. He's the 2K.
Tsunami, that is correct. You did guess the MMR.
Hey.
This is our Herald. This is our 2K, and this is our 4K MMR player. And there goes the baby's bottle. That's it. That's Guess the Rank, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we had prepared. I couldn't find a 9K MMR player.
What are you talking about? Arteezy's right here.
The future. The future MVP. The future of Dota.
The future of Dota right here. A round of applause, ladies and
He doesn't
gentlemen.
want to hold mine.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. And
We're going to see the future of Dota, ladies and gentlemen, because the game is about to start with Snare on the panel.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, Jenkins, and the rest of the Dota universe. And our future superstar there as a baby. Actually, might not just be a future star, might be coming for our job because feels very comfortable on the mic there. Must be hard making sure that you are raising a family whilst maintaining your skill at Dota. But all of you parents out there, you know, good luck, have fun, and don't beat up your baby when you end up losing pub games. Please treat them with respect. So we are about to start this game. We're still getting ready for this opening game right now. So in terms of preparation, Fjord, who do you think right now, Game & Gladiators, because they're the team everyone's been focusing on, they've been the spotlight squad, right? Does TALON Esports maybe come in as a bit of a dark horse, as a squad that people might not be looking at too closely?
No, especially for Gaming Gladiators, because they know they're going to play them. They watched them all day today. Talon also knew if they won, they would also be playing Gaming Gladiators, but you always have that additional knowledge of just, you know, watching so much Gaming Gladiators throughout the year, and not only through the lower bracket. So I think both these teams should be super well prepared for this one, and it's going to be interesting because I think there is no easy way to go about this in drafting ways. You're going to have to take some risks, you're going to have to make some trades, and we'll have to see how that turns out.
Let's go for a quick counterfactual here, Stormstormer. In the event that Talon had taken the series off of Team Liquid, how do you think they would have fared against Team Spirit in the upper bracket final?
You mean just now instead of playing, if they would now play the match instead?
Yeah.
Instead of Liquid? Tough to tell. I mean, they did look strong, and this, I mean, even the Spirit Liquid series was a bit shaky. Like, even that, like, I think what is like the name of this tournament, honestly, that many games are shaky, and that's why also late game has persevered, because teams did not really manage to close out a game cleanly that often as like on other tournaments. Maybe, as Fear said, it's because of the stakes, because of the high prize pool or whatever. You literally play for a 6-digit number for every match that you win, so it's a lot of pressure. To answer your question, I'm not sure. I mean, I definitely see how Talon could have won against Spirit. There's no doubt that like Liquid would have, that Talon would have been weaker than Liquid in that regard. What I just noticed is like before the series now we could hear the interviews from Quinn and Mikoto, right? And I think they're both just really grateful to be here. They're both like just super like happy genuinely. Like Quinn said he's taking this like a second life, you know, he thought he's gonna be out of the Tundra. And even Mikoto, I thought these guys would be honestly after the Liquid series be kind of devastated because like they lost, they should have won the series kind of, and then like they didn't see Brute hitting the Ancient and they lose. So this can also like really get you down, I think. But what is impressing me is that like they're still in a good shape, good mood, and I just think they're really gonna enjoy themselves, and that's what makes you actually play the best.
Actually, Faithman, he makes a very good point, right? They bounce back after something very bad happened to them. So as a team, you've suffered some hard losses when you were in some teams. What's the conversation like in these teams to make sure that you can come back stronger the next day?
I think it's just you have to look things in good way. Like for TALON, they lost to Liquid very sadly, and if I was them, I will think, oh, maybe Liquid, if they play better in game 2, we will lose. We don't have this chance. So just like look things that can comfort yourself.
Yep. Being able to comfort yourself after difficult losses is a skill in and of itself. And of course, the squads that make it into the top 4 of tournaments like this have to have that degree of skill, that emotional aspect to the game, not just a mechanical skill at clicking the buttons in Dota 2. Of course, It is Dota 2, so we are having a little bit of a technical issue. So in order to make sure that the game can proceed as well as humanly possible, we are going to be taking a very small break. But as soon as the draft is live, we will be returning to deliver you this top 4 matchup here in the Riyadh Masters between TALON Esports and the side of Gaming Gladiators. Don't go too far. Go grab a glass of water and return very shortly to continue the matchup.
Morphling is my signature hero. I think the hero requires a lot of reflex. Like you need to press attribute shift and you can morph into other heroes and you can like choose the way you play the team fight. Like there's so many ways to play Morphling, so that's why I like it. I think it was like one of the hardest hero in the game and people like to mention it and then I feel like I like to do hard stuff. When I was Fnatic, I played against Secret. It was in Leipzig Major.
Would have been, but unfortunately didn't quite have the initiation. The long skewer into the impetus shot as well. Into the
But we lost, but I think I played so good. Like, I morph into Magnus and then skewer Nisha into Fountain and cut his tree.
He cut the trees, but he cut the tree! He knocked him down on the ground, but at the same time, the buildings are in trouble. Top back of the fountain again. Nisha, he's like, get me out of here. I don't want to be in the fountain anymore. This is not a fun game. But damn it, all the rest of the team is finishing off those racks. They're going to turn in the tiny, chainsaw him up and down. One dead.
My signature hero is Chen. That's right. That's for everybody there that didn't know.
Makes me really hyped for this game, because we get to see Puppy Chen.
I started playing Chen because I was bad at micro. Like, comparison to Warcraft 3 players, I'm not good, you know? But in Dota, it felt like if you play some hero like that, and people don't want to micro, by them like saying like, this hero sucks, but then they just get screwed by it, and then they have to like whine about it and stuff like that. Because people that played Dota weren't good at micro, at least in the beginning, you know? Well, I'm still not good at micro. Like, comparison to Grubby, I'm not close, you know, let's be honest. They used to call Chen like a dog or something like that. It's a dead pet hero. I have dead pets. All my pets die. And at TI1, I blocked everybody, so that was fun. I mean, I mostly did it out of sheer luck because I just clicked the buttons to follow myself because I knew that they're coming, so I could at least, like, it's, you know, you learn tricks when you know you're not playing, like you can't play perfectly, and yeah, it just worked out.
My signature hero used to be Meepo, but now I guess for the memes it's Storm Spirit. The hero is just really fun to play from the minute 1 until the end of the game. Why did I first time? I think watching Sumail from back when, like 2015, that's how I really got into playing Storm Spirit, I think. That's how I got my inspiration, I guess.
When thinking about Thai Dota players, a few names come to mind. 23 Savage, Mosros, Q, and of course, Jabs. Jabs started his career in 2014, playing in fully Thai teams Everlast and Signature Trust, playing support and then transitioning to mid. They achieved some minor success in Thailand and the Southeast Asian scene, but could never make it big internationally. After spending a few years in Thai teams, Jabs went to Singapore to try his luck in Ice Ice Ice's new team, Team Faceless. The team managed to qualify to both Boston Major 2016 and the Kyiv Major 2017 and achieved a 5th place finish in the latter, ultimately getting knocked out by OG, who went on to win the tournament. Despite their relatively good showing, the team split up only 10 months after formation, after failing to qualify for the International 7. After the split, Jabs and Ice 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 joined Sea Org Mineski together. Jabs stayed on Mineski for a year, leaving after a disappointing 9th place at TI8. The team Jabs is probably most known for, however, is Team Fnatic. He stayed with them for 4 years through several roster changes and managed to play every single role in the team except for mid. This includes captaining from the 3 position, which is a role he still plays in his current team, TALON. TALON has become a staple of the now thriving C Dota scene since their formation. and they always seem to punch above their weight in international events. We're excited to see what they will bring to the table in Riyadh. Ace is considered to be one of the best and most successful offlaners in the world right now, but he hasn't always been an offlane player, or very successful. Ace started his career playing carry in Danish teams such as 3D Max and later in Team Life with Crit as well as his brother Link. Despite having what we would now consider extremely strong players, they never really achieved anything notable. He then went on to play in a very long line of notable organizations with very talented players, such as Team Secret, with Puppy, Yapzor, Fada, and Bidwan, as well as Cloud9 twice, with Eternal Envy, Snake King, Pylai Dai, and Misery. Despite the on-paper impressive teams, Ace always struggled to reach first place, always tripping on the finish line. That is, until he made his debut as an offlaner on Team Tickles, who later went on to become a team you might know as Gladiators. They currently look like the team to beat at any event they attend, sitting at back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back wins in their latest events. Will their dominant streak continue at Riyadh?
Missing the Bali major make us have a good break eventually, and I feel like I'm ready to play more. Yeah, I got to spend time with my families, which is great, and personal life as well. So super ready to play this tournament.
Talon's players are probably, not even probably, they're most likely the best in their roles in Southeast Asia. 23 Savage, every single carry player, not just within Southeast Asia, but even outside of Southeast Asia, considers him to be the gold standard for the carry role in that region.
Jabs is what makes Talon unique. I think he's got a very interesting view on the offlane, and he's definitely the X factor in many of their games.
I prefer playing international opponents. Personally, I think C opponent is not that strong, and I want to play against strong people so I can learn or like make the match become fun. I mean, I'm not telling that we're wrecking them, but it's like sometimes we cannot learn anything from C opponents. Yeah.
When I think of Talon, I think of 3 farming cores. So most notably, the one that stands out to me is Jabs in 23 Savage. I feel like Jabs is a player who is dedicated to always being a 3rd scaling core. It's a SEA pub specialty, and what I worry about with this team is that if they can make it to the 40-minute mark, then they're gonna outscale you. They out-team fight you, their execution is on point. But if they play against some of these faster tempo teams, then they usually don't get there, and that's the concern I have for them.
Yeah, so when we came back from ESL, we just stay at home for like 10 days, and during the 10 days I just have a really good break because, you know, before that the schedule was really tough and we never stopped playing Dota.
Biggest hurdles for this team is going to be consistency. Like what I see from them is their inability to get out of lanes, as well as really enable all 3 of their cores who are going to farm. Like, you know exactly what your cores are going to do, and it's a matter of whether or not you can get them off the ground running better than the enemy team can shut you down.
This is the land of Hero, but it will be known as the land of Talon.
Hello everybody and welcome to another beautiful day of the Riyadh Masters. Today you are joining us yet again for our little fun get-together talk time, and I have the most special guests you will ever see in your entire lives. It is Zai, Blitz, and Boxy from Team Liquid. Congratulations, my friends. Now you guys are watching this at a later time, but you just got done with your big series. Congratulations against Gaming Gladiators. Well done, well done, well done. Yes, yes. Blitz, big moment, right?
Yeah, it's very cool.
I hate you. That's fantastic. Thank you for that great answer.
What do you want from me, dude?
Nothing, nothing. How are you guys, how you doing? You, have you been looking forward to this? Does this mean anything to you, or are you just another team down the drain?
I mean, usually when we go to tournaments and we have to play this team, we're like, you know. But this time around, it's like, you know, we played them so many times, we've lost to them so many times, that at some point it's just like, enough's enough.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and I think today we showed up.
Oh.
So it's good, it feels good, yeah.
That's fantastic. Has it been like kind of a boogeyman for you, Boxy? Are you happy it's over?
Like 2 grand finals ago, enough was enough.
Well, I'm happy you guys got your revenge, if you will. Happy that that's past your life. But I don't want to keep this whole thing about that. All we do is talk about Dota all the time. So what else is going on? What's you? Are you able to do anything besides play games these days, Zai? Do you enjoy any other activities besides Dota lately?
No, it's like the opposite. It's like, I think since we started bootcamp in early June, because we played Dream League.
Yeah.
So I think we went to bootcamp early June, and now it's like almost 2 months later, and we've just been on the road. We did Dream League, we did Bali, and now we're here. So it's just been a little bit of a grind. So I think it's kind of the opposite. It's been only Dota. But
only Dota.
very much looking forward to some time off after this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is it until TI, which you guys are guaranteed for. So that's going to be quite a journey. Do you like having a little bit of time in between?
Game 1. The draft is now live between TALON Esports and Gladiators. We are in the matchup to see who's going to be our next participant in the lower bracket final. TALON Esports have first pick on the Dire side. Gladiators have Radiant on the second pick. The side selection, the pick order doesn't seem to matter that much here in the playoffs. What matters the most here is the bans. So talk to me about this here. Faith Beyond, TALON Esports, you said that they don't play this Broodmother. Do you like the fact that they ban it instead?
Yeah, it's definitely very clever because you don't play it. And also I think first pick is better for them because before in gaming versus BB team, every team they pick Undying, first pick Undying, win the game. So I think maybe TALON can try pick Undying first, but they didn't ban IO here. So let's see.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know, does TALON even like the Undying that much, because I don't see that many games with it. I know that Gaiman loves Undying, so the Storm ban, also to cover that a bit, I think is super good as well, because Coddle Storm is really strong still in the meta, and they pulled it off on Gaiman before. So both those bans make a lot of sense to me, and I think Fear and me, we both saw this coming in the green room, like the Duza being banned. It would not surprise me at all if this hero was just banned every single time for the first pick team, because like the 8th pick on the Duza is just looking really strong for both.
Yeah, especially because we just talked about TALON not really playing the Undying very much either. What we've been seeing a lot of is Undying slipping through, getting first phase, other team picks whatever they want, then you pick Dusa with 3 bans, and all of a sudden you just win the game. So TALON, they're adapting here. This is something that they don't particularly like doing, but they're seeing that this is doing really well in this tournament, so they're making the adaptation, and I think that's very important for them.
They take it, yeah.
But they do also give this away, right? This is this is Gaming Gladiators' best strategy throughout the whole year, honestly, literally the whole year, and it's very strong, but they haven't got to play it yet this tournament, so maybe it's a genius move, or maybe it's a dumb move. We'll have to see here.
Does 23 Savage like Drow Ranger? Because that is a very old school counter here with the 8th pick, with the Undying.
He has played Drow this year, but he hasn't played it at this tournament just yet.
Okay, let's see. Because Undying... it's a TV instead. Okay, like, I was wondering, like, usually it's one of those two heroes like that counter IO Lash quite well. I think the Drow is a little bit better, but TB is more lane-focused. Like, maybe has a little bit stronger lane with the Undying. But in general, the Undying adaptation that Fear mentioned, like, I think is really important, because even though they don't like it that particular, I think it's a really good choice to not give it to Gaiman 6-7 as well.
I really like TALON's pick here because Undying can counter, I think, almost every ace hero, and also Terrorblade. I think they have prepared for IO Lashrak because they banned the Storm. So
yeah,
maybe you will just pick Lashrak and I will pick TB. So I think they are very smart right now.
So TALON Esports is going to be their 4th game with the Undying. Haven't played it that much. They are 1-2 with the hero, but given how good it's looked in the playoffs, you kind of have to go for the Undying at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one thing that I'm pretty interested about, and we normally don't have a mid player on the panel. Like, what do you play versus IO Lesh as a mid laner?
Honestly, like, there's multiple options. The thing is, like, Lesh is a pretty stable lane. You don't really count him too much. There's maybe some cheese matchups that he's still gonna lose, but those heroes are really out of meta. For example, Viper or something like this can maybe crush the hero, but it takes, like, you need to be really comfortable with these heroes to pick these, right? Exactly. So this is why this combo is so strong. Honestly, you can pick... There's some people who, like, for example, enjoy to pick even Pangolier into this or something, because it gives you, like, a little bit of a tempo edge and gives you the lockdown with, for the Undying at the TB. But the lane can go a bit, like... You have to be confident in the laning stage and you're doing fine against the Lashrak. But I'm sure Mikoto's gonna find something.
Yeah.
See, a lot of offlaners being banned. Dogs here, Unlord and Mars.
Dogs here, I don't think is going to get played again at the tournament, honestly.
Bad win rate.
No, very good. Good rate's too good.
The hero's way too good. Yeah, I was wondering for a second.
The hero just looks too fresh, counters way too many options, and you already have some kind of illusion hero on your team, right? The last thing you want if you're Talon is to go up against Darkseer or Underlord for that matter. Good idea to ban these heroes out.
So I think for this draft, what's going to happen, Windrunner, I was about to mention this here. Talon is probably going to pick in the stage the mid lane because they see IO Lesh, and then last pick in the last stage, the off lane. Windrunner is usually like a super like comfortable counter right now against Leshrac. A hero that is still left in the pool is also the Snapfire. I think Mikoto is comfortable playing it and has been picked a lot in this tournament. And what else? I mean, then there are these other options like maybe the Pangolier or something along those lines. What does Game pick up 50?
What's been interesting about Snapfire is that it's still the most like contested hero in the tournament, but it's been losing in the playoffs. What's been happening, Fio, to this hero?
For which hero, sorry?
Snap.
The Snapfire, I see. I think a lot of the attention, things that Snapfire did really well early on, especially group stages, it's not doing it anymore. We saw in the last game, like, its laning stage seems fine, but then we're seeing a lot of heroes rotate onto the Snapfire, get a couple kills, and it really needs that offlaner as well that she needs to lock heroes down, right? So, and we've seen some teams be able to play these Legion, Axe heroes, Mars. People are realizing that, and those heroes just aren't getting into the game in the second phase. Then all of a sudden, if you can shut down that mid Snapfire, it's not going to out-carry a lot of these other carries that we are seeing getting through the hero pool right now, such as the Terrorblade.
So TB going to be the carry for Talon. Let's see, Gladiators haven't revealed the Dyrachyo hero just yet. Presumably here is where they're going to pick a hero for Tofu to be playing in the 4 position. His Lion is still here, his Rubik is still in the pool, his Tiny is still in the pool. There's quite a lot that he could pick up here in this situation.
I'm wondering why they leave Snapfire to Talon.
Funny game is just thinking like he's comfortable with the matchup or something, or they feel like it doesn't really fit Talon too much. I think that Snapfire loves on a draft is like some sort of setup as well, like for the Mortimer Kisses, but they can still pick that up on Talon. They can just pick any random post 4 that does that basically. So it is true. I guess they'll just value the Enigma ban over it for some particular reason. I think that I'm noticing that is left in the pool is PL for Gaiman, because PL is still, I think, head-to-head like one of the best counters against Terrorblades, together with like similar to a hero like Drow Ranger. And it's also super good against Undying, but probably Talon has it on their radar.
Okay, we get Disruptor. We saw Tofu absolutely owning yesterday on this hero. And I suppose, Fia, one of the reasons we might not be seeing the Snapfire is that we already know what Quinn's going to be playing on the Lesh. They generally tend not to play it in the mid lane, and Snapfire's win rate drops off a cliff when played in the support rather than in the mid this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's a Mars band as well. Some of the heroes that you would want to play with that mid snap are not really in the pool right now. And for pretty much any Terrorblade draft, the show is going to be all about the Terrorblade. So I really do prefer to see heroes like the Pangolier or something in the mid lane that can skirmish early with the Undying, potentially an offlaner that can buy some auras as well. And whenever I see these IO Leshrac drafts, it really comes down to one thing. Is the Leshrac killable or is it not? And if it's not killable, this game ends really quickly for GG because that's normally what happens. But if you can kill the Lesh, you can feel immortal, then they have to fall back to Dyrachyo's hero and what he's going to pick for the game. Is he going to play with the tempo of the game, try to play to the Lesh IO timing, or is he going to be that fallback that can be another carry and Quinn might be making more space?
The Talon here, they come in with the Keeper of the Light. Most of the time, this hero gets paired with something, so...
Ember, Pango, one of those maybe. That's what I'm looking at right now. Like, probably just one of the two, honestly. I'm thinking if there's a third option. He did play Tiny once, which is okay as well. But like, if he's confident in Ember and Pango as well, and against the Lesh matchup, he might just pick up one of those. I think he's actually Grandmaster on Ember as well. Grandmaster level.
I imagine Mikoto's Grandmaster on a lot of heroes.
That is true, that is true. He does have a big
Actually, I have a old counter to Leshrac. Last year, like, many people pick Lina to Leshrac.
That is, it used to be an also good counter, also a lot on TI, but for Talon's draft, it does not look too fitting, I think. I do think they need lockdown, especially for the TV as well. The draft is like pretty static. Right now, they only have the Solar Bind on the Kotl. Or do you feel like the draft could work out with the Lina?
No, I'm just asking you if you think...
The lane-to-lane matchup.
No, how about this hero in this patch? Do you think it's still playable or...?
It's a very niche hero, I think. I think the magic build on the hero can be viable, but the hero is just really, really fragile on the mid lane and can easily get rotated on. And it does not dominate mid lane as much as it used to because of the nerfs.
Yeah.
And here we see the Coddle Ember.
Yeah. The only thing I'm a little worried about right now is if you look at the heroes that we do have on Talon right now, Terrorblade, he's going to farm, of course, and will always be something to be scared about in the later phases, especially when he gets that Scotty. But in the early phases, you have a lot of chip damage, like the Illuminate, the zombies, you have this Ember, and I was really good against strategies like that. And from what I've seen so far and throughout this tournament is Leshrac normally wins this matchup as well. At least Ember doesn't pressure the Leshrac, so Leshrac should have a pretty good game. And now you're going to get 2 bans here for Gaimin after they do decide what they want to pick here. Most likely they will respond with an offlaner because they see the Undying, they see the Terrorblade here. They need more damage on Talon, I think, to be able to bring down this Leshrac and Io.
TB. What do you think, Faith Beyond? You always are a big fan of teamfights. Between the Tidehunter and the Disruptor, do they have enough teamfight for Gaimin?
Yeah, I think gaming is better teamfight right now because they also have IO healing. I think Talon is lack of damage right now, and also in late game, Disruptor Aghanim is super strong.
Yeah, I like the pick. It gives them also the setup to play the big map. You have the IO Lesh farming constantly. You have double relocate set on off the Disruptor Tide. I'm not an expert on the silent matchup, how Disruptor Tide does against TB Undying, because to me, TB Undying sounds like one of the most dominant lane heroes you can pick. Really lane dominant matchup, but if it goes into later stage, it should be pretty good. To comment on the Ember Leshrac matchup a little bit as well, it's set on Fear. For sure, head-to-head, the Leshrac should come out ahead, but I've seen also that like when Ember gets a little bit of enablement on, for example, the water runes, it can be quite annoying for Leshrac because it's not that easy to catch when you get enough levels in the early game. So let's see if Talon is gonna use that a little bit and help me cope.
What skill build do you go on Ember versus Lesh? I've seen.
If you are enabled, the Sleight of Fist max is really, really good. Because the Lesh can just simply not catch you, and when he wants to farm his jungle camps, just constantly annoy him. Especially with the Coddle. It can be quite frustrating to play Lesh into that. But so much comes down to the early ways.
Of course, and then now it's Talon. They're going to bounce the Faceless Void, saying that could be an issue. Wouldn't be surprised if the Waterman goes out as well. Limit these strong carries that can do well versus the TB in the late game. I'm not so sure Gaimin wants to rely heavily on ending a game quickly, because, yeah, the heroes you have right now in Talon are definitely super strong right now. I do like the Tide a little bit against Undying, but not in the laning stage so much, of course. These strength heroes, I mean, you have to, like, take the bullet for the most part when you play versus Undying nowadays. People aren't playing these Vipers and Razors anymore in the offlane, so no matter what, that is going to be hard, but the grab ally has been the theme of the tournament so far, and Ravage, it's a big AoE spell. It's very hard to use that. Like, these save supports don't do really well against Ravage because how big the AoE is on that type of, like, engagement there.
That's a very good point. Yeah. Ravage always used to own those saving heroes.
So the Waterman is left in by Talon Esports. We're going to see Gaimin remove another offlaner. So Talon have to pick first, and Jabs has a very wide hero pool. Faith Beyond, when you look at all the heroes he's played, you said they need damage, and you need a bit more control. What feels good?
I'm not sure. They need damage, at least. Maybe Timbersaw, I don't know.
Do you feel like they can play a Keeper 3? Because Jabs is definitely down to do that, if you want. And they pick a melee for
I mean, they could. Is it good, though?
It looks bad.
It looks bad? Okay, not approved of Faith Beyond, okay.
The thumbs down. Timbersaw is still available. Actually spent most of this day being completely ignored in the drafts. Like, what's going on here? That hero was S tier just a couple of days ago.
Oh, not anymore, apparently.
Razor.
It's super weird.
Razor Coddle lane, have you seen it before?
And combo to TB is very weird.
I'd go ahead and pick your morph now and call it a day, I think.
I feel like if you look at the Razor game-wise, as in like a selfish pick, you can like see the counters to the Tide and Lelesh is pretty good against those heroes. You just run at them with the BKB. But it is a pretty selfish pick, I agree with that.
And also, like, you are 23, you you have to counter on lane to get fed and buy BKB and be useful. But now you can't counter.
Oh, Bloodseeker. There's just so many good heroes for Dairatsu to pick here on that last pick. Like, I can already think of a couple, but they're going to go for the Bloodseeker, which Razor doesn't enjoy playing with. I think this is kind of showing a little bit that they want to play more for the tempo here. Like, the Morphling would have been a great Morph game, no doubt, but this hero plays a lot faster, can play to the timings, realizing Talon, this is a bit of a greedy draft here. You have that Razor, they can maybe punish in the laning stage, and then they can just hit a fast timing.
Stormstormer, if you were on the side of gaming right now, you have IO Lesh. Do you feel at all under pressure by the Talon lineup?
I would just think about the side lanes. I'm just not sure how good the side lanes are gonna go. Because if the Caudal is basically enabled and the supports get rotated to the mid lane and end with the Ember, then I can see how Talon pushes their tempo. Because there's not really too much that stops the Ember from playing. Ember is really, really good against Bloodseeker and doesn't care about anything other than Glimpse Static Storm. So I think a lot comes down to that. But other than that, there's not much that stops Iolish.
I think side lane will pretty good for gaming because
both of them.
Yeah, IO and Bloodseeker is against the Razor is no pressure, and also Disruptor is very counter on lane to Undying, and also like Tidehunter you just buy Meteor Hammer, right? So just very easy to play.
Here, before we get into the game, Diracho is playing his first Bloodseeker at this tournament, the first IO Lesh for gaming at this tournament. What do you make of their draft overall?
For gaming, it makes a lot of sense. It's pretty good. I think it's really high tempo. If the game goes really late, I still kind of like their chances because this Razor didn't really do it for me. I feel like even if 23 has a really good laning stage, which he probably will, like, what is Jabs going to do in this game? What is his purpose? I'm not entirely sure.
Well, we're going to be seeing if Gladiators has what it takes to rinse this game with some two new strategies for themselves with the Bloodseeker for Diracho, or if it's going to be Talon Esports making this bit of a funky draft work out for themselves. To find out more about what the opinions of the draft are directly from the teams, we send it over to Jenkins, who's standing by with CY, the coach of GG.
Hello, I'm here with CY, and I'm not going to ask him about the draft. Did you have Pokeballs today?
Kind of, yeah. We did, actually.
Okay, so you think you guys are going to win because you had the Pokeballs?
I hope we'll win, yeah.
Okay, speaking of winning, you guys got Lesh IO. Do you think that this is a very ballsy play from them to give you the Lesh IO?
I don't know, like, they defeated Liquid playing it, but we'll see how it does. I think the Pokeball still is a bigger factor, but we're very happy with the Lesh IO, of course. No secret.
And they picked the Razor into you guys, which you guys usually pick the Razor, but with the IO, when people steal your Lesh, is Razor good on his own?
We'll see.
Okay, we will see, ladies and gentlemen, with the game 1 of Gaming Gladiators versus Talon. Take it away.
Thank you very much for the very illuminating interview, as always, as Quinn and Seller are going to find a few members of Talon. We can't even introduce the teams as the Blood Right comes out.
Reflection.
Plasma Field onto Tofu, the Blood Grenade to follow. He might be the first blood, and indeed he is, and it goes to Makoto on the mid-Ember. Anyway, welcome everybody. This is Talon versus Gaming Gladiators, best of 3 for the lower bracket semis of the Riyadh Masters. Sunsfan here with Kezu. Hi.
Hello. Are you doing your
you?
Jenkins impression where you just go, hey?
Yeah. Could I get your opinion on the game? Maybe.
Yes.
The coach interviews are just golden. Anyway, Kezu, what do you think of these lineups as we're going to see the bounty runes spawn? Well, hold on.
Hold.
Thought here.
Hold that.
Blood Right coming. Only going to hit 1.
Is that
Talon grabbing 2 so far. Gaming Gladiators with 1.
Okay.
And final one will go to Gaming, so will be a trade.
Okay, so we can talk about the drafts now.
Yeah.
I would say Gaming Gladiators have a draft that they very much like. A lot of signature heroes. Even just the Tofu Disruptor from yesterday, he went kind of beast mode, like in that series alone against the BB team. And I had to hold it together there, I'm sorry.
What's your problem?
Just the BBT.
Okay. We don't have to worry about them anymore, so get them out of
Take
your
over
head.
for a moment.
Okay. All right, yeah, Tofu, we saw him get the early Aghanim Scepter. He got a Blink Dagger as well, and this hero, I feel like, was really popular earlier in this big patch.
Yeah.
But fell off a bit for whatever reason, and then all of a sudden, halfway through the tournament, we're seeing it a lot more consistently again. Much like we're seeing the techies and a lot of these other supports come to light again.
Yeah, it's just like when you cycle through your heroes and you go through the tournament, I also don't really know what caused it. Maybe some heroes being nerfed or some things being shuffled around. But Talon overall, I would say they have a draft that they're fairly familiar with, right? You have the 23 TB, you've got your Undying. They've also played a fairly similar draft already before against Liquid's Iolash, which worked out really well for them. The only thing I'm not too sure about is this Razor. Jabs is going to have to get off to a good early game here.
Yeah, and this has been the hero that we've talked about it several times. Extremely underwhelming. I don't think we've cast one game where it's actually done well. It's 23 Savage forcing out Ace a bit on this Tidehunter. But we'll see how it does this time around. I think if it doesn't do well in game 1, I'm ready to call it a completely garbage hero that nobody should ever pick. But
it's just like Hero just has a lot of issues when you don't get off to a pretty good early game. But in terms of gaming, they ended up going for the Ace Tidehunter, which I'm not gonna lie, it's a sick Tidehunter game. You've got a lot of stuff where you can just stand your ground, combo breaks, the Ravage, Tofu taking a beating here.
Tombstone down as well, 23 Savage.
Ooh, 23.
Pretty low to the Thunder Strike, but Ace taking a decay. The zombies are coming. He's getting up a gush onto Ollie, so he takes a couple pop shots from the tower. And the glimpse back into said tower. Ollie, another couple shots from the tower. Is it going to be enough with the Thunderbolt as well? Yes, it is. Tofu claims a kill. Nicely played from Gaming Gladiators. A little bit too aggressive from Talon, but very action-packed early game we have here.
I mean, Tofu, God, honestly, just being able to come back in this lane a little bit. Because if we look at the CS up top, 14 to 7 to 7 and 0. Not really going your way, but looking at the mid lane.
Amount of last hits at 2 minutes.
That is basically every CS but one, I think. Or maybe the creep was still alive at that point.
Right.
As Quinn, no stranger to the Disco Pony versus Ember matchup, 2 of his favorite heroes.
Yeah. I do want to talk about all these lanes at some point, but we've been seeing so much action here. How does the Razor do in lane against the likes of a Bloodseeker? Because, I mean, if you look at history at least, static link against melee, typically good.
Yeah.
But then you have potential a lot of movement speed from Dyrachyo to get away, especially with the IO linked up.
Yeah, like, so you get movement speed from the tether, and then the other lanes as well, you've got quite a bit of harass going on, right? You have Tide Disruptor, which they maybe won't get them too low on the other side, but also the Lesh mid against Ember, so honestly, I think both of them might just free farm in the bottom lane.
Okay. Yeah, Makoto getting a bit handled in mid lane. I mean, keep in mind, he got the first blood, so had the opportunity to get that bottle out a little bit earlier, but both these heroes, of course, have one. They'll probably get the water runes just split since there's no rotations coming yet from the supports.
So we have just going to have a little bit of trading for the 4-minute rune, but later one thing we need to not forget is just should be fine here, does take a lot of damage, so is that you have the very classic Ember Coddle combo. And that against the Radiant heroes, they don't have the best.
Quinn? He actually dies in the river going for the said water rune. So Makoto now level 5. Despite having this massive CS advantage, looks like Quinn is losing mid.
I mean, maybe just, up top, 23 in Ollie.
Yeah, that's a metamorphosis.
2 levels in Kraken Shell, so he might be okay here.
Went for a 1-2-0 build, as Tofu's going to get a glimpse onto 23 Savage, as his courier's actually going to die as well. These pro players sure do forget about their couriers. Feel bad for their pets at home as Tofu getting chased under his own tower. Ollie is technically surrounded, but it's a lot of low HP targets from Gaming Gladiators. Here comes Celery to link up with the disruptor of all heroes. And
23 coming back.
Still in the meta form, and Celery, he rotates just to die. And now Gush coming out on Ace. As
Sticks and
Savage
still.
glimpse back. Yeah, he's doing just fine. As Tofu's sacrificing even more HP just to get a blood grenade out.
In the meantime, also down bottom, you have Mr. Dyrachyo, who's not getting any CS, as he has 70 damage being linked away from him, from Mr. Jam, so they're just abusing the fact that Celery had to go up top, as Talon have a really nice start, right? They're winning top. Sure, your CS isn't going super well mid, but Makoto squeezing in that kill on Quinn, which is not something we see too often, right?
Yeah, that is true. Dyrachyo, like you said, I mean, his CS is really good. It's just when Celery made that rotation, definitely suffered for a wave or two. But in the interview last night, I believe they played last night for Gaming Gladiators, Quinn talked about the fact that he wishes that they'd get IO Lesh more often because he's just been playing Lesh alone and they've been winning. And now they're going to get the IO on top as Dyrachyo completely surrounded. The Tombstone coming from the south, he runs right into it. And that's going to lead to an eventual kill. Jabs on the board.
Well, Solo may not be in this tournament anymore, but his moves, definitely other teams are stealing it. So Ollie just comes by bottom. Easy block grenade, Tombstone into the pushback. 6-minute rune. Celery.
Quinn does not get the power rune.
Gaben is not watching the game.
Yeah, Celery denies it.
That's a early tower, and in the meantime, you just have 23. You know, he just gets to chill up top on his TV, so this early move is really damn important for Talon, because if you're this Bloodseeker with IO, you just want to sit in this lane, sustain through it, but losing a tower at 6 minutes, that ain't a good sign.
Yeah, well, this is a good sign for Talon, because like you said, Razor needs to get off to a good start, and he has. We've seen different variations of builds, We've seen the Maelstrom, which I'm not sure what he's actually going. I think something must be coming out on the Courier right now.
Probably just... So what I've seen, the most general stuff on Razor is like some Treads Falcon Blade BKB or maybe Treads Midas BKB. All I can assure you that is by 20 minutes in this game, Jabs will want to have and will need to have a BKB. Up mid though.
Yeah, we got some action on
nice
to
dodge.
Quinn, but Makoto...
Oh, he still gets him!
Slight. Oh my goodness, that the Lesh was out as Celery was linked up, and yeah, more than enough damage from TALON.
It's these little bonus timings, like Makoto having this first blood, then the follow-up kill, him being level 7 with a completed Orb of Corrosion. Like, if he's level 6 there, or doesn't have the Orb, I don't think that Slight would end up getting that kill.
And from Ace's side, talked about his build being a little bit unorthodox with the 2 points in the Kraken shell, but he is against a lot of physical damage, so starting to put points finally into the Anchor Smash. We'll see if they make some stacks for him to eventually take. The Meteor Hammer still not quite online. Speaking of stacks though, Quinn taking a nice juicy one here.
Yeah, and something to mention is that 23, or I don't know if either of us saw it, but he denied the Wisdom Rune on the top side from GG with an Illusion. And Ollie was, or Q rather, was the one to get there. So Gaming Gladiators not able to get a Wisdom Rune either on the board.
And we have a rotation from TALON. Just a ward expedition, it seems. Not looking to backstab Ace in that top lane. 8-minute rune will be top.
All right,
so
TALON.
Another rune denied from Quinn.
Getting off to a good start. The other thing is also you have IO Disruptor. These are heroes that have to play through their cores. So when your mid laner in Lesh, who's generally the one you have to play through, doesn't have the best start, I feel like TALON are able to answer your ball just with the nature of Ember Coddle and Makoto having such a good start to this game.
He has the shield rune down on Makoto. Already have that one tower in the bot lane, trying to pressure the mid now. Your favorite neutral item picked up.
Spark of Courage, baby.
That's right.
Darachi will be very happy about that, of course, as he has a shitload of attack speed. So Spark of Courage is going to do a lot for him. As I like what TALON are doing here. Just slowly hit down this mid tower, play together with your strong hero plus the Kato.
Any sort of defense is coming for Gaming Gladiators, and so far not so much. So already the tower at half HP. Surely they can't give this up for free.
You can try to push them away a little bit, but I feel like you honestly cannot really answer this TALON.
Wow.
Like the 3-man ball, the shield rune as Ace.
Trying to go for the deny.
Good deny from
Gets
Tofu.
it, and they actually TPing with Ace, getting off the Ravage onto 2. The kinetic field with the Pulse Nova damage is there from Quinn, so they give up the tier 1 tower, but it was denied. It's a big slight coming in to take out Tofu, as that shield rune still activated as the jabs off the plasma field, but I don't think they're going to get much more. Gaming Gladiators did a lot more than I thought they would. Darachi actually makes rotation now as well. Gets the Rupture with the Blood Right, focusing everything that they have onto Jazz. Even a Meteor Hammer being used, but Quinn dies first, Razor after. Damn, this is an action-packed game.
Honestly, what a sick DP from Ace. He just comes mid with some double Ravage and gets some return kills, because it kind of looked like TALON were just going to get a tower for free with no real punishment afterwards, as now they do say that there's a lot of stacks, so let's see what they want to do about it. Of course, you have Undying, but Tombstone is on cooldown, unless you're going to chakra it off for the next 2-3 times.
Illuminates, as they're going to help take out some of the smaller creeps that Ace probably doesn't give a crap about anyway. Make some vision back with the Watcher, but yeah, they're going to be able to take the hard camp, and then it's all a bolt. I hear a glimpse. That's going to be Makoto, but he's got a Remnant to get back into it. Only a double stack of the Ancients right now, so not like a crazy thing for TALON to steal. But the fact that you're disrupting any of these farming patterns is pretty important as well. Makoto, already 1,000 deep into his Maelstrom.
Also has got another DD, so they're going to continue to play with him and the Kato. Darachi did win quite a lot out of the last 2 minutes though, right? He got to farm bottom when Jabs left, and by the time he goes mid, he gets a very important kill. And now that he goes back to bottom on the Bloodseeker, he just gets to continue to farm, so even after maybe not the most perfect start, getting closer to a Maelstrom.
Quinn getting gone on by Makoto. There's a link from Celery though. Gets off the Split Earth. You can see the Tombstone coming in though. Looks like TALON still want to fight. They're going to take out the Tombstone as the Rupture comes out onto Q, stuck inside that kinetic field. But the damage onto Darachi is out of control. He's just dead. First one to drop, in fact. And now Quinn trying to get something else out of this. He gets off a Lightning Storm and then dies of his own accord as well. So 2 cores down for Gaimin, and all they get is the Keeper of the Light. this double damage. I mean, we saw this yesterday with Quinn, where he's getting
he got him.
rune. It's a double kill from Makoto. The blind slight, beautifully done.
I mean, when I think of SCA, I think of Ember. When I think of Makoto, I think of Ember. He's got a DD rune with just all these chakras coming through. If they can't stop him or make him run away in the fight, he's just going to slowly whittle you down in these early jungle fights. Even Jabs just comes by, and he's got a Midas completed as well.
I mean, they've taken full advantage of getting these power runes. I think only one was denied for them. Otherwise, Makoto has picked up every single one in that double damage.
Yeah, he's about to get a haste.
At a perfect time. I mean, I was bringing that up in the middle of the fight, but Quinn, we saw him do the exact same thing yesterday, and that turned out really well for Gaimin.
Yeah.
So, for Talon's sake, you gotta hope that they can snowball this as the Midas online for Razor.
Yeah. You do have ults now on Gaimin, so that can help, of course, at least a little bit. Maybe some relocate to disengage from the fight, or the static to finally have an answer for 23. But even then, you don't have the best setup for it. Yesterday, I believe Quinn went for an early Yules, which honestly paid off immensely. But this time around, you don't have the what's Tofu's setup? He's gonna have to set it up himself with a glimpse, or maybe Ace's Ravage.
You could get that tentacle surprise.
Of course, with the Tormentor.
That's right. Well, you might have to buy it this time.
Maybe.
Probably not worth. The Maelstrom is there for Makoto as Ace doing Tidehunter things, just sitting in the mid lane now that that tier 1 top is gone.
Yeah, it's just...
Problem is he doesn't have a tier 1 for himself.
That is true. I mean, if he overplays, he can definitely die, but Talon are going to look for a nice move up top here. Another thing that TB enables for your team is just easier moves around the map, as your illusions are going to push up some waves. So Talon going to check if they can find the Rachio here, so we'll have to see if his sixth sense is tingling, and it is.
He backs away just at the right time. You can see 23 Savage jungling on the other side of the map, so he is super safe, not being pressured at all. But Ace, he's the one they find. He's getting pretty low, but actually going for the Ravage play. Gets Searing Chain right after, so it will help him survive, but now they're not going to have Ravage. Maybe at this point in the game, not that big of a deal.
I guess they don't care all that much about it, because right now both teams are pretty much just looking at some item timings. You have Quinn, who's going to try to work on his Bloodstone. He needs this tankiness and then the spell Lifesteal to work through all these Sleight of Fist. Same with the Rachio, right? He's going to want his BKB, which is still quite far away in this game. Does have the Maelstrom now, though, so his network will start to skyrocket.
Yeah, it'll be a second item BKB for Rachio. So expecting to have to fight pretty early. As the Bloodstone getting close for Quinn. And Ace, no big surprise, going for the pipe. So pretty standard build across the board for Gaimin, and then for Talon. It is the BKB next for Jabs. Same for Makoto. And TB, he can wait for a bit before getting that. We'll be getting the stat-heavy item in the Scotty.
I mean, Gaimin with this Bloodstone right now are still very strong. There's another X-Factor item that could come out from Talon, which is the Spirit Vessel on Q, which is more than halfway to. But overall, when Talon get us these BKBs and the Scotty timing on TB, I think they're going to be very confident. So Gaimin might want to look for maybe some smaller engagements throughout the next couple minutes.
Yeah, if you just look at the lineup for Gaimin, it's other than the Bloodseeker, it is all magic. So BKB is going to be unbelievably important. And then even for Bloodseeker, it's not like he's doing that much damage yet. It's going to take a while for him to ramp up.
Yeah, he kind of needs time and gets to go in there with the Rupture. So I must say, this Razor weren't maybe too sure how it's going to go, but if he gets to this Midas BKB timing by what, 18-ish minutes, none of these Radiant heroes are really going to stop him, and that's when Razor really pops off. You go in there with your BKB, you launch on a target with your ult and Link, and you take that fine. But here comes Gaimin.
Yep, Quinn and company, they find Ollie. There's a Static Storm. He gets off his Flesh Golem and the Tombstone. It's going to take a while to rip right through him. They do get the kill, though, as Quinn is going to get sent back with the IO for the relocate play just to be able to survive. Tofu looks to be very dead. So for now, it's a 1-for-1, but Celery,
we'll find him.
They're waiting for him. He's going to get the Link onto the creeps with the overcharge to follow, but eventually Makoto gets another double kill in the game.
This network on Ember is something that people are very scared of generally, as Gaimin should be in this game. This is a 8.6k net worth Ember, at 16 minutes. You're going to have a Razor running in with you later, and if you can pair up your own Maelstrom BKB with that, I feel like Talon should be incredibly happy with the state of the game right now.
So from Game Insight, what's their power spike? Is this one of those games where you have to just give up buildings, like the first Roche, maybe even the first two, and just try to defend until some set of items comes online, and then you can fight?
I don't think Gaimin have to give up that much, but they're going to be looking at the Rancho BKB and Ace's Pipe, and likely this Quinn Yules, just to keep delaying the fight. So on these 3 item timings, Tofu is just going to be easily picked up here. That's a god-like Makoto.
Yep, he's food. Rupture comes out onto Makoto, standing his ground. His Rancho's the one taking a lot of damage. A beautiful splitter onto the support in the back line. They're going to be able to take out them easily, but Makoto does Remnant away. So the big prize is not there, but based on how this game is going, I think Gaimin will be happy with the 2-for-1 exchange.
They must be very happy, because we were saying they want to be the ones waiting for a little bit, so when they get this net worth pumped into the Rancho, speeding up his BKB timing, they'll be very, very happy about that.
And that BKB about to fly out for Jabs now. And we'll see how early they want to try to go for Roche.
I guess they have, you have Overcharge, you have Lecher's a pretty decent Roche hero, maybe with some more levels in the Gush. That is something you can look for. I would say Talon are going to be the ones forcing that on them, I think.
I was going to talk about Talon. That's why I was...
Yeah.
I think they definitely have a good opportunity to get that in the next couple minutes.
Something else is, they're not just playing against TB. It's TB Caudal, which is... I mean, everyone kind of knows about the combo, right? You get more illusions, you lower the cooldown of meta. Is Tofu going very deep here?
Yes, he is. He's going to get slowed now. Earn charge applied as well. Plasma Field's going to slow. Ace and company are nearby.
That's a lot of damage on Jabs.
Using his BKB and not going to find anything with it. Gets a good static link, but that's a 9-second charge that you're never going to get back.
Well, I guess it's not truly the same it used to be, right? If you run into Lesh, you have Diabolic Edict that's pure. The ult still goes through. That's Makoto beating out a Rupture.
Farming through Rupture, easy peasy. Ace continuing to push this mid lane with the Meteor Hammer, and he's going to get the tower one way or the other. And he's actually going for an Aghanim Scepter, pretty early one on the Tide. Now that he has Pipe, so looking at this long-range Gush. And we already mentioned Tofu, how he built an Aghanim Scepter the last couple games. He's, again, going for a very quick one. He's already halfway there as a position for Disruptor. Does not have the Philly Stone, of course. Could technically start dropping now, though.
Yeah, he doesn't have it yet, but yeah, I must say he's halfway through to it already. Again, I think this game is gearing up for like a very big Roche fight within the next like 2-ish minutes. Everyone is getting their core item timings. Both teams know how important it is.
Oh, Tofu, he actually sees Makoto. He's going to be able to get the glimpse, but the Remnant out. Very hard hero to control. Now they're going to do some damage to this tier 2, and it's a lot because that is a Diabolic Edict, forcing out Fortification.
Talon should be fine, I think, with this. Even if they potentially give up this tower. At the 20-minute mark, Roche is going to go down bottom. And with what we've been talking about, I would say that they're going to be the ones forcing it down there. But looks like with the Skadi timing on 23 at 19 minutes, they may want to be the ones to look for their own fight up top here.
Look at the net worth for Game Inside. When's the last time we saw Ace as the top net worth? It's been a hot minute, and it used to be very consistently him at the top, right? So this actually does feel like a normal Gaming Gladiators game from 2 weeks before today.
I mean, it's even all 6 of the cores. They're actually all very close by. And this Aghanims, I think I can kind of follow. You help your Lesh and your Bloodseeker just kind of get in that fight. I do feel like later when Tofu has Axe, you're going to have to think about the Blink Ravage just to set that up.
Yeah. I always wondered if somebody's going to go for like a quick Aghanim Scepter on the Tide, if you would ever go for the other 10 talent. We'll talk about it in just a minute, as Ollie will be caught out. Does get the Tombstone down. It's probably a little bit of slow potential as Makoto's there, along with the TB, but the Static Storm placed on the outside of the kinetic field. The relocate will not go through,
the damage.
And Quinn gets punished. Trying to take out that really annoying Undying, and it's going to cost them 3 members. Makoto's BKB comes out to be able to counteract the glimpse.
He doesn't care. He wants more kills. He's already 11-0. I talked about the Caudal TB before. You're just going to keep lowering the cooldown, so by the next time that comes up, they can be the ones just looking at this Roche, even giving 23 the Wisdom Rune.
Tormentor time. See, they value the grab ally. Ollie will die for it if he has to.
He will. Stick around, bro.
Yeah, stick around. Okay,
we're waiting for jabs.
When will teams learn you need 3 people? Ollie, take the damage.
Oh, he's solving through it. What a god.
Feel the pain. Fight through it. You see the replay here. They do get Ollie. The tombstone placed just in time.
He got it.
Even without it, yeah. Grab ally now available to Talon.
I mean, that's just a 19-minute Scotty time against IO Lesh. Like, that is exactly what you don't want to play into here if you're Quinn. And it's not just that. It's a BKB Razor. It's Mikoto Ember, who's just blasting through this game and killing you everywhere.
Now, Ace does have a Blink Dagger now. So they have the Blink Ravage potential. As you can see the smoke from Gaiman. So opting not to finish the Aghanim Scepter that we've been talking the last 10 minutes about, but I mean, is there any, have you ever seen the slow taken for the, God, I can never talk about this talent. I just want to talk about some boring shit.
He doesn't have BKB from the kill.
Spirit inside the Static Storm.
Ooh, that's a big one.
Makoto is killed.
And you know who got the kill for that?
Was the BKB on cooldown?
Yep, 4 or 5 more seconds from the Disruptor kill earlier.
Man,
and
those micro nerfs over the past
980 gold
years.
No, I don't even know what you just said. It doesn't matter because Tofu got 1,000 gold from this goddamn kill on Mikoto.
That's all for his Axe. Quinn and Celery going to the high ground. They get the tower, but there's a lot of people there. Celery is going to get dropped right off the bat, and now Quinn attempting the TP. Good luck, sir. Double kill for Jabs. He gets ruptured, and Doraccio.
Big boy Doraccio.
Yeah, the BKB comes down, and now Doraccio doesn't do too much damage through it. We'll have to try to back away. So they get a really good kill, and then go up a high ground without any vision. And that's where the rest of Talon were waiting.
Well, they certainly went into the wrong neighborhood there. Maybe still expecting 23's meta to be on cooldown, but this is as you talked about the courier micro from pro players, as Mikoto's courier is just falling jabs. I don't know why. Normal. Can we have a look at that up top? He let him know with the pings.
Maybe he thought that was his hero.
Maybe.
Okay, I have time to talk about this really boring thing.
Do it quick.
I'm genuinely interested. The 10 talent for Tidehunter. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody take the Gush slow. Like if you're going Aghanim Scepter, it makes sense. But he's not anymore.
Like the thing is, you don't always know that you're going it right, and the Anchor Smash, like, it helps you farm.
Look at that, 12% pick rate.
Yeah,
that's so low. Like, what does it need to be good?
15%.
15.
I mean, it will just be better if that talent is later. So you have more, like, you can decide throughout the mid game if you actually want it. Because knowing whether you want it first item or not is incredibly hard.
Yep, that's true.
But you know what Ace does have?
Doraccio and Celery, they're taking the Tormentor. You can't miss this one. They get it, and it's for Celery. He's going to get the Spell Amp onto the Lesh. For once, this shard is good.
It's also good with Doraccio, by the way. Nowadays, with how Bloodseeker is played with the Ags.
That's true. That's true. The Blood Right, or
Blood
Mist. Sorry, there's a lot of Bloods in this game. Blood Grenades will be added to his repertoire as well.
Yeah, he can use the Blood Grenade and get Spell Lifesteal. But you know what Ace does have with the cosmetic? He has Freddy on top of his head. I don't know if we can show that real quick. There is a frog on his cosmetic.
Yeah, that's not Freddy, though. That's a toad. Freddy's a frog.
Okay, so who's he?
This is Timmy the toad.
I was close with Tommy.
Tommy. He's got one of those types of names. Just go with it.
That sounds good.
Yeah, Doraccio is working on the Blood Mist, as you talked about.
I mean, I'm just looking at
Rupture.
The Rupture.
He's been starting out a lot of Ruptures here on Makoto. Just been eating them up.
I mean, honestly, I like this play. Like these Embers, Void Spirits, Storm Spirits, like screw them. Like don't let them be up here. You know, you just Rupture him. You know you're not gonna kill him, but get him the hell out of there.
Now they know he doesn't have a Rupture, so Talon trying the pincer move here. Jabs leading the way. Now Makoto with the Remnant.
Taking the Lotus.
By the Lotus. And Doraccio will BKB TP. There's no way for them to stop it, but another charge down. Was it worth the Lotus? Probably. That block of cheese is going to be something no one will forget. But Talon in the area, they will go into the Roche Pit.
But Gaming Gladiators, they have the Ags on Tofu. If they can try to set it up, it's, I guess, well, they're going to be too late for this one.
Yeah,
so maybe they have to wait a little more.
They scanned it out, so they know this is happening, so they're just going to push the lanes in the meantime. So first Aegis will go to Talon. Likely from Makoto. Tried to pick it up. It went inside the tombstone. He grabbed Allied himself.
It's beautiful.
By accident. Quinn.
Finding some friends.
Yeah, looks like Celery's going to be the sacrifice here.
I mean, we've got the nullifier on Mr. Jazz, which honestly is pretty good. You get a lot of damage on Razor, 10 armor as well against some of these Radiant heroes, no joke. And just overall being able to stick on top of heroes. You also make sure that Quinn can duel himself in the air, and against this TP matchup, he needs any little help or putting yourself away from the game that that you're gonna get.
Ace and Tofu sticking to the high ground for now. Waiting for Talon to make a move with his Aegis. Definitely a difficult thing to fight into. I mean, if they can burn the Aegis really quickly, we'll see if they can. 23 Savage has to get off his BKB, gets off the Sunder off the top, and Doraccio does not have BKB until now. Gets nullified. It's be too late, but Ace comes in with the Ravage on top 4 heroes. Static Storm basically onto the Razor and the Sunder. Grab Ally will save TB for now, but that's not going to be very long, in fact, because the Aegis is now expended. Doraccio, he's nullified. He has no BKB this time. The Illuminate rips right through him. 70 seconds on the deck. As Gabe and Gulpers lose that fight, but they do get the Aegis.
Just a grab Ally once again. It's just saving the fight.
It's too good.
They nearly had 23 Savage there. Or, I mean, rather jabs on the Razor. Let's just get to save him through the Axe Static Storm and that whole fight. It was without meta. As they have it now again.
5. No Aegis though, but let's see if they want to poke the high ground. They get the tier 2.
I mean, why not? Gaming Gladiators deep push is not good. Or not really. What is it?
If they had Aghanim Scepter on Tide, maybe.
Exactly.
There's
he could spin on. Oh, he's queuing it back up. He knows.
He's actually close. Only 500 gold away.
Pulls
gonna
the way.
get Searing Chain. Meteor Hammer going to create a bit of space along with the Kinetic Field. All the delay is needed from Gaming Gladiators. Bloodseeker down for 20 more.
Even when he
They still have
respawns.
Fortify too, so I think they're fine.
There it is. They will be fine. 23 is going to continue to poke. Now with a Chrysalis as well. We're going to go for the Silver Edge next.
Yeah.
For later in the game. I mean, this is not the biggest commitment here for your Talon, right? You do this with your meta, but you're going to keep stressing on it with the Chakra Magic. Just continuously lowering these cooldowns.
Oh, yeah.
It's dirty.
The grab Ally. You're going to grab him from global range with the Aether Lens.
I mean, he's got the big boy Philly Stone. He has a Shard, a Glimmer, and a Lens. You know, people keep talking about the Undying Shard, and I'm kind of with them. It's pretty damn good. And he's going to just help himself play around that with the Lens. Can't blame him.
I mean, it was nerfed, though, Kazu.
Yeah, so was Medusa.
And Medusa Morph still picked every game, basically.
Makoto stealing some enemy ancients here, being a dirty boy.
So Aghanim Scepter is now up for Ace without the 10 talent, but he did get the 15. Which
And
is
without the
120
tentacles.
Extra damage. That's true. There's no tentacles.
The
for
Axe
him.
only comes into fruition when you have both the Axe and the Shard.
So I didn't look at the numbers for a while, but Celery Shard, the overcharge one, it gives 10% bonus spell amp and 10% spell lifesteal.
That is
to
correct.
the tethered target. So Quinn getting a boosted Bloodstone in some ways.
I mean, Quinn is getting that, and also, I would say the Rancho later, he also took the spell lifesteal talent on his own hero here, on the Bloodseeker. So potentially one thing that could be looking at it, you get this Axe, you kind of have him run in when he drops lower, or just to keep him going in the fight. Celery, he's going to have to get in there and really help him. Because if the start of the fight for Gaiman doesn't go well, unless they disengage from the meta, I don't really know how they're going to be able to teamfight here.
He really wants to tether 2 targets at once.
Oh yeah, maybe that's the next shard.
That's what you get when you combine Block of Cheese, Aghanim Scepter, and Shard, as Talon and Gaming Gladiators are smoked up.
Oh, the
Big Ravage from Ace with the Static Storm onto 2. That's 2 cores dead. No, the grab Ally saving for the time being, but it's again only a short amount of time. Only dead on top of it. Makoto lives along with the Keeper. You're just seeing the power of this Static Storm Aghanim Scepter as Q will go into the tree line.
Did he?
They can get a little bit of vision.
Run away, old man.
Relocate, or the... Yeah, he's going to be able... He's actually alone right now. But the
here
Gush
comes
coming
the
from
Gush.
below, Q. They don't have vision yet. There's a kinetic field keeping Q in the area, and that's going to be a 4th kill in this fight for Gaming Gladiators. Now they have Blood Mist. He's going to be spraying blood all over the place.
Just a classic 3-man Ravage into a 3-man Static Storm. I mean, Ace and Tofu, just one of the best combos in terms of the offlane dual lane you would want to have in your team. Coming in pretty clutch as Talon. I think they were certainly caught with their pants down there.
And Makoto doing a good job of making sure that these lanes are pushed. He's very close to Aghanim Scepter, which we've seen a ton at this tournament.
He is going to have to be the difference maker. Like, I would say all Makoto is going to have to look for is Tofu in these later fights. You get the Aghanims, you're going to get in the back line with your BKB, and even if you don't fully kill this goddamn Tofu Disruptor, you need to stop him from static storming on top of a Ravage, because this is like the main combo that Gaimin will use to slaughter you in this game.
And getting the... Was it you that was telling me this? He got the shard on Ember, right? So the Remnants...
Insta-cancels anything.
Instinct, that doesn't even make sense, though.
It doesn't.
So I'm going to explain what I think is happening.
Wait, you're saying it makes sense?
No, I'm not saying it makes sense.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain to the viewers that don't know.
Yeah.
When you throw out a Remnant, there's a travel time. But when you have Shard, it's doing damage over time, and it actually instantly, even before the Remnant travels, it's doing damage in that area, correct?
It has 3,000 max range. If you press it 3k range away, the moment you press it on the ground, it will instantly cancel the blink of anyone in that area.
Right.
Even if the Remnant is on top of it.
Weird in two ways, because the Remnant takes time to travel, and number two, any damage over time spells actually take a quarter of a second to actually tick in to cancel blinks.
But not
normally.
Ember Shard.
That's right.
Which is a feature.
It's because he's a ninja, you see, the lore.
Oh,
very important.
God, that's great.
He's all over the place. I mean, he is a spirit after all. Duraccio going for the Lotus, trying to get that block of cheese eventually, but he's going to get surrounded. Pops the BKB, and he's out.
Just TP out, lol.
Now they're going to need
a basher. Coddle basher.
We've seen it twice. I can't believe I'm saying that. Seen it 2 times before. It usually against an Enigma.
30-50 ages, by the way. Just
Is anybody laughing? No one seems to notice that that was an all chat.
I mean, that's his team. They're like just playing it off. Eternal Envy would be proud.
I wish we could get a replay of Talon when they read that.
And they're probably too focused. They're playing for what? At least top 3, like moving on in the lower bracket. They seem kind of chill. Maybe they had a good chuckle. 23 seems like he's happy.
Yeah, he's always happy, except for the other day.
Don't. It's still too soon.
Yeah,
you gotta wait a little more.
Hey, we were wondering how they would bounce back from that. They 2-0'd 9 Pandas today, and I mean, the first game was relatively close. Second game was a complete stomp. So I'd say they're looking good.
I mean, they're still looking
game as well.
Pretty good in this game, apart from this one little play that did just happen. Tofu now has a blink. I know, maybe. Well, he also has a static storm duration talent. So that's pretty handy and dandy. He'll have that. I know we're talking about this Disruptor a lot, and maybe for you guys wondering at home, but this Tofu Disruptor, he did the same thing yesterday, and with the Axe, he's just a game changer.
But what's changed? Like, this Axe has been beyond broken forever.
Yeah. But
like,
they
I still
don't
rate it as a top 5 in the game, doesn't matter what position.
That is true. But people don't always get the farm, and people aren't as damn good as Tofu.
Okay, that's sure. 23 Savage actually denies the double damage rune. So not, even though he's kind of close to it.
Was it bottom?
It was bottom.
Well, he doesn't want to take any chances. You would have died.
You know, potentially, yeah.
You would have gone for the rune and just fed anyway.
Showing some restraint, though. That's a good thing for 23 Savage. He has an S and Y now, so has the extra stats resist to work with.
Maybe this is, like, this certainly has to be one of the downsides of when you do draft offlane Razor. They're lacking a little bit of initiation. Like,
yeah,
even
they have no crowd control, basically.
Exactly. In all the last fights, it's just Ace, he's initiating, Ravage, you follow it up, but how do you do the same thing as Talon? It's like a lot more awkward for you. It's gonna have to be on the side of Makoto, but he wants to deal with the back line, not really the front.
I mean, now that I look at their lineup, they literally have no stuns.
They have, yeah,
literally
unless you
0.
count Searing Chains.
No, that's a root.
So yes, they have 0
They
stuns.
have literally 0 stuns. Wow. Okay.
Even when they pick up the Glip Blob, that's also just another root.
That's true. They're going to smoke up. Roche is going to be up in a minute 10. They don't know if it's up or not yet, as a sheep stick now on the Ace.
That's even more CC.
He's a monster.
Okay.
Nice D-ward here from Ollie. But that does give away their position, of course.
And Gaimin are checking if Roche could be up, and they're going to smoke themselves as well, as they did give up their area earlier. But Tofu will place another ward on the ground.
It's all about Tofu. There's a Searing Chains first onto Duraccio. Tofu waiting in the back. They're going to get the spot here. The Ravage is only onto 2, and
That's
it's really
a zombie.
just on the zombie, man.
He's very dead.
They get him. He's going to buy back instantly, though. And Duraccio gets chased completely. Nullifier still applied. He's going to get linked as well. And the Big Gush coming out. Yules going to hold Makoto in place for the time being. Blood right onto a couple heroes. 23 Savage forced
Quinn
to
is
use
getting
his
slapped.
BKB. Quinn, no link for you because that is reserved for Dyrachyo now, apparently. 70 seconds of no Lesh, and Roche is spawning in 15. So Gaming Gladiators kind of botching the initiation. I mean, the Ravage technically hit 2, but really the main target was the Undying, who could just clearly buy back, so that's 2 big ults expended.
Does Undying look anywhere close to any other hero in this game? No, right?
What do you mean?
Like, did they think he was a different hero? They used everything on the zombie man.
I don't know what kind of cosmetics he has applied, but no, don't think
No,
so.
I mean, Talon gonna be very happy about that. Gaimin going into the next fight, I mean, surely, I mean, they must know. We wanna, like, Ravage Static, one of the, like, more important heroes. Sure, I guess if he's around on the Undying, he can save one, but they're gonna have to look for better initiations. This Talon get themselves both the Aegis and the Cheese.
You make it sound like a surprise. Oh, they picked up both items in the rush.
Shut up, Shannon.
All right, very good. Continuing on here. And we'll see what they can end up getting with this. There's only one outer tower for Gaimin, so Talon in a pretty good spot right now. And keep in mind, of course, that the Tormentors are up and running, in case people were wondering. Of course. I'd love to have these big graphics on the screen that just pop up the instant that they're up. They're just as important as Roche. They should get a spot by the mini-map. Very important for the future of Valve.
They should take timers of when the Tormies respawn. I'm sure they don't do that.
Of course not. They don't even know when they spawn to begin with. It's always 20 minutes. Oh, 23 Savage, he can hear us.
He knows.
That's right, it's time.
Torment time.
It's time for Tormentor. The cube must die. Imagine coming up with this concept of a very cool creature that drops shard. Somebody in the meeting was like, let's make a cube, and somebody else said, good idea. That's what happened, and we're gonna see Jabs get his shard.
Were you a part of this discussion? Yeah, it's probably you and Sint who suggested that. Let's be real here.
I don't know, that sounds like a Slacks idea. He said it's something to do with Arc Warden. I'm like, who gives a shit?
He needs to relax.
It's just a cube, man. Come on.
Literally no one cares.
Imagine being tormented by a cube, by a literal shape. Anywho, they get the shard onto the Razor. How do you rate this shard?
Very game dependent. Because it's one, when I see it against like PLs and stuff, it's like incredibly strong. On this game, you know, like a mid-tier shot.
Gush is not a single target spell anymore with the Agnum Scepter, but every Rupture
that is true.
Is gonna proc this thing.
Every time you get hit as well after a couple times, so it's okay. He'll take it. Quinn's gonna be fairly annoyed, like casting some lightning storms on him or whatever.
I mean, what was the other option? It was Recall, right?
Recall is pretty good. I mean, you already have very good ways for Talon to play the map, as you do have the Ember, and you also have TB. So I guess it doesn't make the biggest difference, but it allows for other heroes to go back to the map and then be recalled into the fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Talon's sitting on a 1K lead, so despite the momentum feeling like it's definitely on Talon's side, the network not really too much in their advantage. I mean, you think Gaming Gladiators are feeling okay at this point? I mean, I'm sure they feel like they're behind, but like the network, like I said, is very even.
They're okay, but I wouldn't say that they're super happy with the position they're in, because even now if they take fights, maybe once Ace gets closer to a refresher, and maybe also Tofu can work towards one, they'll be better. But right now, Talon, they're getting a lot of stuff which just allows them to continuously go in.
Oh, they might find the Lash as Quinn is going to get linked up and relocated. So actually forced the BKB from Jabs as well. As lots of TPs coming in. And Celery, I'm just going to call it now, he's dead.
A very good call.
Quite dead.
Wow.
There he goes, despite no stuns. The root acts as a stun when you don't have a dispel in some ways. Immobilizes you.
Love being immobilized.
Refresher on Jabs, by the way, so that is a very big item.
This is one of the problems right now for Gaimin. Like, it's very easy for Talon to get on you with multiple heroes. You have the Ember who can just jump all the way in the backline, right, with his Aghanims. But also Jabs with just a double BKB. If he can make sure he's BKB'd while running in and he doesn't get Ravaged into static, he's going to be more than fine.
Now 23 Savage is very scary. So Scotty, Silver Edge, BKB, SNY, and now a Satanic.
He's also got this, I don't know how to pronounce the first word on his neutral item, Martyr's Plate.
Yeah, you got it right. Good
Yep.
job.
It's pretty damn good, especially when you have the Aegis. First of all, 25% magic resistance. Pretty damn good. And if other people are getting combo womboed, you pop it and you redirect the damage to yourself.
Yeah, do you think he'll ever click that button?
No. Because he doesn't know he can.
It's just, I mean, if he could have gotten the cloak, which I can't remember the name.
Trickster
yeah,
cloak.
he would have taken that, surely.
Probably.
Does that get, what's the magic resist on that?
I think it's 20/20. 20 magic, 20
So this one actually
evasion.
gives more, but you don't get evasion or invis, right?
Honestly, evasion, pretty lame this game. You're just getting magicked.
Yeah, I mean, eventually Duraccio. I mean, what does he have right now? He's got Manta, Mjolnir, Ags. Yeah, it's still a lot.
He's got the Bloody Lightning build. Mjolnir, Ags.
He's going for the Butterfly next, so with that, does 23 Savage need to go for an MKB?
It's probably pretty good if he can, right? Maybe you go for the Swift Blink first and then the MKB, but having this full potential to just burst through with whichever target you want to go on, sounds pretty good to me.
We got some mass TPs back to base for Gaming Gladiators.
Well, they smoked all the way bottom and picked up 2 Lotuses.
Because they see that the Tormentor is still up. Enemy Tormentor time. It's time to give the shard to Kotl or Demon Zeal.
He already has it.
He has Demon Zeal?
He has Demon Zeal, my bro.
Recall then. Okay, they're not going to go for it as Jabs in the trees. Duraccio would be a big target. There's Eye of the Storm #1 with the BKB. There's the refresher on top of it, but they don't have the slows needed as Duraccio like a little baby relocate. It's going to be enough for him to get away, but the focus is on this Disruptor for Makoto. They finally get the kill, but he does have buyback on Celery, and a lot has been expended from Talon, honestly. I feel like Gaming could actually still fight with his buyback still intact. Celery is dead. Also able to get back in the game if he wants.
Okay, so 2 buybacks are available, but the thing is, you need Tofu at the start of the fight, so it's not too easy to set up a Ravage into the buyback from him. But Talon looks like they're just going to be happy with that, because Jabs did expand his refresher, right? Yeah, so that's down for 2.5 minutes on the Razor.
And keep in mind that Quinn actually bought the shard himself as well. So they have this long-range AoE Gush, and they have Splitter. I mean, these are like 2 of the best spells for high ground defense. Other than Elder Titan, of course, which we mentioned
which was yesterday in the game.
And you, by the way, just news for everybody, Elder Titan is not in this game right now, just to make sure.
You're making that clear. As a Splitter is incredibly annoying later in this game, as 23 Savage, an abuser here, with the meta being on range form, so he used the Illusion Riders that time down. Honestly, getting in quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody's showing themselves here, which I think indicates to Talon that maybe they're smoked, but we can see that it's not really that kind of a move.
20, 20, 20, 20.
Yeah, they almost get the full tier 3. And Gaming Gladiators a bit on the back foot, but they're not going up against the Aegis, just the cheese. And I mean, Jabs, this build is disgusting. It's really good, but it feels like like we talked about, they're missing this crowd control where he can just stand, and I mean, he is really fast, but if he can disengage as Gaming Gladiators, then...
Yeah, and they've got the reload for that, right? So Makoto, he's going to be the one who has to go in the back lines as Duraccio. He's got the double rupture, which should help them out. So these relocates are very, very annoying for Talon to deal with, but I like what Jabs has got queued up. He kind of understands what's happening in this game. He's queuing up the sheep, can sheep the people down. When the reload comes in, you can try to get it on Celery. As also Makoto's next item with the refresher, like this is the dirtiest timing of an Ember Spirit.
Yeah. Jabs has his Midas in his backpack. It's not on cooldown. Come on now, Jabs.
Gold?
Come on now, Jabs.
Swap in the gold.
You can do it. I mean, he could get jumped at any moment, so that would be pretty bad if he lost any of these items.
I mean, it's a very, very long Roche respawn. Almost like, what, 2 minutes 50? So both teams they get more time to talk about what they want to do, how do we need to fight, like who's going to have buybacks, because still for Game, the game plan hasn't really changed. They need to blow people up with a good static storm, and that is going to be set up through Ace, so he has to come in big and clutch in the next fight.
I feel like maybe in some respects, Gaming just need to be in the actual pit area to force Talon to get closer so that a Ravage can be successful. It's not like they're working with any giant AoE spells, as we've discussed. So actually fighting into the pit is not that scary for Gaming, I feel like. But Talon, they're getting the better of the map right now. 8K lead. Still cheese there for Jabs. His refresher's up again.
If you're Talon, I mean, the thing is you don't know that Roche isn't up. Well, they had an illusion in. Like, one of your team could go mid right now and push it in. because Gaming are just waiting here forever, but you have Ember, Recall, and Illusions to work with, so we already see the mid lane pushing in. I think that Gaming are not going to be happy about this incredibly long Roche respawn.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, Mikoto.
You have to worry. Remnant in the pit now. As there's actually 2 siege units as well starting to hit those barracks. So Gaming, they need to fight now or get back. And we can see Roche is not up for another minute 10, so technically speaking, they could do that, but of course they don't have the same information as us.
Their mid melee racks is half HP, by the way.
Yep.
And it's still 1 more minute.
Siege creeps are absolutely destroying you. Another creep wave coming in.
Maybe you reload back here, but that doesn't feel good. Like, then they can just invade you.
Yeah, if they show mid, then I think Talon just goes. But here's the fight.
Oh, jab up.
Jab's first BKB. There's the refresher to follow. He's going to get ruptured, though. Daracha trying to kill him in the meantime, taking a lot of damage as Quinn. He's not the one linked up again. He's getting countered by 23 Savage. Daracha trying to run away as Makoto chasing him down with another sleight of fist. He's dead. No buyback for him. Finally, the Ravage comes out, but not to much avail as Quinn is just going to drop dead as well. And Celery buying back into the game, but there's nobody to link up because all his cores are dead. And it looks like this might be a dieback for Celery. Triple kill for 23 Savage. And their world is their oyster. That's not the saying, but they can get the racks. And Makoto shows up in the mid lane, takes it. They can go down top. I don't think there's anything Gaming Gladiators can do.
You have no Daracha, you have no Quinn. You diebacked as well on Celery. Okay, you're going to get Ace back, who's going to try to delay with what some gushes around, but there's a Demon Zeal. They're just going to keep clicking it down. Like, even Jabs has got 300 damage at this point.
I'm in the melee form now. Satanicking on the creeps, and second set of racks going the way of Talon. I think they could get Megas too.
They might just be able to do both, or you go Megas into the throne after.
Absolutely, and now they have to worry about a refresher onto Makoto. 23 Savage not wasting any time. Demon Zeal activated.
This is a fast push. I think they're going to go both for more.
Be almost Megas. There's still that range racks with a little bit of HP in the top lane. They'll probably go finish that off. And if they want to play it super safe, they just go kill Roche now. As Gaming Gladiators start to spawn. Okay, they're going to go for the tier 4s. Demon Zeal again from 23 Savage. Tier 4 number 1 is eventually going to drop. The Sheep Stick is there from Ace temporarily. And now 23 Savage is going to back away. Learning his lessons from past games, not celebrating too early this time, Kazu.
It's gonna go back. I mean, if the last series did not teach them a lesson, that would have been a rough one. As now they also have a scythe completed on Jabs. And Gaiman, still very much the same thing that they have to somehow get through. Blink Ravage static, as they're gonna go for one last play, and they're gonna have to be fast. You're playing against Megas right now.
They have Ravage in 12 seconds. They're showing themselves with a lot of spells, so I think Talon are gonna be ready for this. In fact, they're not even going into the pit, so they're just gonna fight the old-fashioned way here.
They're just waiting.
Ooh, a refresher onto Ace, though, so if you can find a good Ravage, anything can happen. They're gonna spot Makoto, the Yule, into the Static Storm. Ravage number 1 from Ace, but the BKBs come out from Jabs and 23. He actually goes inside the tombstone for some reason. He's perfectly healthy. Daracha able to pound down this Raven. That's going to be a kill for Daracha. Looks like Quinn does die, buys back in the game along with Jab.
Oh my god, Ace.
Thunder onto Ace as he gets his second Ravage out, knowing that he cannot buy back. It's only there in a defensive measure, though, as Gaming Gladiators on the run. Their base starting to get overwhelmed by creeps.
Makoto going for more.
Finds Celery. Linking up, but the remnants are coming for you, and he will take a tumble again. But the Yules into the Split Earth. No, Makoto getting off the BKB, and at 23 Savages here with that meta form, focusing everything now onto Quinn. Does find some distance though, but now the buildings are in the way. Gets the Yules, nullifiers there. There's Jabs with the refresher, getting off the Eye of the Storm and the nullifier, but Lesh able to get back into his base safely as a big static link onto Daracha is going to provide a lot of damage for Jabs. The tier 4 number 2 is killed. And now the Ancient fully exposed. Daracha goes down to a casual plasma field, buys back into the game, but with this Ancient completely exposed, this should be the end of game 1 shortly.
All the Splitters.
Quinn, that's true.
They've got a lot of push.
Extremely annoying. Nullifier now into Daracha. He cannot afford to die here. Big Lightyear comes out, and that's going to be the death of the Bloodseeker. A dieback. And now it looks like Quinn is next. A casual grab ally for no particular reason is used. Just
Talon
celebration. And Talon take game 1.
Honestly, they look damn good. Mikoto putting on his hell of an Ember show. And even against these gaming heroes, I like that they have this Tricore. Sure, you drop out all your spells on one, but you still have two other boys to just kind of deal with. This game, and this time around his mid game, we're not really able to fight back all that well into Talon here.
Yeah, this was quite the game. I will say that. Gaming Gladiators. I mean, who would you say had the advantage early on in this game?
Honestly, maybe just Talon overall. I feel like this Mikoto performance on the Ember, pushing forward from the first blood, getting the kill on Quinn. They keep playing through him and kind of like push it back in the game. I do think Gaming were in a decent position, like minute 10, 15, still had one great fight, but Talon, after this Liquid loss, this team just looks incredible.
Yeah, they've powered up, it seems.
They have.
Good news for SEA fans, of course, as Mikoto ends the game 15-1-16. Just a monstrous.
Nasty.
I mean, you got to think about banning this hero. Was it second phase? Well, I'm sure the panel will cover this as they're ready to take over for us as we continue to blabber on. So take it over, panel!
Thank you very much, boys. Game 1 going the way of Talon Esports. Gaming Gladiators were given one of their signature strats. They had the IO Leshrac, they had the Ace Tidehunter, they had this Disruptor that they'd been owning with. It did not work out though in this game. Faith Beyond, what went wrong for the Gaming Gladiators in Game 1?
I mean, Talon, they play so well. At the early stage, Mikoto play Ember, solo kill Queen's Lashrac, and at that time, like Talon used this advantage perfectly because Disruptor going mid to top rune, and they saw that and they pressure top tower with Terrorblade and Undying immediately, and they forced IOTP top. And after IOTP top, they also like catching the chance to kill the Duacho. They made the connection perfectly, so like they're not just winning the mid solo kill, they're winning the whole map during that 1 minute.
Yeah, just an incredible sequence of events from them. And Stormstormer, what do you make of this Mikoto performance? At 16 minutes, this man was 8-0-2 on this Ember Spirit.
Telling you, man, his confidence, like he's having a good time. Like that's what I mean. Like they're both like super good in shape, and this is what the Ember versus Leshrac matchup can look like sometimes. Like that, Leshrac did out-CS Ember in the beginning and was getting a small lead, but if like there's something going well for the Ember, he's just incredibly hard to catch it. That's all the space for his team. I also think that 23 Savage did a really good performance on the TB. He just played solid. He didn't like have any like big like really mess ups. I think there was one big moment where Radiant like had the super good jump around mid lane with the Tidra and the Ravage and the Disruptor Aghanims, but other than that, I think they played a super clean game.
Yep, it was pretty clean textbook performance coming in from Talon Esports. And one of the things you are talking to me about, Fear, is the fact that when you have the TB into the Lesh IO matchup, as long as the TB can kill the Lesh IO, game becomes much easier to play.
Yeah, and I liked a lot of things they did in this game to achieve that as well. Of course, Mikoto had a standout performance, overperformed, of course, but this Coddle, I didn't really believe in it at first, especially with the Razor in the lane, but it turned out being really good. You got that early Vessel on the Keeper of the Light, and Jabs, you know, he does what he does. He just plays like a carry. Got the Midas, ended up getting onto that last track every single fight. They didn't have damage problems whatsoever in this game, and it just goes back yet again, a game where superior late game, superior scale in these late game fights, yet again, it goes to a late game. The team with the better scale is winning.
Faith Beyond, what did you think about Jabs on his Razor, this performance?
Yeah, he plays so good. Actually, I think it's not a good, easy matchup for Razor to against Bloodseeker, but they catch the chance to punish Bloodseeker before he got his face boots, and also his item building is perfect, very strong in team fights. I think he really talented player. Yeah.
Very talented players all across the side of Talon Esports getting this dub, making it look nice and clean. And Stormstormer, one of the things that stands out to me about Mikoto as a mid player isn't just his mechanics in the lane, right? Because he is one of the most efficient laners. He was the most efficient laner up until today, basically. But he's second most in terms of kills in the game. So he's not just one of those guys that's good in the lane. He translates that into aggression all across the map, and you can feel it when you watch him.
I mean, that's how mid lane works also, to be fair. Like, if this is basically what makes a mid laner really good in their prime time. If they have a good laning stage, they excel that lead. They try to set the tempo, because looking at the fundamentals, what is different about the mid lane than to the side lanes is you're the hero at the highest levels. You can set the tempo. You're stronger than all the other 4 heroes of the enemy team. So yeah, like he's doing a really good job at that. He just abuses that as getting in the early advantage and pushes it to its limits. And I do think this team plays incredibly well around Mikoto with the supports as well.
Yeah. Unfortunately, here we do see Gaming Gladiators taking a tumble in this game one. What did you make about this Bloodseeker pick? Because normally we've been seeing the heroes that you've outlined, your Medusas, Faceless Voids, Morphlings, coming out at the 24 pick. Bloodseeker doesn't necessarily feel like it gets into that same tier of those heroes.
Yeah, like, I don't want to generalize too much and be like, those are the only heroes you can pick in this patch right now. It's just the way that things are happening. You can either go with the trend, or you can try and do what you think is good. And I believe this Bloodseeker, it's not good versus TV. It's definitely not good versus, what was it, the Ember as well. So you're going to lose in that regard in the late game. It was good versus the Razor, but if one or two bad things happen in the game, such as Leshrac getting solo killed by the Ember, not winning the lane with the Bloodseeker against the Razor, now all of a sudden your draft, everything that was good going for it, you have an uphill battle. And I think that's a very scary position to put yourself in when you're in such a high stakes match. Give yourself some more room for error here. Sure, maybe the Gaming Gladiators of old would have just like stomped this game against teams that weren't as prepared, but people will know what they're up to now, and they're playing a lot better in this environment, and games are getting a lot more closer, and the late games are starting to show.
Well, we have an example of how good the execution can be from the side of TALON Esports. Our STC play from this opening game of this series. This is happening. In my mind, this is the play that decides the game, because Dyraicho going in this moment, Stormstormer. After this, the fight just looks way too easy for the side of TALON Esports. You already have the link out on Dyraicho. You can just control the pace of the fight, and all these BKBs means this Ace Tidehunter can't necessarily counter-initiate.
Yeah, I feel like in this fight, really, like Radiant was running out of patience. It's something that before going into this match, I said how I admire gaming for their patience, how like knowing when they should strike. I feel like in this one, they literally got impatient because there was also creep sitting their racks in the mid lane. It is a really uncomfortable position to be in when like you're getting split push and the Roche happens. It's like really, you have to make a decision in the moment. But I think they got a little bit too impatient because Razor getting the static link on the Bloodseeker there is like the perfect fight condition. Once it happens, he has to run away and the fight gets really complicated. So also props to TALON, of course, being in the right position there, but I think Gaming just got a little bit impatient there in the end. But the game was on uphill battle already for them.
That is very true. The game was already in a very difficult state, and that did not help matters whatsoever. Of course, Gaming Gladiators only one game down, and they've been in this position before where they've been granted an additional lease on life by making a comeback run happen here in the lower bracket. Before we get into game 2, we have a quick little thing for you, something surprise planned from Gaming Gladiators. So it might lift our spirits, and if you're a fan at home of Gaming Gladiators, it'll probably lift yours. So let's take a quick look at what they've been cooking up for us.
Quinn Callahan. Of course, we had our discussions about bringing Quinn on board. We are, after all, the only zero toxic emissions Dota 2 team in the world.
We pride ourselves on being one, if not the only 100% organic Dota 2 team in Europe. No Hunt players here. So, when Celery suggested we bring on Quinn, I had my reservations.
I knew it was going to be a challenge, bring him into the fold. But I saw something in him. Intelligence?
Wait, what the? How did I buy a... What? I sold my... Oh no! Oh no!
No. Skill?
Man, I got so distracted by these fighting here for no reason, dude. Woo! Alright, they used Doom.
Quite the opposite. The chakra. The yin and yang. You just need to get the North American Dota out of him.
As you may know, everybody in gaming is a vegan. What you may not know is that it's not by choice. By modifying the diet, healing the soul, and unregulated experimental electroshock subliminal messaging, we were able to achieve our greatest success since Dyraicho carrying a game without feeding.
We separated the toxicity from Quinn.
Keep the resources up and another quick pause. Now Jabs is lagging.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I just want to say that playing Dream League with you has been like a dream come true. I can't imagine wanting to be any other place. It's been.
Get to his solo night. What the? What is going on there? What?
What on earth is wrong with you, you worthless goon? Can you please stop ganking and sit and take some grief? No, it's my turn to play. Celery says so. You take the next one. I'm sorry I'm mad, but it's my turn.
That looked intense. That was pretty intense.
Literally. We literally took the NA toxicity and separated it into a different person.
The Euros call me Mr. Clues. I don't know why. I never lose. That's probably because they're stupid. Everyone's stupid. It's unbelievable. Every game I'm in, every person I'm around, they're all bumbling idiots. It's disgusting. It's pitiful. It makes me gag. I'll retch all over this game. I think there's good in everyone. I don't just play to win. I play for fun, too. I play till the end every game because every game is winnable. Why would you ever give up? Would you just shut up?
While having both Dr. Quinn and Mr. Clues around has been very eye-opening.
What is this clown fiesta going on in the middle lane? Can someone help? I love you guys so much. Y'all are the best. This team is the best.
We unfortunately need to let one of them go. DPC rules and all that. I can say it's been a hard call, as obviously one is not great with the team.
Yeah, it was an easy call, really. Quinn is a nice guy, but really terrible. Clues is a psychopath, but so is every good mid.
Yeah, I mean, I got kicked, and that sucks, but it's okay. It's for the good of the team, and I can be a coach or a caster or mop the floor. It's all good. I'm really okay with it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm the best. I'm too good. I'm the best. I don't care what anyone else says. I'm the GOAT, actually. I am the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT.
You can take the NA player out of the NA region, but you cannot take the NA region out of the NA player fear. We've seen it. Unfortunately, you know, sometimes Quinn can have these high variance games, but he's still very, very good at mid, even if he can be a little bit salty in these games.
Not in competitive scene, I think. I think that's he really is good at separating the two. That's why that piece was so genius, actually. In the pubs, you know, maybe he doesn't enjoy his teammates so much. You might see a different side of him, but I doubt there's any toxicity once he gets into like that arena there with his teammates, and he's wanting to get the common goal of winning not only this tournament but future tournaments.
And one thing that was mentioned there in that video, Stormstormer, is that every kind of really good mid laner, you are mid laner yourself. You kind of have to be a little bit of a psychopath, right?
Psychopath, I guess. I mean, of course, there's always a little bit of ego in there. I just want to say, man, that content, like, I don't know, I laughed my ass off. I'm not gonna lie. That was really, really good. Yeah, a little bit of psychopath. Some more, some less.
So heading into game 2 now, Talon Esports, of course, preparing to ensure that they can win things out. Makoto, their psychopath player from the mid lane, obviously dominated game 1. What do you expect from them here, Faith Beyond, going into game 2? Should they change anything from your perspective?
I think game 2 Gaming will try to get first pick, and also we all see like second pick IO maybe is not the best choice. So Gaming will try to get first pick, and also if they still last pick, they will try something else, I think.
That is something that we have seen across this tournament here, because now between Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid, Talon Esports seem to have cracked the code of the IO Leshrac.
Yeah, it looks like it. They are very happy, especially if they can get done dying against it. That's a great tool to have, but they're not afraid to play against it. And this is something that Gaming has not been able to play yet this tournament. And that's a statement, right? You're going into this game number 1. You're giving them their favorite strategy of the year. You crush them with it. And now they're going into game 2. It's like, they're going to second guess themselves. Do we pick the IO Lesh again? Or are they going to be that cool, calm, and collected? No pun intended there, but like to feel like just give me Lesh again and I just made a mistake. We'll have to see.
That is one thing that actually I find very interesting about these tournaments, Stormstormer. Sometimes these teams, they have a strategy that's so good, keeps getting banned against them. They don't have an opportunity to play it until late into the tournament. And then when they do get it, you can sort of sense that they're not as practiced at it. The rhythm isn't there from what they're normally expecting to play, just because it's been so long since they've actually gotten that strategy.
Yeah, that happens. With that being said, I think they're still probably the most confident IO Lesh team out there, but it is true. They practice other things and maybe they were a little bit rusty. I think it is still a possibility that they might pick a second game, but you never know. They're going to do small adjustments, I think. I think they're not going to overreact. They're not going to like throw everything aboard. I like the idea that Faith Beyond is bringing up. They might just pick up, change up the drafting order, take the first pick in that regard, and then we see what Talon is going to do with the bans as well. It's going to get more tricky for them how to approach the draft, because then there's going to be the Deucer, there's going to be the IO, there's going to be the Undying, and the Brute. If the IO is ignored, then at least the other 3. So it's going to get more tricky for Talon. But yeah, it is always great to see. What I love about this is that gaming played their ultimate comfort IO Lesh, and Talon just confidently said, we give it to them and we're going to play against them, and they just won against it. Like, they can feel super good about themselves.
Speaking of comfort, Faith Beyond, what do you think about Terrorblade 423 Savage? Is that something they should be prioritizing early in the draft again?
I mean, because they pick Terrorblade in 8, so it must be like best situation for them. If they still like first pick, they still can try pick carry hero for 23 at 8.
So second pick, first pick, we're going to be seeing how that unfolds, of course, once we get into the second game. And just a reminder of what the stakes are here. The winner goes on to play against Team Liquid. The winner is top 3 at the Riyadh Masters, guaranteed no matter what. And you walk away with $1.7 million, clean and clear, no matter what. A pretty hefty chunk of change to play for. Obviously, for G.Gladiators, they've been in this sort of situation before, but not for this much money, Fear. And we would be remiss to not actually think about how much of an impact that might have on these players.
I think it's having an impact on everyone in this tournament, to be honest with how these games are going. They're very long, they're very tense. The drafting is getting a lot more strict on what you can and cannot pick here. A lot of teams are favoring to go into the late game here, and that is just comfort. That's always been in the past called the TI meta. Lots of team fight comes out, the security in the late game, being able to just feel secure all game long makes it easier to play Dota, and especially if there's nerves on the line.
So Stormstormer, looking at this game here, if you're on the side of Talon Esports, obviously they're the ones that are one game up. They are feeling very good about themselves. If they don't have first pick, right? And they're the ones that have to respond in the draft instead. How do you think they're going to tend to open the draft under those circumstances?
So we're saying if Gaming would have first pick, right? I do think that Talon most likely will not give them Duza, just because both teams have been winning the last 5 games with it. I think the Duza will be out no matter what. Or they pick a 6-7 that already counts the Duza preemptively. There's some heroes like maybe some Shadow Demon or something, but I think that's too wild, honestly. I think the Duza will... Darkseer, maybe, that's true. That's one of the 6-7 you can pick that is really highly contested. That might happen. But I think the Duza is going to be like top tier ban. I would be really surprised to let it through. The other one is probably just a Brute Mother, that I would assume. It is a bit tough to say because they're still undying in the pool, so this is why this is getting really, really spicy. That's what we're thinking about. We also, I guess, we don't really know who's choosing priority, right? Or do we know who's choosing?
We don't know yet, yeah.
We don't know yet.
But that information can be provided to us, which they will, definitely.
Because it could actually happen that like Game in first game chose second pick, and now Talon is like, okay, you know, we just take first pick again. That could also happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to counterpick in my opinion. I think first pick is just way too good right now.
With these heroes right now, it's looking like it's giving an edge in this match for sure.
Like the first pick hero overall, if you can get the Undying, pretty amazing. We're seeing these Dusas, these TVs on the 8 pick with bans. What do you do now? Like all the other carries that you pick, if you can get like a good support that can cure any carry's lane, then pick that whatever carry you want that can win the game. I don't know what to do at that point. It's very difficult because like you try and counterpick with Darkseer early on, but then they're gonna pick Faceless Void there, which is good versus the Darkseer, and they can also carry the game. I think it's getting very difficult to play second pick right now, personally.
Yeah.
You mentioned it actually, Faith Beyond, I think on the 3rd day of the group stages, you were talking about this, that you think first pick is just stronger, and at the time you weren't necessarily sure why. Do you feel a bit more confident in first pick being better right now?
You mean for team, they be more confident in first pick?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Just like Fear said, I think it's you can have a very strong hero at first pick, and you have a very comfortable pick at 8 pick. And you can just pick your core hero. So yeah, first pick now looks very better, much better.
Well, obviously we'll get the lowdown as to which team has first pick once the draft is underway. We need adjustments from the side of Gladiators. If they do go for the IO Lesh again, of course, they'll have to try and do a little bit more to ensure that Diraicho also has a hero they can play around with. Stormstormer in the mid lane matchup, if it ends up being as dominant for Makoto yet again, right? Faith Beyond was mentioning that one of the reasons the game went so south is so many heroes have to come mid to help the Leshrac, right? Should they just leave Quinn, Feast of Famine, and say, bro, we'll come to you eventually, we'll need to secure the side lanes first?
It is a tough call. You cannot make this call in general about Dota. It depends too much on the heroes that you have, honestly, and how the side lanes are going. I think in this game, it just didn't particularly work out because if Ember is ahead, he is just a really hard hero to address on mid lane. He's elusive, you cannot really kill him. The best thing you can do is maybe control water runes and power runes. They can emphasize on that more, because actually stealing a 4-minute or even a 2-minute water rune can have insane impact on this matchup mid. So they might focus on that more, but I also think they really shouldn't overthink this. I think Quinn is still a really good mid laner. He messed up, it happens. course, you know, you should still be confident in yourself. You should not be like, oh, we have to focus on Quinn now more. We have to give him a really good game. We should throw the side lanes away. I don't think that would be the right approach.
Well, we're going to see what approaches happen in game 2 here. And one of the approaches obviously is going to be addressing the carry hero. Dyraicho had, what are the options at the end? Was Morphling still in, Juggernaut was still in, PL was still in. Pretty much, what do you want to see from him?
Well, I just want him to play something that gives the team more room to just make mistakes, I guess. Right? Maybe not win the lane. I was thinking, you know, Drow is in the game, you're playing versus TB, you're playing versus Razor, and of course the Morphling would secure them the late game in that game.
Well, we're going to find out exactly what decisions are made by Gladiators as we enter game 2 between GG and TALON Esports. And here we go. TALON, they have the first pick yet again. Gladiators still sticking with the Radiant second pick. Broodmother already been removed. Gladiators banning out the Batrider right now. So here's what the decision is for TALON. Do we remove Io? Do we remove Broodmother? Do we remove Darkseer? And of course, do Gladiators ban Undying? Because that's a very likely first pick to open up the draft.
Yeah, so interesting. We still didn't get info who chose what picking order, I guess. We didn't get info, but
we're gonna get that just now.
Okay,
we have the technology.
That's good, that's good. Okay, so TALON first pick once again. I'm curious to see, because second pick still has their strengths, and maybe now Gaming has like made some adjustments and they think like maybe we can do a little bit better with our last pick or our 18th pick. So I'm really curious. I think the bans are exactly the same, right? I think TALON last game also banned Brood and Gaming banned Batrider exactly the same way.
Yeah.
One adjustment Gaming could do now, because they know that TALON plays Undying, is that they ban the Undying.
Yes.
But I don't remember what they would give up for that. I don't remember what Gaming banned last game.
Gaming banned Bat Medusa, and then TALON took out...
Oh, Bat Medusa.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
I think Undying is more important, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe. I guess if you ban Undying, then you 6-7 address Medusa, right?
Yeah.
You pick some combo that already does something.
It's just the big thing for me is like what this Undying is doing in these drafts. It's you can pick the hardest carry in the game in the first phase because you have an Undying on your team, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have a free laning stage, and that is like
You're correct.
really, really, really big right now. Because like these Medusas, these Faceless Voids, they can have bad laning stage. It's possible if they're not laning with an Undying. If they're laning with Undying, it's impossible to lose your lane, right? So this is a very good adjustment.
Yep.
So
they go with it.
Have to make the decision now. What do you feel like they should be opening with? Medusa feels a little bit risky to just start things off with. TB also in the same vein. Should they just go Darkseer perhaps?
I don't know if teams do that at the moment. They go Rubik. They just pick a character support on 5. I think all the cores, there's not really a need to like first pick them except it's like something really, really OP. If you would open up with the Medusa, it just gets 6-7 instantly countered with something like Shadow Demon, Darkseer, Anti-Mage, something like that. So they keep it open. And of course, Gaming now, I think they have two approaches. Either they steal the Medusa, or they just go Iolash.
Again.
Wow, this is really interesting to me because in my opinion, Medusa is really good against Iolash.
Yeah. And also,
it's very good.
in the previous like series, we also see like last pick IO Lashrak is not that strong because you can get counter pick at 8 immediately.
Well, if they would do the 8 counter pick mid against Iolash, then they at least don't get the Medusa, I guess. That is the wrong strength. But
yeah, Turboblade again.
Wow.
Okay.
Medusa generally is a little bit better, but they're similar. They can both buy Scotty. They both do a lot of damage. You do more damage as a TB, but the one advantage the Medusa has is like Bloodstone, for example, you heal because you do damage, but Medusa just doesn't take damage. She just loses mana, so you don't heal off of that, which is really bad for Leshrac and, of course, the big snakes, but they just won with this. But I think not having Undying is a big, big thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Gladiators.
I think that might, by the way, also been the reason why, I guess TB is a stronger laner than TB, right? Blind, still? If
TB
you
is stronger than Dusa?
Yeah, I think so, right? Because if that's why they might have deviated away from picking the Dusa 8 here, because they're too scared of the laning stage, maybe. But
okay, yeah.
Or 23 Savage just saying, like, give me this TB, I'm feeling this hero right now. This happens also, honestly, that you just really feel a hero and you just want it.
I mean, he's 5-2 on the hero here at the Riyadh Masters, so certainly there is good reason for him to feel extremely confident on this. And it does look like the second phase of banning is going to be relatively similar. So TALON should remove Darkseer, should remove the Underlord here, and then take out the Naga next. The question is, will Gaming stick to the script? Do we still want to see them play Disruptor perhaps once they open up the next phase?
But last game they pick Disruptor against Undying. This game I think they maybe pick something else. Maybe something like Takis or Skyras.
Keeping it open. I do think that Gaming will adjust their bans. I think Talon bans make just a lot of sense. There's nothing to be adjusted. But I can see how Gaming will now ban either Kotl or the Ember. I think the Kotl ban really comes to mind for me because it just pairs up well with so many mids that Mikoto is playing confidently. I would be surprised if they don't ban it. Then again, I don't really remember what Gaming banned last time at this stage. I think it was just other offlaners. I remember some Underlord ban as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Talon banned Underlord. They took out Legion Commander and Beastmaster. And Enigma in second phase, yeah.
Was there a lion ban
and the
last
Windrunner. A lion?
Lion? No, there was not.
No lion ban.
Could be something that Gaimin might replace the Disruptor with in a game like this.
That is true. Could be a plan B. Banning ET. What do you think about this? Kind of random to me.
Well,
but
Ollie is a specialty hero, right? This is a hero that Ollie just loves playing on POS 5. He has really good win rates, and I think it kind of fits a little bit what the Undying does as well. It's this POS 5 that's pretty strong in the lane, and on top of that has this big AoE teamfight presence that we see in the Undying, so similar heroes, and it's Ollie special.
Then I honestly like the confidence, because they just want to eliminate the good POS 5s for Talon that can go with the TB, rather than they're saying, okay, of course they still have one ban, but they're saying, okay, we can maybe just take on the Ember one more time. He just had a good game, but they're going to do better. And they're not overreacting, possibly. Talon banning Ducia as well. That's almost forgot that hero.
I am worried, boys, because this leaves in the Underlord for Ace, undefeated at this tournament so far. And we have seen Underlords being played into the Terrorblade as well.
Demon.
Very good counter against TB. All game. If the TB once gets disrupted, the illusions just kill TB himself, so that is really, really good. Also provide some sort of setup for the relocates. If you ever get caught alone, you can die with disruption to relocate setup. Talon for that also, they left the Windrunner in the pool on Gaimin, by the way. They didn't ban it, and this SD blocks this Windrunner pick that is left in the pool because Shadow Demon hard counters that hero with Demonic Purge. With that being said, though, Ember is banned as well, but Kotl is still left in the pool, so we could see something like Kotl Pangolier now, if they like that. I'm also thinking what else could still be in the pool there for Mikoto.
I mean, Ollie does play this Rubik as it is much weaker. You mentioned the fact that the Shadow Demon's good versus the Terrorblade, which is definitely true, but I've seen some teams like counterpick the Shadow Demon by picking a line of their own to kill the illusion, which could work as well. Something they could go that route as well. And do you have like the balls here as Talon to steal the Underlord? That's another question. It's a hero that could maybe not bring the best lockdown, but not giving a hero like that to game and is always... Or they need something to deal with that Underlord for sure, if that is the case.
It would be a bit ballsy to pick the offlane, right? Because you see the mid lane matchup, it makes sense to just pick that hero and to not give the enemy an immediate counter.
I'd pick both here if I were to do that strategy.
They could do that.
Yeah.
They could do that because no matter what, he's going to get countered on his offlane position hero.
Yeah. And what do you think about the matchup Stormstorm on mid? How well does Puck do into the Leshrac?
Puck generally loses the lane against Lesh because Lesh has just stronger nukes, stronger stats, stronger movement speed, stronger everything. And Puck generally has really great stats. But Puck is insanely good against supports and a backline catcher. Yeah. So he is insanely good against the SD and the IO.
Wow.
So Laney usually loses Lycan.
That's a good pick. That's a really good pick.
You called it. Offlane mid pick.
Okay.
I mean, you didn't call the Underlords, but the Lycan pick.
This is a really good game for Lycan. It's no stun on support, and also very good combo with TB.
You like it? Why do you think that combo is so good?
Because TB can just stand in front and so much damage, and Lycan just can do whatever he wants.
Yeah. You can buy a lot of auras for the TB as well, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not the Wolf Bite, but you can just like get Drums, AC, the Vlads from the Dom.
Well, how do you guys feel about like a game in Monkey King here now? Something like that, to just fully delete the Lycan in the lane. Does that work, you think?
Monkey King actually, like, not that can delete the Lycan. Just
doesn't work.
I mean, the laning stage might go fine, but will the game be good enough?
Yeah, because when Lycan got his high-level wolves and also Dom, actually,
I mean,
like for 8 to 10 minutes, it's quite hard for Monkey King.
But what is better is going to be the question here.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I feel
Faceless Void, is that in the game?
this Lycan pick is doing like insanely well against the supports right now, right? Like it's looking really, really strong. If this Lycan is just fully enabled and does not get slowed down in his timing, I can just see how he like runs over the Radiant Draft.
We saw this in the last series where Liquid had to try and deal with this one, and when they have an IO and a Shadow Demon, even Leshrac doesn't have that many tools to deal with the Lycan.
It's pretty bad.
It puts you in a situation that feels very difficult to address, and they're not going to show their carry here, as they're going to try and fight fire with fire here. And pick the Beastmaster, but TB generally doesn't really care about Beastmaster. It's another aura for his reflection.
I find this very interesting. What do you think about this fight beyond the pick off lane here?
It's animal versus animal. Very interesting. But I think Talon is better right now, because
I like
gaming is no lack of damage, and also I think it's still kind of hard to pick a good carry right now, and especially Talon, you can ban 2 more carry.
Right. That's what I also thought. Talon can just ban the 2 best carries that they think now. That could be fitting. Now, Gaiman's draft will be stronger on late game though. If you look at the big map play, you have these Hawks on the side lanes, you have relocate set up. The late game looks way more solid than last game maybe. But I just think like early game might not be as easy if the Lycan gets online.
The big concern that I have here, Fear, is the fact that they have not won a single game at the tournament when playing Beastmaster. So, not looking good for them statistically at the Riyadh Masters.
I would agree with that. That does not sound good at all.
Yep.
But it does, however, so if you look at Gaming's lineup, you look at generally throughout the year how they've been so successful, the snowball starts and then it just doesn't stop, right? And Beastmaster is a hero that can enable that, especially with the Leshrac. I think there's going to be all eyes on Quinn yet again here. He didn't have the best game last game, but if he can snowball the game, meet up with a Beastmaster, this whole late game thing we're talking about really doesn't matter at the end of the day. However, it is putting a lot of pressure on you, and this is something we've seen throughout this tournament that a lot of teams aren't really doing well with, is putting yourself on a timer. And they're kind of looking like they're in that situation right now.
So we'll see what they pick up last year. TALON Esports, the other carries that they can ban, let's see. Void's still in the pool, Morph is still around.
You really hate the Monkey King, right, Fear? You really just dislike the hero
right.
somewhere.
I mean,
you're
not going to win late game with it, but you could pick it in the sense of like, we're going to commit to our timings and go. I oftentimes do like that approach more than picking some half-ass carry and getting outscaled anyway. So, well, I probably would want to see Faceless Void for gaming, to be honest with you, if they want to go that route, because I feel like that's the only hero. But then they're playing versus Puck. There is no perfect hero for gaming. I feel like you're playing versus Puck, you're playing versus TB, you're playing versus Lycan. Your hero pool is like gone, honestly. These heroes cover so many weaknesses.
There is a hero I don't want to mention, it's Ursa.
That hero's not in Dota anymore, we don't discuss him.
Ursa. Is that a good hero against Lycan? The late matchup?
I mean, like for Talon, the late game is so perfect, so maybe Ursa, you can try to end game earlier. Like you punish Lycan and you farm Roche quickly, and you make every core fat, and you play multi-cores, end game fast. Maybe it's the way, but yeah, this hero is not good.
I've got the 1 million IQ pick here. It's going to be Sven. And when you get to the ultra late game,
Sven could be another option. I'm not sure how that lane looks as well, but the Sven mention maybe makes sense if they really do not like the Monkey King, because other than those 2 heroes, what else is even left? Even that is with the IO. Troll is very out of meta.
Oh, wow! How did nobody think of this?
Because it played 1 game on the tournament.
And it won.
And it won that 1 game, yeah. It won pretty hard as well.
Wow.
I don't think I'd ever suggest Bristol. Like, the hero exists. It did win. But it is small sample size. But they're playing to their timings here. Of course, they're not going to win this one if it goes late, but they will win this if it is like they're really far ahead. Bristol's unkillable, Lush is unkillable, Beast has the aura. They're really committing to the strategy here, and I kind of like it. This is what I said before. Like, if you know you're not going to win late game, just all in on the early game, and that's what they did.
Yeah, and also I think this is a better version of Ursa. Like you can win the lane, and you can do the Roche quick, and you can play multi-cores. I think this is really good.
Such a snatch pick. I did not see this one coming. It's so forgotten, honestly. I'm not sure how good this hero is, because in theory it sounds good. It sounds like a good IO combo, and like all the other heroes just look weaker. So I'm excited. It sounds wild. I love that gaming in their elimination match are not scared to pick this. I just wonder if it's not too wild. But let's find out.
Well, the last time we saw this period was with the Coddle that was backing up the Bristleback. Does this game seem as good for the BB? And do they have a chance? What are the odds here of them getting to Game 3?
They have a good chance in this one. I think they're a team that generally knows how to play really fast, and they have a lineup that is way faster than Talon's. But Talon, they're the king of late game, so if this TB gets super farmed, it might be hard, but I think their draft can win this one in the mid game.
Faith Beyond, talk to me about this Talon draft. What should they be doing in order to win the game and prevent GG from overrunning them?
I think they should focus on some cores, maybe Beastmaster or maybe Lashrak. It depends on lane how it's going, because they want to play gaming. They want to play multi-core. So I think every core, no matter who is poor, is very like a damage for them.
Well, Stormstormer, looking at this particular array of drafts, which team would you rather be playing on if you were in this game?
I do think Dire. I just like the heroes a bit more, but it's honestly only because of Bristleback. It sounds so well. The Lycan sounded so good against all the 3 heroes that it got picked into, the SD, the IO, and the Lashrak. So I just really love that pick. But if this IO Bristle lane does really good, like it might work.
It might work. The last time that we saw a Bristleback emerging here on the main stage, it was to pretty great effect, and we did see that Bristleback ending up in a victory for the side of Team Spirit. Of course, TALON Esports, they need to pull one out the bag if they want to get into the lower bracket final. Before we do, let us get into the game. We have our casting duo. We have Cap. Oh, we don't have Cap in SVG. My bad. We have Sunsfan and Kezu. Take it away, boys.
Salam alaikum, Sunbi. I'm not Cap in SVG.
Wa alaikum salam.
Hello. The draft, you let them have IO plus Leshrak. Is this something where it's good and you're letting them have it so you can pick your counter to it, or you just don't think it's that good?
I mean, I think we answered it twice already in the playoffs, so we shouldn't be afraid. We should believe in what we believe in and try to answer it.
Okay. And the Bristleback last pick. Were you surprised by this?
Yeah, very surprised. I mean, I don't know if it's going to do well against TB in the long run, but I guess we'll see.
Ballsy picks coming out of G.Gladiators today in this elimination match. And now we are going to actually send it over to Sunsfan and Kazoo.
Thank you, Cap and Avery. Appreciate that. G.Gladiators versus Talon for game number 2. And as we have heard from several people now,
yes,
the Bristleback is the talk of the town here in Riyadh, as Dyrachyo picking for a second time this tournament. 100% win rate with exactly 1 game played. We did cast that game.
We did. The Yatoro, man.
It was... Wait, Dyrachyo didn't play it?
It was Yatoro.
It was? All right.
It was not
Some
them.
other random position 1 for maybe a team that's
very
in the
good
finals right now. Will have won that game in the past, but we're going to be seeing it on Dyrachyo, so maybe...
Did you actually think it was him?
I actually thought it was him, yeah.
Well,
that's right.
Luckily you have me, who actually has a brain.
Thank God.
As honestly, I kind of like this Bristleback pick. I think in the later stages of these tournaments, you need to bust out some more like crazier stuff and kind of be confident, because Talon's Lycan pick honestly was incredibly dirty. I didn't like the Beastmaster response too much, so I think that put more pressure on Dyrachyo to try and fight back. Like, you need this big, fat wall to eventually fight back into the Lycan in the mid game, and I think that Dyrachyo on the Bristleback, he could do that.
Do you think he will do that?
Yes. I think he will stand his ground for a while, but the thing is later, if Talon get ahead, or 23 is top net worth at like 25, 30 minutes, it's not going to be the best scaling for Gaiman as Ace.
Yeah, Destruction coming out to try to save him. There's a lot of damage being applied to Ollie by Tofu, so nice save from the Shadow Demon here. We talked about, or I shouldn't say we, I guess as a collective group, we
yes.
did talk. Anything Smart said, we could say we, even though it was the panel. Talked about how Shadow Demon fares against the TB.
Yep.
But yeah, this is going to be a very cool game, because the IO, again, has 2... I mean, they did lose game 1, but he has 2 targets that you could theoretically want to actually tether. As Ace getting chased by 23, another Disruption comes out. Tofu, I mean, side of G.Gladiators are running out of steam here a little bit here in this early game.
I mean, just honestly, Beastmaster doesn't really lane all that well against TB, as we have some pressure down bottom. But what Gaiman have going for them, I would say, is that all 3 cores will do fairly well. You're going to stack for Beast with your SD later. Quinn is going to do well mid. You have Bristleback bottom against Lycan, which means you can kind of leave him alone later and try to play more through Quinn this game, which last game, that did not really work, because Mikoto, he put on hell of a show.
Yeah. Okay, I know this is very, well, Metamorphosis popped by 23 Savage. Forcing Tofu out. Use a blood grenade and a fairy fire to kind of cancel each other out. And 23 Savage getting chased in the meantime. As Axe is coming up. He's going all in for this potentially.
Not enough.
Does clip him with only one, and now he's going to take massive damage from Ollie and company. We'll be able to use a stick to get enough HP to get away.
Reflection. Oh, there's so much back and forth in this lane.
Yeah, who will get first blood? Will it even be this lane? That's the twist in this story.
I mean, they're very low in region. No healing salves on Radiant.
Makoto's courier died. That's a mid laner's courier dying. That is
to
not
the enemy mid
common,
laner.
yeah.
Just ran it in there.
Interesting.
But yeah, you have a lot of back and forth up here. I would say the hardest time for Gaimin are the first 2 minutes as Lotus fight. Well, looks like it's going to be very easy for Talon, so they get themselves a Lotus on themselves.
Yep. The other Lotus, Celery really wants it. Q. We'll be able to channel it first, though. Okay, this is going to be a record for you. I'm going to mention a record for me. I'm going to mention the Tormentor at 3 minutes, Kazu.
What the Why? Why?
All right, I'm just making, there's theory crafting here, okay? On the Gaming Gladiator side, they have to win early, right? We've established this.
Yes. Are you making a win condition where they kill both Torbies or what?
Well, I'm saying that their supports, their shards are actually pretty important. The Io shard, they picked another hero that can take advantage of both aspects of the shard, right? The spell lifesteal and whatnot.
True.
And the Shadow Demon,
with
cleanse, can theoretically, if played well, take off the global silence.
If you ooh, there's an Ollie TP coming out.
Yeah, that's pretty early. Doraccio still linked up by Celery, who's actually quite healthy himself.
Another blood grenade.
Blood grenades being used in quick succession onto Doraccio, trying to get to the high ground. He will live for the time being as these supports continue to hound him. Speaking of hounds, these wolves on their way as well to poke a bit. Celery
another tether.
Blocked.
Doraccio, run away, bro.
They could just chill and re-tether now. As the Soul Ring coming out for Doraccio.
Well, I guess 23 isn't really being pressured too much in the meantime. Oh, a good lift back as the Wolves are still here.
This is wasting a lot of time, though.
I mean, this is
everyone.
It's giving Jabs is like the biggest winner from all of this, right? Because he's getting to recover, but he only just now got over 10 CS as Quinn, mauling from the last game, pushing it back on Makoto, actually bringing him back into the base. And this time around, I would say Gaimin's ball is way stronger. It's easier for them to play through Quinn, and it's easier for them to also leave the Doraccio alone.
Quill sprays continue to get stacked on these two members of Talon. Big ult onto Celery. Telekinesis back though, and Celery gets caught out under the tower. Doraccio, he's only 300 away from Vanguard, but Celery's going to have to be a bit more careful in the future.
I mean, that's a huge... You do not want to be the ones dying first, and giving first blood to heroes that will snowball, like your Beastmasters, Lycans, and what have you. Jab's going to be incredibly happy with this first blood as Gaimin. Quite a big mistake there.
And Quinn's going to get a bottle refill from Celery now that he died. That's the only reason he ended up feeding himself.
True, of course.
We can see the mid lane for Mr. Quinn, 35-5 versus Makoto, who's 27-5. So advantage Quinn so far is the 6-minute rune, 20 seconds away.
This time
I don't see any
around,
rotations coming from Talon as of yet.
Yeah, their supports are not the best at kind of contesting mid, and yeah, I would say the biggest difference is that it's harder for them to play through mid this time, but Ace, though, in trouble.
Yeah, Telekinesis.
Sticks are available.
Nice disruption. Keep the meta man at bay, but the last right click is enough as Ace will be dropped. 3 members up here for Talon. Quinn will secure the shield rune.
I mean, I love that nowadays when you play Lycan, you just go Howl. Where's that poison nearly gets Q dead? Because your Howl is just global. You just globally removed 4 armor from Ace here to help 23 as he's being chased a little bit. Do get out an aggressive ward, but yeah, I mean, Doraccio, he's just going to be living life down here. These guys are just going to ignore each other and get some CS.
Yeah, so the game that we saw from Yatoro on the Bristleback, he went for Vanguard, Treads, and then immediate Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, Axe is still very good in this game. I assume that you don't really want to skip that. Even though you're playing into Silences, a Lycan form, and Global, I think we're just going to be seeing the same stuff.
By the way, you never made fun of me or secured what I was saying about the Tormentors at 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was really stupid. I like how at 3 minutes in the game...
That's all I can think about, man.
Oh
The
man.
Tormentors are so important. The pros
you
will
need-
eventually understand my genius.
Yeah, you need to go see a doctor. In 12 minutes we can talk about it.
Dr. Habibi.
Dr. Habib.
Oh. Coil coming out from Makoto.
TP as
Duracio's
well.
going to snap it right off the bat. He's
Oh,
getting blocked as well.
the body blocks.
Telekinesis back. He looks to be mega dead here. It's Duraccio. Early death for him. But this gives some space for Quinn to Diabolic Edict the tower.
And there's no glyph available. They already used that earlier. Now with the overcharge, so you do kill the Ratio, which 23 let him cook. It's gonna be stacked up with Axis and Poison. Seems like it's gonna be A-okay.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Has his treads in tow now.
How many stacks we got in the Radiant Triangle? Because when Ace plays Beastmaster, I feel like this team is the dirtiest team when it comes to stacking and bringing him into the game. So for now, more so playing through Quinn, but I'm expecting these stacks to go up as Tofu does get the top one, and Quinn is gonna get the active Runaroni.
Yeah, it feels like before this tournament, that was their meta,
Yeah.
if you will, their main strategy
Timber.
to get all this farm on Ace
Yeah.
and get all the stacks. They haven't really done that too much this tournament, but Quinn able to find Makoto. As Duraccio, I mean, we did mention this the other day as well. This hero is able to be left alone. That's a nice, juicy solo XP. I mean, he did die once, but it still takes a lot of effort from Talon to actually kill him.
I mean, I think this kind of shows you the reason why they picked it and why it's good. Even though he died once, he can go to the lane and do the same thing again as 23. He wants to put a stop to this as we have a casual reflection. But the Ranchi, I think he's just going to be kind of lingering around. Like, if he positions himself in this tower and gets to turn around, it's not easy for Talon to take this over.
You can see the top 2 net worths on the side of Gaming Gladiators, so they do have a 3. Didn't look at that number for a 3K lead just a moment ago.
They just cleared like through some stacks with Quinn, who has 5K net worth at 9. I feel like Gaiman should definitely defend this. Like, we've seen it before where if you get to hold your safe lane tower, the enemy's map is just kind of really disgusting and hard to play. And with a TB Lycan, you need that, as we have a coil.
Coil expended just for support. Tofu getting chased now by Jabs and company. He is in his wolf form, getting up the disruption to save himself for the time being. Actually might be enough. The illusory orb, though, enough from Makoto to take him out. But now the rest of the cavalry have arrived from the Gaming Gladiator side. It will be a trade of supports.
Still kind of a pretty decent play for 23 as he goes down bottom, forces them all there. Now he gets to go top, so feels a little bit better about that. But Gaiman just quick, kind of on the rotation back here. And 10-minute rune. I feel like this time around, you know, Mr. Quinn, he's going to give himself all the active runes in this game.
Yeah, this is the normal Quinn experience.
As Gaben is watching.
Nope.
Oh, he's not.
Other side. And Makoto, he might be able to steal this now with the orb. Should be enough. And
Easy
it
steal.
is. Nice job from him. So he has treads working on the Witchblade right now. And Vanguard online for Ace. Definitely later than he would have liked. But in terms of the farm between the 2 offlaners, the Lycan Beastmaster, pretty even overall.
So I was wondering if he's going to go Vanguard into the Crimson, but looks like he doesn't feel like they need much more like on the aura side. So he's just going to go Axe to make himself more tanky. So kind of playing this Tricore, which, yeah, I would be kind of okay with. I think Crimson Guard is still good, but if he's not going to get it now, I don't think he'll get it later
Yeah, he's
either.
expecting that early Tormentor to come out so that Io can get the shard and then link to him instead of the other 2 heroes that are clearly better to
So
be
they have
picked up as 23 Savage.
Oh, 23
gets
cooking.
gone on by Quinn.
Oh,
The Splitter
the
is not going to hit, though. He gets sundered. And now he has to try to run away, although 23 Savage back to the amount of HP that he had earlier. And Quinn ends up getting taken out by Makoto's rotation, and that's a big double kill for him.
That's a rare...
Punished really hard.
Yeah, a rare whiff there by Quinn. As 23 gets to sidestep it and just get to turn it around with a double kill.
Yeah, the tier 1 tower will live as a result, and Duraccio, he's solo pushing his tier 1. So he's not too sad about the state of affairs. Has the point booster already into his Aghanim Scepter to come.
Unless they expand 4 to 5 heroes. I think the Ratio ain't dying as 23 this time. Hello.
Yep, he's spotted. Ace looking for the opening on the roar. They will get it. And this time, no Sunder for Mr. 23 Savage. He'll be Pulse Nova down, and now the tier 1 should fall.
Just this early, this time around, it's a GG train. They get to kind of go, like, look what the Ratio is playing. Takes the tier 1 tower, is now stealing the enemy Ancients while they killed the Talon carry up top. They are pinning him now, though. There's body blocks.
He's going to walk right through. Hurricane back in. Should be fine. Okay, not to bring up the Tormentor again.
But the
Ketsu,
Tormentor, yeah.
Do you know if Bristle can solo Tormentor? If his back is turned, just continue to get stacks of Quill Spray? Feels like a hero that might be able to do it. Which adds to this great strategy that I've created.
I don't know if the Tormentor is going to trigger the Bristleback, because if it does, maybe he can. If it doesn't, then he cannot.
Well,
but why not just use Io and do it with 2 heroes? Because then it works.
Because it's cooler this way.
Oh God! Someone help me,
if
please.
If we see that, then you're gonna walk away from this cast, mid-cast. Okay? If I'm right on everything, you're done.
If you will do it alone with,
you're
his back
retiring.
turn. Okay, I will retire from casting with you.
Dyrachyo gonna use that fortification in that bot lane as Quinn and company trying to catch up. The wolf form is there. Ollie popping the global silence. He's completely out of mana now. And Q and Jab showing themselves on the side here, but they're gonna go down that little narrow pathway, which we have yet to name.
Bridge.
Okay, the bridge. Don't like that.
What? Make up a better one. You have 5 seconds.
Thin pathway.
Okay, you get to retire, you clown. What was that?
That wasn't the agreement.
That was horrible.
Jabs in the trees. Does not have his
he's getting
anymore.
snotted.
Yeah, the goos are going to stack up. As Quinn. Oh, nice Hurricane to give him a little bit of distance. Roach on the other side of the tier 2, and now the rotation comes from Talon.
That's a lot of
number
TPs.
1, 23 Savages here as well, with the meta already popped, and now I think G.Gladiators just run away.
Well, this game is not at all the same as last time around. Whenever 23 showed up, they killed Quinn. And they're even lingering now, even though Talon TP'd like half of their team here. Oh, Lightning Storm.
Yeah, Wild Wing finally taken out.
Picking the Tormentor, which is not there yet, of course.
Yeah, they just mistimed it by 6 minutes. 23 Savage still in the meta form, so you have to respect that. Quinn, they're getting that Wisdom Rune.
Oh, the Wisdom. Mikoto.
Ends up being a nice steal. Quinn, pretty low, but he has that Bloodstone, gets a Split Earth onto 23 Savage.
There's still a Sunder.
There is a Sunder available, waiting for the last moment. We'll use it onto Quinn, but the Roar comes after, and now he's very susceptible and will drop shortly after. Okay, Mikoto going in with a big coil.
He got him.
Able to get one. It is the Lesh, so very important target. Can they follow it up with anything else as Ace continue to get these stacks of the Wild Axes, which were stolen.
Ooh.
He's able to TP out, though.
Dyrachyo.
As Dyrachyo just starting to go real ham, getting out that Rubik. Mikoto and company doing a good job of kiting as Celery on the outskirts of this fight. Mikoto trying to finish him off, but the Quill Sprays are starting to stack up, just like they would on this Tormentor if they would go for it in 6 minutes. Mikoto getting the Illusory Orb off.
A new wolf form.
I think that's enough distance to be able to get away from the big bad Bristleback. Celery has the relocate available, in good position, will be able to get it off.
Looks like Gaimin want to take this fight once again, because so far, Talon should be pretty happy with what happened here. Like, when you get to trade kills kind of evenly, even if you lose your carry, like, they got a lot of XP out of this. Wolf form was expanded, and maybe Gaimin just want to go straight back to it.
Yeah, and that gives some opportunity for Dyrachyo to pick up some of the components of his eventual Aghanim Scepter. Only 400 away now. And for the side of Talon, I mean, it feels like, we're going to watch this replay before I speak.
About the Tormentor, so it's good.
You can see the Tormentor not up yet, Kazu. Pay attention.
Thank you. I mean, the Sunder here very good, as Q got a very crucial steal mid-fight here on these axes, where he just gets to keep spamming it up. Mikoto was stealing the enemy Wisdom Rune, and then comes over to get the most crucial kill of the entire game on Quinn here, with all his spells into the coil. As we go back live, and Ace is dead.
Absolutely. Nice kill from Talon, but they need a lot more than this. They are down 5k, and it feels like the panel kind of illustrated how this game was going to go potentially, and feels like very aggressive from Gaimin. They want to push early. What can Talon do to defend?
Talon need to delay the game. You want to have Mikoto run down side lanes and just keep pushing them in. You want to have your Lycan here on Jabs also push it out and just make space in this game, because they need time. Like, Dyrachyo has Ags. You're playing into Io Mech, Bloodstone Lash. You're playing into Ace, who is going Vanguard Aghanims as well. Like, they have all these mid-game item timings where if you're Talon, if you feed into this and drop all your towers, I honestly think the entire map will just go to shit for you.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing a little bit of that right now, is even the Ags for Ace is getting closer. He's definitely separated himself from the Lycan a bit more than was earlier because of these fights that they've been having, as the Helm of Overlord just about to be picked up from Jab, so that's going to be a pretty good power spike for them.
They're going for a smoke. Global not the best against Lesh, as the spells will continue to run through, but they have this ward on Ace.
Yeah. He's 400 away from Ags. This would be a very nice kill for Talon. They're going to find him. He's going to get
So much
Hurricane
damage.
back onto the low ground. He gets off his roar, but dies shortly after. Is Quinn showing up as well?
Careful.
And Talon, they're going to try to
Coil?
fight this through.
Global.
The coil is there. Global to follow. Still linked up by Celery, getting out that Bloodstone as well, but not life-stealing too much. 2 cores dead for Gaming Gladiators, and now Celery might be next on the list, but he does get the tether onto his fellow support.
Crucial for him to stay alive there on the IO, but Talon striking back. Gaimin did not expect this play, but like Ace TP's top and they have this very good ward here on the Talon side to just go there and force the fight. Like you have this 10,000 net with Bristleback, but they're not using him too well, at least not in the last 2 minutes. But he's chilling down here, but you're on the complete other side.
Yeah, that feels like the hero if you're gonna fight. Well, I guess Gaming Gladiators didn't want to fight, but
yeah, they got caught off guard more.
Instead of just waiting for the push to come, they take the aggressive attitude, and it works out for them because net worth-wise, it's effectively even. Dyrachyo does have the Agnes Scepter though, and the Vampire Fangs as well on him.
I mean, Gaimin were in an incredible position, and they're still ahead now, as Dyrachyo actually bought the shard himself, which is pretty good. Got the dirty hairball, of course.
Yep, it's a good one.
Forcing Q to TP out, but this play from Talon just now like saved their entire mid game. Gaimin do not have another mistake like that in them.
Ollie, he horses himself onto the goat. I mean, the literal like animal.
The literal
goat.
animal goat, yeah. Makoto.
Although Quinn has been playing like the goat this year, is Makoto doing exactly what you said, pushing these lanes, try to delay to get to this very juicy late game that Talon do have.
They have very good heroes in order to delay the game, right? You've got the summons from your Lycan, you have the elusive Puck as well, against not the most like pressure on the map too, and against all these relocates, you can always just global. So Talon are gonna play the clock here.
Oh, they actually want to go on Dyrachyo. He's gonna snap the coil right off the bat. He has a lot of Dispel lifesteal.
I think you can do anything to this
I don't
man.
think so. So that's coil down. Biting off a little bit too much to chew for Talon. This stage of the game at least.
This guy has 2,500 HP, and the Vampire Fangs at this stage in the game, they matter a lot. I would assume, from Gaimin's side, they must be talking about speeding up the game. Take a tier 2, force the Roche, and continue to strike down.
Yeah, and I would assume a Silver Edge at some point will come for 23 Savage.
Yeah, probably
to break this bristle.
It's going to take a while more. He's just going to want other items. Looks like for now he's just going for the very classic Skadi. Skadi timing, and he's got the Satanic queued up next. And I must say that if Jams gets through this mid game, which currently not the best game on the Lycan, but still doing well, you offer a lot of aggressive potential against heroes like Bristleback, AC Aura, aggressive Howl with the minus armor as well. Makoto.
And he's spotted by the orb.
I just find a free kill.
Looks like he will, but a relocate is coming. Global silence
got
suspended
globaled.
to
He's
be able
fine.
to cancel that. All you can do to save your mid laner, you have to, or else he'll be very mad at you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Makoto
Tier
again.
1 tower pretty low as well.
There's a 404 right now on this puck. Makoto once again putting on a very kind of flawless performance so far. Wolfform was baited, or forced out rather. But Talon just staying close. And I gotta let you know, as I have 100% win rate already on Talon. If the game is even,
Gaben knows.
Gaben knows what's happening. But if the game is even, Lycan TB, mid to late game scaling is nasty.
Yeah. So you mentioned that Gaming Gladiators needed to have a sizable lead at about this time. They don't.
They don't.
They do have Aegis though.
Yes, it's like these
And they haven't
next
really tried to actually fight yet.
Yeah, the next couple minutes are incredibly crucial for them here, because even though they're not far ahead, you have the Aegis and the kind of position where if you can make a good play, you take these other towers and land a successful smoke, you will put yourself in a position where you want to be in. But Jams, he kind of understands the memo of the game. He goes Shard to help your team with the delaying of the game and everything. You have 23 Savage putting out illusions. Makoto looks like he might just go around and cut some more waves. So Gaimin, knock knock, the timer is gonna be closing on you.
And Dyrachyo and company trying to get another outer tower. This is gonna be the first tier 2. And even though it is 22 minutes, this is a lineup that definitely wanted to take one of these sooner. Putting this Aegis to good use, and we'll see if they even... It looks like they will keep going in this lane, knowing
like
that they
this
are on a
choice.
timer. Backdoor protection is there, though.
There's
So this
only
siege
one
comes
wave,
in.
because Makoto did skip the next one.
Yep, global in 20 seconds. First fortifications there. And you can see the push continuing in that bot lane by the Lycan. Always have to respect that.
Gaming are... I mean, it's a good choice to try and go high ground and force them back, but I like Talon's response. You cut the next wave. TB, of course, is always online on the map, as Jabs also gets the bottom tier 2 tower. So while you're 5-manning, Talon are getting more and more what they want. I still think Doratio is untouchable. You need to treat him like a Medusa. Because look at his damage. Jesus, get the hell out.
Makoto, he doesn't have an orb. Okay, he's fine. Let's not panic now.
You can see Doratio's strength.
Yeah, he just needs to catch up to people.
Ooh, they want to look for a play. I mean,
Talon want to fight. This is against the Aegis.
They
Very
find Tofu.
risky. Yeah, if you can get the supports, that's pretty big. Makoto doing a lot of damage.
Global's
to
gonna get global.
Global's there. Keep him at base. Jab's coming up. Doratio picks up pops his newly picked up BKB. The coil was expended just for the Shadow Demon. They will get him. It's only a 30-second death timer. It's so early in the game. So Global down, Meta down. Wolf
Lizard
down. Lizard down. Big reflection coming out from the side of Talon. They're actually going to try to fight again as the Bloodstone is activated. And look at the damage being applied to the backline on these supports and the Beastmaster. And Quinn just slowed to a crawl.
Oh, the
He's going to get sundered.
Sunder.
Telekinesis back. That's the Aegis. Feels like Gaming Gladiators just cannot group up at all right now. Quinn back up and running, but Makoto again on the sideline, on the back, just destroying Celery. Might be able to live thanks to this Crimson Guard.
You need to deal with
They
Makoto.
lost their Lycan as Celery and the supports trying to work against this annoying ass puck.
The tree.
Celery will get Waning Rifted mid-chain there. Telekinesis on to Ace. He's going to use his roar onto this terribly. Does not have Sunder.
Good
Quinn
force.
going to get helped out with that slow from Doratio. The Agnes after going to work, but the Splitter was stolen by Q. But they looks like they actually will be able to finally get some kills here.
What's happening?
And they're pretty damn valuable. It's going to be 3 kills now for Gaming Gladiators. They lose both their supports. That Crimson Guard coming in pretty damn clutch. But Makoto, again, continuing to push out these lanes.
Makoto killed like 3 heroes,
That's
I think. He killed Tofu twice in this fight. Celery once as well as his damage. Yeah, just a casual 7,300 damage on him. I thought Gaming even had to like back off and help out, but looks like they just get to chase down 23 Savage. Makoto's level though, kind of monka, up to 18 at 24 minutes.
He is absolutely destroying this game. I mean, that's a 3-level difference between him and Quinn. Of course, Quinn has had a little sidekick attached to him the whole game, but regardless. Now we're going to see some bigger items coming out from the side of Talon. I mean, what are the big power spikes for them to feel comfortable in this game?
Well, with how they've been fighting, honestly, whenever they get to go around and they get the supports with Makoto first, you go in with Lycan and Global. I think if they find the position to ignore Doratio, I think Talon's lineup is online.
Yeah, I think Makoto has just played brilliantly to the fact that he's been kind of separating these fights into 2 segments where it's just him and the supports and sometimes the Beast. And if you can isolate them, and this lineup is not nearly as powerful from the side of Gaming Gladiators.
There is an important timing though, like right now, you're still ahead with Gaming Gladiators and you understand and see that Makoto could go out of control. So Quinn is queuing up the Hex, which could be the like game changer to try and suddenly kill the 7-0 puck, but Makoto, he's played these matchups before. He knows Quinn has an ultimate orb, I need to buy this Lincoln, so both players kind of knowing exactly what they need to do in this game to try and help their team to win.
And Doratio working towards the Assault Cuirass.
Where's the important question, Shannon? Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Why did neither of them kill the Tormentor yet?
They're idiots.
Okay. Oh, God.
There's Tormentors in the game, for God's sake. Take it!
If you yell loud enough, they might hear you.
Yeah, that's true. Makoto. Oh,
whoa,
my God!
What
Doratio. Is he going to be able to get this kill? No. He pops his BKB, so ends up benefiting Talon. Another BKB charge down for Doratio, but my goodness.
Holy sheesh.
He can pack a punch.
Yeah, he nearly 2-shot that guy. So we have Gaimin who, you know, earlier I would say they maybe, I wouldn't say they scaled down, but they're getting a lot of key items once more. The pipe coming out on Ace, which will make it harder for Makoto to go in this backline and kill some of your supports. And also the AC on Doratio, which like, is just going to help them to play these longer and dragged out fights.
Yeah, recipe away for the AC.
As Jabs will look to get his team his own AC. The Hex completed. I think it's go time here for if you're Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I feel like it's been go time for a while now.
It's mega go time now.
Yeah, each minute that passes is favorable for Talon.
Torment time.
Yeah, 23 Savage and company. They're gonna group up. It's gonna be shard number 1 for Talon. Is it the save? No, it's the silencer one. I don't think that's the one
worthless.
they would want.
Yeah, I guess the in-steal is cool, but the aggressive effect of this we will not see until 50 minutes in this game when he will have a pirate hat, of course.
Yep. Of course, it does deny Gaming Gladiators the Tormentor.
There's aggressive Hawks right now as Gaming they really want this goddamn Mikoto kill with the fresh hacks here on Quinn.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one.
Can get him though.
Still not showing in the lane, but they actually are following him. There's a ward that's going to spot the Gaming Gladiator side. As Mikoto continuing to lead this chase and waste so much time for Gaming. Man.
Well, the Ranchu did get a mid tier too. As they think Mikoto even went for more, TPing Tofu over, but...
Oh, is it time?
It's not...
No, it's never time, apparently.
I mean, the Silencer, I wouldn't say that Silencer is like a counter to IO, but if there's not many fights going on and the map is being played like this, then Silencer feels very good, because every time they want to like relocate somewhere, you just global. I mean, Mikoto's just reading them like a book.
Yeah, he is.
Or is he? Yeah, he is.
He's playing as if he can see them on a mini-map! Oh, Tofu, so close. And now Shadow Blade there for 23 Savage. Once he can get that up to a silver edge, they can actually kill this big boy. The coil is there. It's actually going to force a rotation, but the Global Silence comes out to counteract the relocate.
They don't know about the silver edge. It's right there.
Wait, is it an actual silver edge or a Shadow Blade?
It's a completed silver edge, my bro.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, well, that is pretty scary for Gaming Gladiators. Quinn linked up, gets the sheep.
Good force.
23 Savage is going to be fine. Mikoto jumps in.
Dyrachyo, my bro.
Dyrachyo super low, forced to use his BKB.
This looks awkward.
Gaming Gladiators just cannot take a good fight to save their lives here. And their lives are on the line here at the Riyadh Masters. Mikoto again coming in with a beautiful Waning Rift. Ace and company now on the retreat, but the Scotty's going to slow him to the crawl. Jabs sitting in the back line just ready to eat up these supports as well. Looking for this opportunity now. It's 23 Savage starting to get low. And he get his Sunder up. No! Down goes the Terror Blade. Huge kill for Gaming Gladiators as Ollie's next on their list. Dyrachyo basically two-shotting heroes at this point. They find Q, but he's able to telekinesis himself to the low ground. Will they actually continue to chase this? Quinn! Split Earth? No. Sheepstick was on cooldown as well.
Not quite in time as the aggressive SD purge from Tofu, just not allowing 23 Savage to get forced out. So they get the second hex of the fight and they just clean him out. You can just see the power of these auras. They get to keep each other alive for so long. Crimson, Pipe, AC. Mikoto's gonna need a couple more items as this Pipe is really just blocking so much of this damage.
Yeah, they're gonna find a wild Beastmaster in their jungle.
He's got an Ogre Seal.
Here comes a relocate. No global this time because he's dead. Also
that is true.
Have global.
Cannot use global if you're dead.
Yet.
That's a very good point.
Might be the next buff for this hero. It's a horrible win rate in this tournament, by the way. Just atrociously bad. Like 30% or something.
It was actually that bad?
Yeah.
I mean, the hero still looks pretty damn solid in some of these games. Second Roshi is alive. As this just looks free for Gaming.
Yeah, I would consider this, like every Roche, an absolute requirement for Gaming to actually have a chance to win this game.
I must say, I like some of these items. The fact that Dyrachyo is also going for a Hex to give yourself like just... They know they need big boy items. Like you gotta go balls to the wall here, just increase your lead, try to keep pushing forward. You're gonna have a maybe even triple Hex as Ace is queuing up a third one.
Okay.
Take these pesky rats out of this map.
Jabs.
Mr. Jabbers!
Oh, he gets spotted, he gets sheeped, cancels the TP. Split Earth is there, he does have his ult. Will use it.
Oh,
gets telekinesis onto the low ground, he's be able to run away. Q in the meantime, they don't have any more disables for him. They were all used onto the Wolfman. And Talon get away again.
What a nice play.
They just cannot catch them ever.
They lifted him over while he's using the wolf form. He just gets to walk it off. Mr. Mikoto gonna continue to do what he does best, which is push in lanes and wait until he can get some good spell usage.
Man, Talon are actually playing so well. And they did, was it yesterday or the day before against Liquid? Day before, I think, right?
2 days ago, I think.
Yeah. I mean, they played exceptionally well in that series as well, despite the loss.
Well, they are carrying the SCA region. That is for damn sure. And they're doing a good job in this game to stay in it and kind of know what they have to play for. Game and want to continue to push forward, right? You've got the Aegis. You have at least one Hex. As Ace blinked up a... Ace picked up a Blink Dagger to try and help the map play.
Good effort. So did Celery, not Celery, did Tofu buy the shard himself? I guess so, because I would have noticed they took the tournament.
He had it queued up as we have a global... was it against the reload? It was against the relocate, Mr. Shannon. You are blind.
It's not on the screen. What do you want me to do?
Tofu,
Ace, Duraccio, all onto jabs right now. He doesn't have his ult for another 3 seconds. 23 Savage with a reflection. Not going to be enough to help out his brother in arms, but Makoto, he's not afraid. Pipe is going to block a lot of this damage. And now that Coil is down, is that an opening for Game of Gladiators? They have to blink now. So the cleanse is there from Tofu. It's kind of a weird, like, it feels like you need to pop it ahead of the global. Basically when, I mean, how would you actually use this? Because if you have like a Lotus Orb or something like that, it's like obviously a lot easier.
Incredibly hard. I think at this point he can't think too much about trying to pop it preemptively. I would say when he gets globaled, he just hopes that he can stay alive through the pipe. Unless maybe like when you go in and you blink hex them and they're gonna global, you can try to pop one on yourself, maybe like that. But I must say that Mikoto's game is not the easiest right now. Sure, he's split pushing and everything. But the auras, the pipes are making it harder. This is generally the time where Puck can fall off a little bit, as he needs like another set of items. Gaming Gladiators, though.
Final tier 2 is down for the side of Talon. And now the high ground defense will commence. 9K lead for Gaimin. Aegis on Quinn. Now we're going to see some big items now picked up. As the Sheep Stick from Duraccio, and now BKB finally picked up by 23 Savage, actually just in time. The Sheep onto the Silencer to start. Quinn getting in a bit deep, already at half
Does
HP.
Get purged.
Gonna walk it off. They see that the meta is pop, so maybe they just wait this out.
I mean, this is a pretty good disengage for them. I mean, they also don't have any waves left, so I'm not sure if they need to really linger here, as Mikoto, of course, did kill all of them. But 23, he popped the meta, and there's no call in this game to lower your timing, so this is 2 minutes for Gaimin, and you already had a hard time playing against their map.
They're gonna go mid and push this in for the time being. But, I mean, even Jabs has a shard, so it's like every lane, sometimes it's complete RNG, but these lanes will constantly get pushed.
Gaimin have 2 waves pushing in. They're gonna go knock on the high ground here on Talon, right? You have no meta, like the most important spell.
Yeah, meta down for 100 seconds, as now Duraccio can finally hit some buildings. He's going to get the first tier 3 of the game, and now focusing on these barracks. There's the fortification from Talon. Does that mean they're actually going to try to defend this?
I don't think they can. Jabs is going to try to do his best Psy impression here with the split push.
Okay, telekinesis onto Duraccio. He's apparently, he's going to get cleansed. And now Quinn is back in there. But the backdoor protection again.
The wave is coming.
The creeps continuing to get killed, and yeah, it does just a temporary thing there. So they do get the set of racks, and Gaming Gladiators finally able to do something. They lose their tier 3 in the top lane in the meantime, but feels like that's fine. The way that this game is going, they actually accomplished something. It feels like it's just so hard to push into this Talon lineup.
No, Gaimin are slowly doing very well in terms of like how the map is going. They're slowly pushing up the network lead, and they're getting all these items that just counteract how Talon want to play as Mr. Wolfman. Jabs just barely gets to scrape by there.
And Makoto, what's he going for next? The Octarine. So basically the most annoying items you could possibly think of. What would be the next most annoying thing?
He needs Octarine Overwhelming Blink, I think, as Mr.
Duraccio.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, easy pickoff. There's a buyback there from Q. But now the second tier 3 is in peril. Second lane overall as well, but 23 Savage, he finds a lone Celery. Glimmer's going to keep him alive while the cores are working on the base of Talon. This is going to be 2 sets of racks. They have the cheese. Looks like they'll just be able to get away. So no defense whatsoever from Talon. It's all about pushing the lanes.
I mean, all of this gold just keeps going into the bank of Gaming Gladiators here. Like, Quinn is getting incredibly fat. He's got a Shiva, he's got the Hex completed, 4,000 gold, and he's going to spend that on a Blink, so... Because he knows all Talon are trying to do right now is play a map that they want to be called, but you're going to have Blink Hex on 2 heroes very soon with Ace also getting his.
Yeah, and I think at this stage for gaming, a lot of it is about buybacks as well.
Gaming are just absolutely in the driver's seat. Even if a fight is to break out here, I'm
a little surprised that Talon didn't take that fight by the tier 2 for the mid lane. Because they had the buyback on Rubik. Everything was up.
Maybe it was too hard for them to try and get into position as...
And maybe it's go time now for Talon. SNY online for 23 Savage.
Well, if they can find Darachi here alone, which they probably will, as Willie is scouting him, and of course they can just global to relocate.
Oh, the courier.
He's too fast.
He's going to scout a bit as well. Rachio, the TP. Telekinesis cancels. Like the throw ball comes out, the break, but the instant BKB from Darachi.
That's a glyph. Relocate.
TPing to a creep. He's getting slowed to a crawl. Going to get nullified as well, but there's the link up from Celery. The coil comes out, and they're just going to destroy Lesh. Quinn is dead. Celery is next. A great fight for Talon.
Gaming.
A little bit of miscommunication there from G.Gladiators.
Oh, they got caught off there. Darachi thought he could push the lane and go back, but he could not as he just gets caught off.
And now Talon on the doorstep is Makoto. Doing puck things. Disruption to start. Just to get some of these illusions online. Actually doing a lot of damage to 23. Turning them against him pretty damn powerful. And I guess that's enough for Talon to have to back away.
Tofu's been having a pretty good game as well. Of course, Makoto's been trying to assassinate him the whole time around, but Blink, Glimmer, he's got the shard as well, the Psychic Headband on SD. So if he can just keep his range, is Darachi gonna pick himself up some 250 gold on his Centaur?
Darachi. No way to actually get this sheep off, or the Hex off, because of this Linken's.
He actually can trigger Linken's because he has an Aghanims. So
yeah, that actually works against him in some ways.
He's going to have to swap it out in the fight when he goes on puck to break his Linken's. It honestly could catch someone off guard.
Oh. Did he do it there?
He did not do it there. That was the Hex.
All right, using a very powerful item to pop the Linken.
I mean, ideally you don't have to do that, but it could be something that...
All right, so that's something you're going to have to pay attention to, right? That's your job.
Okay, I got it.
That one's going to be really hard to spot. That's pretty next level if you actually
that's nasty. Oh, Makoto's TPing bottom. They're setting up on him, though.
They are. Quinn and
Stolen
Celery looking
board.
to go for the Tormentor, but instead they're going to come into the bot lane. They get the sheep onto Q. They've gotten this kill before. Does he still have buyback? No, this time he does not.
No money. Overwhelming Blink will be next for Makoto.
Rat, rat, rat. All about delaying. I mean, it is 40 minutes in the game, but you are down 2 racks right now from Talon's perspective.
I mean, they need to do a really good job at ratting, because at this point now, if Gaimin ever get to your high ground, you're forced to fight. Like, there's no way you get to take 3 sets of racks while Gaimin only need to take 1. So you need to put up a defense on the spot. I would say this third Roche, at this point already, Talon need to talk about what they want to do about it. Because giving it up is, I don't think that's a choice. I think that might just be GG for Gaimin if they do get the third Aegis. It's going to make the high ground push really simple.
Yeah. And there's 5 minutes left of daytime, pretty much.
And the 25 talent on Darachi. It's a lot of damage.
Yep, he's a big juicy boy, some would say.
Indeed.
But yeah, this Roche will have Aghanim Scepter up in 12 seconds. And this will almost certainly turn into some sort of a Roche off as Quinn trying to go onto this puck.
They got a
super hard
Hex.
target. They pop the Linken's. They get the Split Earth after the sheep. But Global Silence comes out, and Makoto able to get to the other side. Illusory Orb to the other side of the trees. Actually expends his coil as well as Quinn continuing with the Post Nova, but can't get to the other side easily. Not as much mobility as this puck. And Makoto
will
is going to be spotted by the Hawk. Waning Rift, Illusory Orb. And Makoto is going to be able to get out, but
not
Quinn
Ollie
finds
though.
Some more targets. Both supports actually show up, and Ollie, he tries to TP out, will not be able to do so. Darachi in the mid lane, they see that Roche is up, and they will likely go for it, although 23 Savage.
Oh, they pinged him out. Quinn knows that he's there.
He's trying to pull a puck, pushing of the lanes and whatnot.
Oh, he has no TP for 30 if they catch him.
This would be so bad for Talon. 23 Savage is spotted. Linken's is popped there. The instant Hex. 23 Savage gets
Relocate.
Split Earth. 23 Savage, he gets off the Sunder, trying to do as much damage as he can. He's using everything to try to stay alive, but he is going to die. And that is meta down as well, no buyback.
Dyrachio's in the enemy base.
Enormous kill is Dyrachio. He got a full set of racks by himself, and now he's beating the shit out of the Rubik on the run. He's nullified right now. The BKB finally wears off. Will he actually stay alive? There's nobody else near him as Jab's continuing to chase as a wolf. Nullifier applied again. Jab's rethinking it now that he's in pathetic human form. And somehow Dyrachio not only gets a lane of racks, he lives, they kill Terrorblade, they get the third Roche.
I hate to break it to you, but he did not destroy any racks.
What do you mean?
They were dead already.
From what? That's right. All right, we're getting old here. It's been a long week. Doesn't matter. All right, he's doing great things, Kazu. All right, that's right. They took
well, that is
racks.
true. He made his
I literally watched them take 2 racks.
You're such a dumbass.
Why am I casting a
Let's
tier
go,
1
Gaimin.
Woo! Jesus. 23K lead for Gaming Gladiators. Aegis, Cheese, and who took the
Dyrachio's gonna kill the mid-ranks again, guys. Watch him, everyone.
Who took the Ags? Oh my goodness. The
It's a dirty one.
Purge.
I mean,
Aghanim Scepter.
It helps you quite a bit.
You can use it on 2 targets. I mean, the break isn't super
The break isn't
helpful,
really good in this game. You have the Dream called Pierce's immunity, but you're gonna... We talked about it earlier. They have double cheese as well. One on Io, one on SC. They have the Aegis on Lesh. And this next fight is... This might be one of the hardest fights Talon will have to take all tournament. Like this 25k down, you have 1 rack sub. You cannot split push anymore. Because Gaimin will just take megas. And they will not care if you're anywhere but in your own base.
Not showing any signs of slowing down. Tier 3 is dead. Racks are exposed. Remember that mid lane was taken first. In case you're just joining us. As Gaming Gladiators ready to get mega creeps. And this is going to be a really hard defense for Talon.
Okay, so meta got back up, but the Wolf form was just used. Luckily for Jams, they have Spell Prism, but still quite a hefty cooldown.
Yeah,
Mikoto's going to have to go ham.
Yeah, he's going to try. He's going to get the coil off, and they have to fight now. The 23 Savage popped that meta. He's going to get instantly hexed to Dyrachio. Good lift to save him. And the focus is on the supports, but the Crimson Guard keeping everybody safe and sound. And so much. I mean, they have 2 cheeses as well on the side of GG.
Are they just going to wait out the meta? Like, both the human transformation forms are pretty much used.
Yeah, Mikoto pushing out the mid lane, so Gaming Gladiators have to make sure that they can actually hit the racks. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of damage being done to the Bristleback. The Disruption comes out to save him as Quinn. He's taking a hefty amount of damage as well. Still has that Aegis intact, though. Remember that mid-racks is down, guys. Don't get confused.
Very important.
Savage, Lincolns.
Wait, he's losing meta in like 5 to 10 seconds, and the game didn't use shit yet.
They will probably go in now, I would assume.
I mean, they used
Quinn.
1 cheese.
Oh, he gets
23.
On 23 Savage, another great lift. And the Global Silence comes out. The Roar was actually stolen as well.
Oh, Mikoto with a clutch play. He Lincolns the Roar, and then they stole the Roar even though it wasn't really ever used.
Killing the wave again. Rax still available for the taking. It's 23 Savage trying to find in melee form. Pops his BKB. Not even doing that much damage though. The wolf form finally comes out and it's not back on line.
Thunder.
Ace getting super low. The nullifier party pulls the cheese and will live as now finally gets taken out. Celery what's linked up to him. He's going to buy back into the game now. 23 Savage getting lifted again. Barely going to survive, and now the buildings are in peril. They could just go for these buildings. Dyrachio has so much damage right now. 3 shots to range Rex. 1 remaining for Talon to defend. But they find it on the puck. Mikoto dies. Does have buyback, has to use it immediately. So they've used both cheeses, I believe, on Gaming Gladiators side, and they still have the Aegis for another 2 minutes. They get the bash on Mikoto accidentally. Lose your orb away, relocate to get some regen, I believe.
They're gonna come for round 2 as the Holy Locket Medallion, also the Martyrs played as well on Io. 30 seconds on the meta.
Yeah, you have to think that they will just focus on the melee racks now. 23 Savage,
it's gonna be a lift again.
He's already half HP, lift available for Q. Gets the Roar off though, the Stolen Roar used successfully. Nullifier now.
Sunder!
Onto Quinn, the Sunder comes out, but the buildings are gonna die to Dyrachio. That's mega creeps for Gaming Gladiators. Remember, Quinn still has the Aegis somehow. Jabs getting bashed up, but gets the Lycan farm. We'll be able to run away from the big fat pig. Dyrachio and company in very good position to push this to game number 3. Lots of damage being applied. There's the Abyssal Blade. Down goes the Silencer. Buys back for 23 Savage. That's the more valuable kill. It's effectively a dieback. 80 seconds. No buyback for 90 gold, actually. If they just go pick up a bounty rune, he could theoretically get back into the game.
All right, Mikoto, you know what to do.
Up
It's
the left,
bounty time. time.
The TP onto Quinn.
Still has the Aegis.
Aegis for another 30 seconds. As Dyrachyo.
Chop, chop.
Going on top of Ollie. This one would actually be a dieback.
Kill the courier. There we go.
Have the vision, though, as Quinn finds a sheep onto the Lycan.
Buyback on
Gonna
23.
connect. The Global Silence comes out. TB is available for the side of Talon. They're going to buy back on the Lycan instantly, and there's 23 Savage, the big bad Terrorblade, trying to save this game number 2 for Talon. They're going to find a
Mikoto with the bash!
Abyssal Blade after the Hex is enough to control the puck. 23 Savage with a nice Sunder, but he is outnumbered. Telekinesis number 100 coming out from Q, but it's not going to be enough. Ultra kill for Dyrachyo. GG's come out, and Gaming Gladiators will push this to a game number 3.
With the second ever Bristleback pick of the tournament, I feel like Bristleback haters, where you at? Because this hero looks pretty damn good. I love that they picked it to slow down this mid-game timing of Talon, shut down the jabs Lycan, as the Quinn Lash once again victorious, but overall, the Dyrachyo Bristle, I love what he was doing, especially when he killed the mid-racks 3 times.
I mean, this was a 48-minute, you and the panel made me believe Gaming Gladiators could not take this late game.
I mean, with
48 minutes.
With the map control and their itemization, honestly, the itemization was very important. The earlier hex on Quinn, the later hex on Dyrachyo, and the way they played in the mid-game. I do think Talon were on a good trajectory in this game, but then 1-2 missteps, which would just blow your game wide open for Gaimin.
And I made everybody believe that the Tormentors are really important. Obviously not the case. Useless objective for everyone. But Gaming Gladiators, yeah, they look good from the start, but I mean, at 20 minutes, it was a very even game.
Yeah.
Talon definitely extended this super nicely. They played really well, but then just a couple mistakes towards the end of the game ends up hurting them as Gaming Gladiators take game number 2.
Game 2 for Gaming Gladiators. Of course, it was written in the stars that we will be going to a Game 3. Talon Esports, they had a bevy of good heroes. They had the Terrorblade for 23 Savage yet again. But yet again, Faith Beyond, last pick Bristleback at this tournament, gets another victory.
Yeah, it looks incredible. Like, they just keep running to Talon, and they make no space for Terrorblade to farm. I mean, normally we see in a game like Terrorblade will always stay on top net worth, no matter the team is lost or win. And at this game, there's no chance for Terrorblade for stay at top net worth.
Unfortunately not, and of course we do get to see a victory coming out from this Leshrac strategy from the Gaming Gladiators lineup. For Stormstormer, one of the things I always prefer seeing when a team has the IO is not when it's just playing with the IO Lesh, but when it has an additional partner. And it seems Gaming Gladiators have clocked onto that strategy here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think the Lash this time worked much better than lane. Of course, he dominated mid really significantly, also because of some help from the supports. But as you mentioned, I think IO Bristleback was really one of the keys to this game as well. We, on panel, we had no idea what they're going to last pick on Gaimin for this Lycan lane. And the Bristleback, it worked out super well. It took down the Lycan's tower by himself. It took over the enemy ancient area and everything, and it applied so much pressure. I think this Dyrachyo Bristleback did so much.
Yep, it did so much, ending the game 13-1-6 here. They had so many issues on the side of Talon. They needed, you know, sometimes you have these Bristleback games where it feels like the enemy team needs a billion items to deal with them. And they tried. They had the Nullifier, they had the Silver Edge, they had the AC, but by the time they get all these items, Bristleback is also just way too strong to kill.
And that's why I like this pick a lot, because if you were going to go carry-to-carry matchup and you pick something else, it probably wouldn't have this timing where you can just frontline with Quinn, help in the game here. And to me, the jabs Lycan, it didn't do what they wanted it to do. I didn't feel like the supports are threatened at all in this game, and they were able to just, like, sure, they extended it for some time, but Dyrachyo, he got so farmed. Quinn having a much better early game as well made this game much more competitive. And this is the first time in a while now where I see where you can confidently pick like a timing-based lineup, we'll call it, without a hard carry, and it looks good. It looked really good here.
Fabian, what do you think went wrong for the Lycan that didn't allow him to play on the map and just keep killing these supports like you want him to?
I think it's just gaming. They keep playing at the ball, and also they keep pressure to make pressure to Talon too fast, and so Lycan and TB, they don't have like enough net worth to deal too much damage.
And from your perspective, Stormstormer, Mikoto on this puck, it felt like he just got to this point in the game where his only role was to like cut waves. He couldn't really involve himself in the team fights.
Yeah, I think his early game got really slowed down once again. Like I think it was Tofu on the SD who came to a water run on 4 minutes. Things like this really matter if the Pucks team does not send a support to water run, and then things just got rolling. I think the game really snowballed from there, and I think honestly Mikoto played really solid Dota and did the best that he could, but he already had a net worth deficit to do enough on the map, and he had a losing, like a very crushed offlane. I think like the Lycan Bristleback matchup, it mattered so much. You as Puck, you cannot touch this Bristleback here. You just cannot threaten him, so your options are really limited. But I think they strike back like pretty well. I think Gaming was 5k net worth ahead in something like 10 minutes, and they strike back and actually made a comeback already. But then later they had some timings where they missed opportunities to a finishing blow.
Yeah, what do you think, Fear? Because there was that one moment where they found themselves getting some decent kills bottom, and they try to go for that push onto the racks, right? At the time, there was no Roshan to take a hold of. Could they have done anything to try and maybe control more of the map at that moment in time?
I think it's really hard because they did get those couple kills. Quinn TP'd into that right away, right? Then he ended up dying to the meta on TB. And there's a lot of really close fights here, but I think for me, Tofu, another unsung hero here, where I think this TB did hit like critical mass at one point in the mid lane, got the disruption on the Terrorblade and the Metamorphosis with the Purge. That was pretty much ends up solo killing him there. And it kind of goes back to the point where like Talon, their draft, they were too scared of this Bristleback, I feel, even though it was very scary, don't mind you. But like, I just feel like this Lycan did not kill his support. So like, if this hero would die, so Savage felt like he could go in without getting disrupted, maybe this would be a little bit different. But unfortunately, it just didn't happen at the end of the day.
Well, we have an example of how scary this Bristleback wound up being in Game 2 here for our STC play. Let's take a look, because here, unfortunately, 23 Savage a little bit overextended all by his lonesome, but the main thing here, Stormstormer, look where the Bristleback is. His team is all for killing 23 Savage, and he's like, you know what? I feel like I'm gonna go push the base all by myself.
This is a classic Iratio. This reminds me of one of the interviews that Ace gave during the Lima Major. He said about Iratio, he doesn't know what's going on with this kid. Like at some point he just goes freaking crazy and just does random kills on the other side of the map. You don't know what's going on. I feel like this moment pictures it so perfectly. Like they just killed the TV, they can already be happy. Then the camera moves, all of a sudden you see the Bristleback in front of your force running in this Rubik. And like he just even goes for this kill and gets out. Like super clutch moment. I think it can look bad if the Iratio dies here, but man, like stuff like this, you know, the plays like these are probably a reason why this team is winning so many tournaments at the moment.
Yeah, if there's any other team in the world right now, everyone's like, back. But if it's Dericho, Faith Pian, you're like, that's fine. Normal day at the office.
Yeah, he's just chilling.
You used to play with a fairly aggressive carry player in your team. Did you ever stress when you saw Ame making these kind of aggressive plays?
No, I think it's fine. Like, good carry players always know what he's doing. Yeah.
Well, Dericho is certainly one of the best carry players in the world right now, and that's going to guarantee G.Gladiators a third game here in this top 4 matchup. The loser goes home top 4, still aside, it's cool, but the winning team gets themselves into the top 3. TALON Esports, we saw them not necessarily being able to pick up that Undying, and more Fear, I'm convinced that this is the hero. We saw Terrorblade again, you know, Medusa wasn't necessarily involved in this game whatsoever, but just that one key ban of the Undying feels like it changed everything for gaming.
It definitely did, and I think the Elder Titan ban too in the second phase was pretty big. Just taking away these big team fighters against the, you know, you're a team like gaming. Sometimes you want to pull out the IO Leshrac, you want to play really quick. We saw in game number 1, they tried with the Bloodseeker, just wasn't the right hero for the game. Went in for the Bristleback, which was the right hero for the game. They seem like they want to punish these greedier teams, and it's a lot harder to punish an Undying, so just get it out of the game, and I feel like you can hit your timings a lot faster.
Well, they hit their timings at the correct moments in this game for gaming, and that gives them an opportunity to still enter into the final day here at Riyadh Masters. Before we enter into our third game though, we are here being very happy to witness these games. We also have a bunch of members in the audience who are both witnessing the games and having a little bit of fun with Jenkins. So let's send it over to him to hear what's going on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. What a game. We're going to another game 3, of course, as usual here. I'm with...
Namasu.
And?
Hassan.
And they're from the crowd. My man is the Arabic Odie Pixel, as he's called himself.
Yeah. Okay, Odie Pixel, yeah. I prefer Sunsven, but yeah.
And we're giving him a chance to cast on the English stream. And what is he going to cast? We're going to do a rock, paper, scissors. Loser has to do 2 push-ups, and we're going to have him cast this in Arabic to see how it goes. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. We'll do a best of 3, all right?
Wait, did we agree with casting in Arabic?
Yes.
On the stream? On the English stream?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Okay. عندنا جينكنز الآن رايحين. اوكي نو يا لازم نروح على طول سريع كذا ونشوف الآن، وبالفعل راح يكون الراوند الأول رايح. في مطالبات الآن، مطالبات جدا كبيرة، ونروح نشوف الإعادة راح تكون ناجحة بالفعل. اوكي 1-1 نشوف الآن التعادل موجود. اوكي عندنا خاسر، والخاسر الآن راح يحاول يناقش ولا لا 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 لا, لا. كذا على طول 2 بوش اب، 1 2 أوي والله جينكنز عنده سكيلز والله.
And that is it. This is the last Phil segment of the day. It's 1 a.m. guys. All right, thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Hopefully, we get a game 3 that is just as hype as your casting, my friend. And back to the panel.
At this point, I'm convinced Jenkins is just finding excuses to do push-ups, but you know, it's working out for him. Mans looks beautiful in his new body. Of course, the game was beautiful for Game 2. Game and Gladiators looking very solid. Hoping that Game 3 gives us a little bit more excitement. Game 1 was a bit more back and forth, a little bit closer. I want something more resembling that. I don't like these drafts, Stormer, where it just feels inevitable that one team wins. And that's what Game 2 felt like at times.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious. Like, now it's Game 3. Game invented the IO Lash stuff again. I feel like this versus back really fitted so freaking well. If that hero wouldn't have gotten picked, it could have been dicey. But now, once again, we will change. We have a coin flip for the 3rd game, right? Who's going to choose a picking order, everything. They have to do final adjustments. It's getting late. Gaimin also has to think about fatigue. We have to remember they played, oh, not Gaimin, sorry, Talon. They played against 9 Pandas earlier today, so it's getting tired. So let's see how they can perform in this last match. Now it's fatigue, it's draft adjustments, it's like getting into the right mindset. They just have to like get everything together.
We see them getting ready right now, having a discussion outside of the arena. Faith Beyond, since they lost Game 2, do you think if they have the option, they should still go back for the first pick?
I mean, this Game 2 is a huge advantage for gaming right now because they win the game with IO again. So now the problem is TALON. Should you like give IO or should you keep trying same strategy, or they should make some change right now, and they have some like pressure on draft.
Well, we're going to be seeing exactly what ends up happening here for this 3rd and decisive game. Let's assume that Gaimin have first pick instead of the 2nd pick they've enjoyed so far. If that is the case, how do you think they should be opening up their draft?
Just IO again, if it's in the pool, right? So IO, Undying, Brood. One of those.
Just one of the cheese heroes?
I mean, they're just good on all 3 of them. You're going to end up giving them one of them. They did like Timbersaw for some time, but they've kind of strayed away from it. So yeah, just Brood. They can play it either an offlane. Ace is great on it, but Darachu's been showing he can play it. IO, they've proven they'll first pick it. Go ahead and take the Lesh if you want. They'll take the Razor. And then Undying. Just a great first pick hero. You can pick whatever hard carry you want on 8 and feel good about it. So I think they're a team that's in prime position to be a first pick team as well.
That makes things a lot more difficult for Talon Esports. Want to see how they approach this new draft. One of the things that they did Game 1 that worked really well is the Ember Spirit middle. Stormer, Puck didn't necessarily work out. You mentioned the reasons that like he's not that good in lane. They had a lot of rotations that ended up having a harder game for him or causing the game to be difficult. Game 3, if you're Makoto right now, what are you asking for your coach to pick for you?
So out of first pick, it's always harder when you're 16, 17, honestly. The mid lane hero pool is much... Okay, it's different because they see IO Lash, he knows his matchup. But in theory, like, it's always easier to pick the hero when you have 2nd pick because you can see your matchup. Let's see if this happens again, of course, with IO Lash. I think the theory, right, the Puck pick is like these because the Ember Spirit, of course, got banned. It was probably just his next option. And they drafted so cleverly with gaming that they took the SD, which would block the Windrunner, which is like a really comfortable for Mikoto. So honestly, it's hard to tell. I think honestly that the Puck and the Ember, they both look like decent. I think he shouldn't be too sad about what happened. I can see him playing one of those 2 heroes again, like even the Puck. If things go slightly different, I don't think that was the only issue. But I just hope also that we see a different drafting order. I want to see how these teams figure out like what happens if all of a sudden Gaimin has first pick and what is going to happen with them.
Faith Beyond, something else I want to see Jab on a more teamfight hero. In this game, I think one of the issues sometimes with Lycan, if he falls behind, you can't always feel his influence in the game. So maybe, do you think maybe they go for like some Dark Seer, Tide Hunter for the side of Talon to make sure they have teamfight options?
Maybe, but I think offlaner in this draft, especially for TALON, is no like such high, like they don't want to pick it too early. Actually, I think teamfight is about support. For TALON, their teamfight post 5 is only have Silencer, ET, and Undying. So I think this is maybe more crucial for them. Maybe they should try to get ET earlier because they don't play Phoenix 5. I think if it's Quest, then it's perfectly fine. But for TALON, they need to get the support earlier, I think.
That's actually a good point because we did see the ET ban, and Fear, you were a big fan of seeing that hero removed from the pool. And we got to see the influence of it, right? No one dying, no ET means the lane is not nearly as good of a start for 23 Savage.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's more than just the lane. Of course, it's important. Like, you can run these silencers, these whatever you want in the safe lane. It's never going to have the same effect, for sure. But what they're really lacking in that game is having that extra teamfight ability, which Undying and I think ET in a lot of ways can do it, especially if you are on the side of town. Ollie loves that hero. I would want them to first pick that hero, honestly. And then later on in the draft, if they still want to play this hard carry style on 8, just pick the Faceless Void then. And now you have your combo, you have your team fight, you have your strong laning. You can try and replicate what you had that was good in game number 1.
Well, we'll be seeing exactly what happens here in Game 3 as the teams are setting up right now to get into this third and decisive game. Of course, right now the advantage and the momentum is in favor of Gaming Gladiators. Stormstormer, we've been here so many times, man. Way too many times. At this point, it is really feeling like what Tsunami said the other day is plot armor. How on earth are you supposed to deal with this? If you're Talon Esports, aren't you just like, oh my god, now what? Really, we thought we had the answer to their best strategy.
I mean, what you should mainly focus on is just, in the end, still yourself. You should do small adjustments and everything. Like, you should look at the enemy's draft and what they're doing with their IO Lash. But I think they shouldn't be desperate. They shouldn't be like, oh man, we almost had them, now they got momentum again, now game 3 is gonna be hard. They shouldn't think like that. They were 5k behind a minute 10 and they came back, they killed this Lash like 2 or 3 times. They did good plays. In the end, it's just like, these teams are really playing top Dota, both of them. And if one of them is playing a little bit cleaner or has like a little draft advantage, it makes all the difference, as you could see in game 1. It can be any adjustment. It can be the ET on 5 that Feared suggested I like a lot. They could also go to the 8 do sub back again because it was actually the pool, right?
Yeah.
But Savage was just feeling like, oh, I want TV again. They can do so many adjustments. They can also maybe even pick Mikoto on 8 and ban 3 heroes for him. This is what is going to be just interesting now, what they're going to decide outside and what they're going to feel like. And of course, if the drafting order is going to be the same.
Yeah, the drafting order is going to be interesting. Another hero that we saw being left completely alone in the first phase Fear was Snapfire. Completely ignored. It was in the pool at the time. We've seen this hero falling off a little bit in the playoffs, but has it fallen off to the degree where it's worth ignoring in the first phase when it's available?
Depends what team you're on, because Quinn has made it very clear he doesn't want to play that hero in the mid lane, even if it's available. Then it comes down to, is that the hero Makoto wants to play against Quinn? If both teams really prioritize this as like a first pick hero and both mid laners want to play it, it'd be a different story. But I think in this matchup, Snapfire is just not the hero to be looking at. I think neither of these teams are really going to put high priority in it.
Well, we're going to see if there is going to be any Snapfires, if Makoto's going to play his Ember Spirit again. If Talon Esports are going to stick to just banning out the Broodmother and the Storm Spirit, giving away the IO Lash, which has been difficult for many teams to deal with here at the Riyadh Masters. Well, technically they've only played it twice right now, but overall in 2023 it's been quite hard for teams to adjust and deal with this particular strategy. I also want to see from the supports, I want to see something that can at least utilize Twin Gates a little bit more. Because that's where it feels like when Talon look very good, they feel the best when they can make early movements. And in this game, Faith Beyond didn't seem like they could make those moves as well as they have in other games throughout the tournament.
Actually, last game they tried. 23 Savage just came through the gate with level 6 Terrorblade. But also gaming, they put all heroes to defend this bottom tower, so they didn't work.
That's actually a very good point, Stormstormer. We don't see that all that often when teams make that early rotation. Normally, like, your mid laner might come defend, maybe your off laner, but everybody, the entire squad just showing up and say, you will not get this tower, it's fairly rare to see in Dota 2 right now.
This is not, bringing numbers at the current moment is actually what in my opinion, differs a good team from a very good team. Like, you want to be effective, you want to farm as much as possible. At the same time, you don't want to overcommit. But the good teams know when they have to bring that one more number. That's also what I think about gaming gladiators. What makes them really good is that they have really active cores which are not afraid to connect. Like, the Ratio is maybe, not sure if you guys have better examples, really one of the most active carries ever. He just joins fights really often. It's really sacrificial. That's why I also like something like IOLED works with them super, super well. They just bring numbers at the correct moment when they have to. And they, many times because of that, just outnumber the enemy by 1 hero or something, and that can make the difference.
Speaking of numbers, Fia, one of the things that Gaimin does, I think, better than any other team in the world, is when they isolate one item being good, they don't build it once. If they want a Hex in the team, they build 3 of them. If they want a Lotus, they'll build 4 of them. If they want Lincoln Sphere, they'll build multiple ones. So talk to me about this. Like, how do you know in a game when you need multiple of a singular item to deal with the enemy team?
Well, it's going to vary from game to game, but I remember doing like an interview with Celery once, and we asked that similar question of like, how do you guys decide who buys what? And he kind of answered it for me, and he was like, they just have a nice little chat before the game on what items are going to be good for this game, who's going to buy what, specifically the Aura games, and they probably did the same thing in this game. It's like, there's a puck in this game, there's a Terrorblade, having the lockdown is super important here, so a lot of them just put high priority in. One of the best lockdown items in the game in the Hex, so they decided 1 wasn't good enough, they needed to get 3 of them, and it worked out.
That's always hilarious to me when I see that. It's annoying sometimes when I see them buy like, or they get the same neutral item. There's been many games at this tournament that have like 4 Ninja Gears, 4 Trickster's Cloaks, or what have you. It's very difficult to deal with when you are on the enemy side of the map. But of course, in this game, they made the correct decision. They won out the game. So Talon Esports, it's on them. The onus is theirs. One thing that's also interesting here is the fact that they are representing an entire region. And right now, if Gaimin win, there's still another Western European representative. There's still an Eastern European representative in the grand finals already. But for Talon Esports here, Stormstormer, they're carrying Southeast Asia on their back. In fact, they're kind of carrying Asia in its entirety on their back right now.
That is true. That is true. Because China this year, I don't really know what it is, but maybe Faith, you can give me insight. China this year is like looking a bit shaky, right? It's like always looking like decent after groups, but it's not going like they're not going super far. And to be honest, after groups, like we had Aston in our group, I thought they looked super strong. Like they had some really solid drafts, and like Sumail was popping off so much in Aster. Like I thought this team was actually gonna maybe win this thing. But yeah, as you said, now Talon is yeah, basically carrying the entire back of not only Southeast Asia, but full Asia on him.
What do you think, Faithbjorn? Like, what's happening with China? Because a lot of the teams look good in the groups. Extreme Gaming looked good at the beginning. So did Aster. Kind of LGD was in the middle. Okay. Why weren't they able to carry that momentum into the playoffs?
I'm not sure. I'm not the coach of Chinese team. I think it's just other team play better. It's just play better.
I've been saying this since 2022 that Talon is the best team in Southeast Asia. They have been for some time now, and I thought they were going to do really well last TI, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. But they came in, changed their roster up a little bit, and this year they're looking even better than they did last year. And I think it's going to be this way for a while. If they stick together, it's going to be hard to find a group of 5 players this individually skilled from that region that also have chemistry.
Chemistry is very important to make sure you have a good Dota team. Stormstormer, you've actually, in the last couple of years, you've made a lot of changes inside the teams you've played with as well. What do you look for when you're trying to make sure that you have maximum chemistry? How do you identify which player is going to fit from that perspective, not just in skill?
I think just a lot of communication. I think it's just really important that you get to know the other person as well in the beginning. Like, just talk to them a little bit, know about their personalities, what they think is important in Dota, if you have the same view outside of Dota, inside of Dota, and how they feel about like how you should work together. Do they also enjoy watching replays as much as you do? Do they think like talking with others is really important, or are they really rather like people who like to deal with stuff by themselves and everything? Like this kind of stuff just has to work out, I think. And to me personally, like of course a person first of all has to be good, it has to be skilled, he has to be motivated, he needs to have all these individual traits that just make him like a tier 1 player. But then just also talk to him, see like if you have like a good understanding, if you can like, I don't know, have some funny talks and everything, so have the chemistry work outside as well. It's just, if both these things just click, then usually it works out.
Fear, what's your perspective on this, having played on a lot of teams over the course of your career?
I think the people you play with have to just not annoy you. I think that's going to be the #1 thing. Like, if you're playing with someone and there's something that they do that bothers you, over time it'll eat up on you and it'll cause like resentment. And so it's very important to be open, right, and talk about problems and being able to just be able to diffuse issues as they happen instead of letting them bottle up. And of course, you want to play with people that you trust him too. I think that's a big one where you, like, I mean, when I played carry, for example, like, I needed to trust my mid laner if I was having a bad game that he's got my back. But if that trust wasn't there, or if there's any sense of doubt, things will just go bad really fast. So I think just trusting your teammates and really enjoying playing with them and knowing they got your back is one of the biggest things for me.
In your Faith Beyond, you've obviously you had some amazing teams that you played with in the past. How do you handle conflict in a team when these issues Fury is talking about come up?
Conflict. I think conflict is a very normal thing in the team because you want improve. If you care tournament, if you care this team, you will have conflict. So it's just everybody trying to like make improve, trying to understand each other. Then conflict is fine.
I mean, sometimes you do have to raise the stakes, make things a little bit difficult for one another in order to get better. You don't get nothing in life that is worth having comes easy. You need to make sure that you fight for it, that you grind it out, and ensure that you get the best results out of it. And also, don't take things too personally. I'm talking to you, especially carry players. Don't take things too personally. You know, if I'm alive right now, I haven't planted your ward. Relax, chill. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. You know, don't flame me after the game. That's not personal at all. You know, y'all know what you're talking about though.
Who's taking it personally now?
Yeah, he was landing. Was like, okay, boss. All right.
Going into this third and decisive game, one thing that I also really want to see is these teams play without pressure at all, right? Game and Gladiators, of course, have spoken about the fact very openly that they're playing with no pressure because they're not supposed to be here in their own opinion. Tundra game, they win, magic will happen, magical comeback. Even the BB series, kind of a weird game, phenomenal situations happening. At this point, no matter what happens, you know, Quinn might have been saying, guys, just chill, there's no pressure, but aren't you starting to feel a little bit of mortal Snowstormer? That you keep clutching out these games. You have to start believing that you can beat anybody right now.
I mean, of course, Quinn is saying like he doesn't like he's not feeling pressure and everything, and like it's more relaxed because Tundra is out. But in the end, everybody cares in games like these. Like it helps a bit, but I mean they're still playing for high stakes and they're doing their best. But nobody can like be full chill. I think at the moment like this is it's only human, to be honest. But yeah, as you said, I also just want them to play like they should focus on just enjoying themselves as well and not getting like too much pressured. I hope that like, for example, not Mikoto saying, oh, I fucked up there too much, or like some 23 Savage is like, I'm sorry guys, I fucked up this time. Fuck that. I'm sorry for my tone of voice. You know, put all that stuff away, you know, just, you know, have each other's back, have a good time, you know, pat your team buddy on your back and just go next draft, you know. Be in this together, be a unit. I'm sure all of them are gonna do this. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't be in the top 4, you know. Make sure that you're like all in good. Nobody's feeling bad going into the third game at almost 1 a.m. This is like, I think, the most important thing. And just generally enjoy yourself that they get the opportunity to play in this online tournament. And I myself, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. I hope that just TALON gets the third win here. Because I just think they deserve it so long. They've been doing so good in Lima Major, and they have shown they got the stuff to do it. I just want them to like push on and be like, you know, let's get this win going.
We haven't had a Southeast Asian team in the finals of a major tournament in quite some time. So it certainly would be refreshing to have TALON Esports make the full climb into the grand finals. Before we get there though, whilst we're still loading up the lobby, we're going to be having a quick word from Jenkins and Tsunami, who are in the arena interacting with the audience. Gentlemen, what's going down on the ground?
Hey guys, coordinator's down again. Of course, as Dota 2 players, we are used to such things, but it's okay because we have games. This is going to be a version of the Rorschach test. Do you guys know what a Rorschach test is?
Not really.
No.
It's the ink blot test. Have you ever seen that where it's like an ink blot? You know, a psychologist, you know, is there, and then you're like, oh, that's a butterfly, and then the psychologist is like, you have clinical depression. That's what this is, except this is a simpler version. These are two-tone images. I want you guys to guess who it is or what it is in the image that Vanna White, Tsunami, is going to be holding here. So we can look at the first image, and this will be Dota players or Dota heroes, something Dota related. And the crowd can also play in their minds in the chat. So do you guys have any idea who this is?
Yes, it's a pro player, and he's one of my favorite player. That's Seb for me.
Tsunami? Or sorry, Vanna? That is Seb, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, shout outs to Seb, shout outs to OG. Coming back one more time, one last ride, as he always claims, and we'll move on to the next one. Do you recognize who that is?
Gladiator.
Ace from Gaming Gladiators.
I think it's Ace.
When you see it, you're not going to be able to unsee it. I'll give you a hint. He plays Pudge. It's not Ace.
Oh, Pudge.
He's from the Eastern Europe region.
Pure.
Pure.
It's Pure.
It's Pure, that's right. The crowd is also yelling. That is Pure, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Back when he was a young boy and didn't play Dota, and he was truly pure. All right, let's look at the next one here. Thank you. Who is that, ladies and gentlemen? The two guys standing next to me, I mean, not the crowd. They're yelling names.
Mickey.
Mickey from Liquid.
That is not Mickey. The crowd's got it right. It's Toronto, Tokyo, ladies and gentlemen. This is a cheating one because he hasn't had that haircut for a while. So I kind of selected one that was, once again, that is back when he also was pure. That might have been pre-TI. So back when he was, not tarnished by all the Dota pubs. Okay, let's see. What do we got next? Tsunami or Vanna? Who is this, ladies and gentlemen?
That's Boss Gaben. Gaben.
That is Lord Gaven himself on his billion-dollar yacht, ladies and gentlemen. One of these teams is walking out of here today with that yacht. Gaben has given up that as a prize. That's not true. Please don't sue me. And then do we have a final one? I think we have a final one here. Let's see. Okay, this is a hard one. I intentionally made this one very hard because I think it's the last one. What do you guys think? Yeah, you can think about it for a bit. Everybody in chat is spamming what the hero is. I just ruined it. It's a hero. That was my bad. Shouldn't have said that. Somebody said Huskar. Is that Night Stalker, Huskar? Somebody said, you said
Ursa.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
What about you?
He has a horn, so that would be Magnus.
Magnus, Shadow Demon, Ursa. Okay, I will give one more hint. One more hint. It is arguably Pure's best hero.
Pure.
Doom.
That's right, it's Doom! It's Doom, ladies and gentlemen. That is Doombringer. That's a set. Go buy that on the Steam Community Market. This person paid me to advertise this. Just kidding, that didn't happen. But that is quite the nice set. It's like $40 or something. That's all the time that I had to print off pictures, unfortunately. Thank you for joining me. Thank you. I guess we can do a small kind of interview. Who are you cheering for out of these two teams when the game finally starts?
Gaming Gladiators.
Okay, how about you?
Gaming Gladiators.
All right, who's your favorite player on Gaming Gladiators?
My boy, Deracho.
Okay, how about you?
I always watch Queen on Twitch, that's why.
Okay, how about you, Vanna?
Execration.
And back to you at the panel.
Thank you very much, Jenkins, for the Rorschach test. Fear actually got quite a lot of them happening there, so...
Just one.
No, you got, I'm trying to hype
I
you
got
up,
all
man.
of them, actually.
Yeah, you got all of them. That's fine. That's all good. Unfortunately, though, we still have coordinator updates, as Jenkins was mentioning. It's been a rough day in that regard, but that does mean we're going to be taking a very small break. So when we return, the draft of Game 3 will be live. $1 million matchup almost will be live once more, and we'll be having the matchup that determines our final entrance into the top 3 right after a small break. Talon Esports, Gaming Gladiators, Game 3 coming very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I think my signature hero would be Morphling. I think I have the most games on it in my career and highest win rate among those heroes. So I think Morphling.
Tomato, full HP, full strength, and incredibly tanky.
I like the idea of humans trying to achieve perfection but never achieving it and still striving for it. I think Morphling really embodies that, where you'll never be the best morph. There's so many good morphs. And I have like 1,000 morph games and I still have to keep practicing the hero. I don't remember my first Morphling game. I remember against 9 Pandas, Dream League this year.
They got him, Morphling. Dragged down to half HP
He's
straight
shifting.
up, but he's shifting, he's BKB'd and he's into Magnus mode, skewers across 2 heroes, Ramsey's Kiyotaki in trouble.
I feel like the game was really hard. My team wasn't doing so well after lanes and they had this counter pick on me, which was a Varong at the time. I told my team, guys, I'm gonna kill them all. And then I just like 3v1 them, 1v4 them. I was just very confident. Anything that did me Morphling. I guess we're both kind of chill, you know, we kind of flow, go with the flow of the water. and we're also able to morph into the situation that we're in.
My signature hero. That's not a easy one since I switched roles so many times. I did have a lot of fun with Wind Ranger. Maybe I keep the Wind Ranger. I specifically enjoyed the skill shots about Wind Ranger. I feel like you could look at like a failure, like a non-factor, or you could look like the best hero in the team fight. If I think of like performances on Wind Ranger in the Stockholm Major, I think our first stage game, if I remember, was against Thunder Awaken. They were very strong.
Still they can turn for more. Yuragi, he's in straight away on top of Panda as the Pugner has to run. Shackle,
Pakazi's shackled.
The Gale Force as well, blowing back Pakaz over towards Yuragi. He'll get the stun in. Rift as well, dragging him back there in onto the void. Whooping forward, Shackle again, Step, locking them down. Thunder Awaken, everybody's dead.
This was the first stage game, so I was like, finally. And I played Wind Ranger, and I felt like I played really, really well this series. Had a lot of impact. And then it got me going. So I remember that series in particular close to my heart. Yeah.
Okay, my signature here would easily be Invoker. What I really like about Invoker is just basically the entire skill set, the entire concept that you mix your own spells and that he just basically has more spells than other heroes. It seemed super, super cool and it seemed really, really complex. So basically in the beginning, he has a big advantage. Oh, he has 10 spells.
Got him. This is huge. This is everything. Second round disarm. Tries to keep him alive, but not gonna happen. Did not have his BKB out and ready, and losing those two. Oh, EG.
And I've always played like spellcasters in video games, so everything came together.
We have a spellcaster on our panel. We have spellcasters in the game of Dota, and fortunately, we have Game 3 of TALON Esports taking on the Gladiators. As we get into this draft, top 4 is already guaranteed, but they want top 3. They want the finals day of the Riyadh Masters, and of course, they want an additional $500,000. Let's find out which team will grab their destiny here as we enter the third and decisive draft. Game 3, baby. Not much is changing. First pick on the Dire side for TALON. Second pick, Gaming Gladiators on Radiant. If we could know who actually won the coin toss and who selected what, that would be great. However, the big change up, TALON Esports have decided to not ban out the Storm Spirit. They leave it in the pool. They take out the Ayo instead. Spirit has been broken here. Finally, they say, you know what, let's just get rid of it.
Yes, it has, and I think that's fine. Make an adjustment here. I'd like to see Elder Titan as the other. This one's okay too, actually, because they love their Terrorblade, they love their Medusa, they love their Faceless Void. You know, it's a good combo, Snapfire, Faceless Void. If Gaming Gladiators don't already pick an offlaner here, that makes it uncomfortable to play Void here. I would be okay with that as well. It gives you that good team fight combination, which I think in the last game they were really lacking. Maybe Silencer, Rubik supports, super defensive. I want to see more aggression.
All right, let's see how Gaming responds here. What would you like to see, Stormstormer, as a response from Gaming Gladiators since they cannot get the Io Lash?
Well, the obvious one would be the Keeper Storm that is coming up now because Io, like that was what was always banned. And I think that Storm, even though the lane against Snap you might lose a little bit, it's very good against Snap all game. You don't care about the kisses, and it's just really with Kotla an insanely strong combo. So I can see them pick that up. Of course, I think Talon's also expecting them and maybe has some strong 8 pick prepared, maybe just a Medusa or something. If I'm not wrong, Talon also flexes the Snapfire, right? They're one of the teams, I guess, like Jabs is very comfortable playing it on the off lane. So
Jabs will play anything.
Yeah, Jabs will play anything. But they go completely different though. Rubik Underlord.
This is going to be their 9th game, or their 10th game rather, on the Abyssal Underlord. It is 9-0. The bulk of the wins for this hero have come from Gaming Gladiators. Faith Beyond, what do you think of Underlord as a hero in this meta?
Underlord is definitely very strong, and in this draft I kind of like gaming pick like this because it remains some potential for mid hero. They can still play like fast tempo like last game. I think maybe gaming now they think play fast tempo is a better choice because TALON is very good at late game.
All right, Fia, you know what I'm going to ask you? Hit me. Your favorite hero is in the game right now. So what's up? Is this the kind of game for the Monkey King to play?
So, I mean, here's the thing. 23, he has 1 game on Monkey King. And he's got 1 loss on it.
Yeah.
So this is not something that they're winning with by any means. This is a hero that is having a hard time winning games. But if you do put the snap mid, I have more faith in it. The only issue I have with Monkey King right now is you may or may not win your lane. Hopefully you do. That's why you're picking the hero. But this hero is very squishy. And if you put all your net worth on this hero, he dies very quickly if he's out of position. And of course, there's a mechanic where if you cut a tree, he's just stunned for additional 4 seconds. It's a very risky hero to play. But we've seen the Snapfire hero. It can scale really hard into the game, so I would really want to see Makoto or Jabs, at least a core, play the Snapfire here, and play more of a tri-core lineup. Don't play for 23 to carry the game, because he's not on a hero to do it this game.
So let's see here. Talon Esports remove the Wind Ranger yet again, so that mid lane matchup is not available. Stormstormer, if you're in the mid lane right now, if you are Quinn, what do you want to play into the Snapfire?
It's not obvious to me. It's just also not obvious because the Talon is flexing the Snapfire. So it is not clear. I think they will just on 15, so the next pick for gaming, they will just pick up +5 and keep the things open so Quinn can have a really strong pick after that. Because if you pick now, I don't know, a random hero 15, let's say Pangolier or whatever, doesn't make sense. Mikoto will get a free pick into that. And usually, once again, for the first pick, it's a bit more dicey. I think they will give an edge to Talon by doing that. So I think there will be a little bit more wiggle room. What I want to mention about the Monkey King, by the way, it is a weird hero, but they instantly picked it. They're so confident. Both teams just gaming picks instantly Rubik Underlord. There was no time wasting. The Talon just comes with the Monkey King, and so
I will say the Monkey King, basically when you play versus Underlord, you don't want to lose your lane. A lot of these heroes that 23 likes to play, like the Morphling, the Medusa, Faceless Wave, they're not good for something, right?
You just get out-denied, right?
Yeah, you get out-denied. It's not a good matchup. So this is the problem with the game in Underlord. They need to pick a hero to address it, and Monkey is a strong hero. He's like a better version of Ursa, I would say, in this patch that can just deal with them, but it's always the mid-game / late game I'm worried about the Monkey King. I just don't want him to be the hard carry.
Ursa, Fabian.
No worries.
You wouldn't mind.
I think gaming, they have to pick a strong post 5 here, because I feel Monkey King is a carry that's very, very afraid tri-lane. I think they should pick something with damage and go through the gate fast and just keep running on Monkey King. It will make game much easier.
But what do you think they pick on the next pick on gaming though? Is it obvious to you? Because, okay, I'm not sideline expert, but with the support you pick now, you also lock in the carry a little bit, right? If you pick a melee support, it's not as easy to pick melee carries as that, and the other way around. So
yeah, I think maybe.
What do you pick?
Actually, I want them pick Enchantress, but they ban out themselves. Maybe.
That's true.
Oracle also have damage, pretty decent damage, and can deal with lots of heroes, and also can pre-counter the Darkseer.
Darkseer so far has been left in the pool.
That's true, actually.
By Talon Esports. I suppose as well here, Game don't have to actually ban some of the illusion heroes. They don't have to ban the Terrorblade. Is Medusa pickable here for the side of Talon?
I was just about to mention, Medusa is still in the pool. It is usually easier to pick it for the team with second pick, because if you pick it on Talon here, you just get anti-maged after or something like that, some hard cutters, so not as easy. But I think Talon is right now considering to ban it. Even though Monkey King is probably with the ulti and Diffusal Blade, it can actually, it's one of the better heroes against Dusa. Carry-to-carry matchup, I think. So they're leaving it in now, but maybe Gaming will still pick it up.
Yeah, I don't think they'll take it right away on Gaming for sure. And I think Talon, if they do want a Medusa, it'll be much later in the draft. That means your Monkey King would have to go pos 4 and would probably be looking at a snap offlane. And it's a possibility, but I think the Monkey was picked in response to Underlord, and I doubt they're just gonna casually pick it. I still like the Elder Titan though, especially because you do have a Snapfire. It will give you a lot of bonus damage with that aura, with the kisses. And that is something that we saw in the last game where Talon, they just couldn't fight into gaming. And they're building a similar type of draft where they're going to have all these heals, they're going to have these tanky heroes in the front line, and you need damage if you're Talon. We don't want to run into game number 2 where you have to delay forever, and even though they delayed forever, the damage never came. And I think their supports having low damage was a big problem for that. So I'd like to see an adjustment on that end. Pick ET.
Pick ET?
Yeah.
What's very scary about this Cuddle pick for me here is that they can still go for Storm, and they can still go for the Bristleback later in the draft like Steam Spirit did. But we finally get Darkseer. Talk to me about this, Faithian. This is one of your better heroes in the entirety of the game. You have a lot of them. How does the Darkseer play here with the other heroes on Talon?
It's definitely very good. They need some tanky hero, they need some aura carrier, and also it's a very good combo with Monkey King, Vacuum and Stun. And also, like, there is no much counter pick in gaming here, so it's a very good pick. And also for gaming, I can see this Koto, they want leave some combo pick for mid, like Pango or Storm. And I think they just need to run to this Monkey King in early game.
Do you think Coddle 5 is ever an option? Because this was the one thing that surprised me. Now the Rubik's probably position 5, right?
Yeah,
Rubik is
support 5, yeah.
Okay, so it's Coddle under the off limit then.
Yeah, only Tofu has played the Coddle.
Yeah.
So Gaiman is battling mids, they're battling Puck. They are saying the Snapfire can be a support. I guess they're seeing a world where it's like Snapfire, Monkey safe lane, Clock Darks your off lane, then pick a 4, pick a mid. That also they're just expecting it, I guess, because it's the last game. Puck, like, he played still really good on the Puck and it's decent against Storm, Coddle, and Rubik. Talon meanwhile banning carries, of course. Makes sense. Gaiman still needs a Diratio hero. The Bristleback still left in the pool.
Yeah, that's what
Do you think they take it again? Like, it was such a niche pick with the.
I mean,
not an IO.
You know, I wouldn't say no to it. I love watching Bristleback games, I'll be honest. Love spamming that hero as well. But we still need to have some decision-making made for Talon here as to where the Snapfire is going. Is this mid? Is this going to be a support? Feels like Game & Gladiators are believing that they're flexing this into the 4 role and have another hero in mind for Makoto.
I do like Ember for Talon. I think he popped off on that hero. It's super good at Darkseer, of course. Old school combo chains for the Snapfire. You have quite a melee draft, but honestly, because of Darkseer, these usually work, right? Because you get buffed up and you run in. It is a little bit annoying to play against the Unlord Pit of what is it called? Atrophy? No,
Pit of Malice.
Pit of Malice, right? But it's bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean, I think they are realizing that, right? Like, if you look at Talon's heroes, there's not enough lockdown, and they're most afraid of mids that have that lockdown. Whereas Talon, they want to get the lockdown on someone else, some Skywrath, some Lion potentially. Not really focusing the supports here for game and just recognizing the mids might be a threat, but those are some of the options you can go. If you are for Talon, because now the ET, maybe not so good, you're playing against a Storm, you have no reliable stuns right now for a Storm Spirit.
Right, I think this pick is not easy, I think. Because there's honestly not many mid heroes left if I don't forget some Pangolier or something, but the matchup against Storm is usually losing. You might still go for it. I can see them picking a support as well.
High mode Beast playable? That's one of the other heroes he's played in the tournament from Makoto.
True, it's still in there, but it's not particularly good against what they have. And they pick a support. Snap mid in this.
Comfort it is. Well, you can always itemize, I suppose, and we saw last game, the triple hex coming out. If you do manage to get a good lead, we saw Boxy as well once bust out the Clockwork with the Orchid. So this game, they're just saying, like, we're going to stick... They got plenty of damage now, don't get me wrong. Like, this is a game where the damage is here, but now the disables aren't really here necessarily. So hopefully their lanes go well. If you're a Talon fan here, and they need to itemize them to some way to deal with the Storm later on in the game. And I think, from my perspective, right, isn't Snapfire really good for Storm in the mid lane?
The lane is very good, but once the Storm survives and gets a little 6 peak, it can be quite annoying, because you're under threat of dying on mid with, like, especially Chakra Magic buffing up your mana pool.
Yeah.
And you don't threaten the Storm at all, and that is quite frustrating for a Snap if your Kiss can actually not threaten a kill on the mid lane. But a lot comes down to the early game once again. I am a bit worried about Talons, what I see a little bit. It's really melee focused, and all the heroes of Gaiman are pretty good at reacting when people run into you. You have these Coddle spells, the Underlord spells. This is just a concern that I see.
Mostly. Wow. Always comes out in the time and need.
What do you think?
Not the free game.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. They have Outer Titan.
Smacking him with a briefcase, you think?
But actually, I think a long time. I don't know what hero good for the Virtual.
I mean, that's the problem here. It's like I could think of one hero that'd be good in this game. Like Lone Druid, it would have been a good Lone Druid game, but you would rather play Morph than Lone Druid under any circumstance pretty much on this patch. So he's just going to pick one of the carries that's left that's really strong that can outcarry the Monkey King.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Hopefully his lane goes well and they outskill him.
So to Faith Beyond, you're a big fan of Teamfight. Which team has an easier time fighting here in this game?
I think it's TALON, because Monkey King and Darkseer, they are obviously better in teamfight. But I think gaming still have a chance. I think it depends on how they play early game, how they deal with Monkey King. Yeah.
Stormstormer, what's your read on the situation here?
Not obvious, not obvious. Once again, my attention's on the mid laners. I'm not biased, I'm a mid laner, but no, I think a lot comes down really to Quinn and Mikoto. I think the Mortimer Kisses can set a lot of tempo. They can threaten the Morphling and the Underlord, while the Storm Spirit with runes can also threaten the map a lot. So I think the focus is really on these power runes on minute 6 to set the tempo. That's what I think. Lanes, honestly, I'm not really sure. The Morphling is a little bit of a special pick, but I guess it's a good game. I'm just not sure. There's the Elder Titan in the game, and like even the Darkseer illusion, if I'm not wrong, is like pretty freaking good against Morphling, right? That you get that copy. So not obvious, not obvious. I think it's a pretty skillful game.
All right, your Monkey King hater, what do you have for me for this game?
It's pretty obvious for me on this one because whenever you put either an Undying plus a hard carry or a Gaming Gladiators Underlord with a hard carry, they're probably going to win the game. So I'm not going to bet against Gaming Gladiators Underlord. It just doesn't lose.
It has not lost a single game here at the Riyadh Masters. It is undefeated across 9 games. If Talon Esports can make this game theirs, then they'll finally deliver a loss to the Ace Underlord. Of course, they also have some pretty decent comfort picks for themselves. So Talon Esports relying on 23 Savage, on the Monkey King, relying specifically on the Elder Titan for themselves. But the Water Boy for Gaming Gladiators has also looked amazing in 2023. To find out who actually gets a slot in the top 3, we send it over to our amazing casting duo. We have Kezu, we have Sunsfan. We do not have Grab Ally, but we have an amazing game of Dota. So take it away, boys, and bring us the hype.
Thank you very much. Sunsfan here with Kazu. Game number 3 between Gaming Gladiators and Talon. The winner of this continues on to the lower bracket finals versus Team Liquid. The loser goes home. It all comes down to this, for today at least.
Yep.
Will Gaming Gladiators continue to find ways to win despite losing the game 1 in a couple series in a row now?
I mean, they've got...
Their backs are against the wall.
They've got a lot of their strongest heroes. I think you've got the Ace Underlord, which is like 8-0, 9-0, some disgusting stat. You've got last pick Morphling. Quinn with some stupid mid hero that's going to get buffed up by one of his bros with the Coddle this time around. But Talon, they've got themselves a pretty damn good lineup. Like this time around, I think in this game, we're going to have a lot of fighting, a lot of back and forth. The lanes are incredibly important. But I'm looking at some of this mid game where Gaming Gladiators, there's a lot of overlap on Talon's heroes where you could kite them with Force Staffs, going in and out with waveforms, zipping out. So Talon gonna be looking at a very crisp early game here.
Bounty runes will be traded. 2 for 2, and this is something that we notice when when things get really serious.
Yep.
In elimination games, a lot of comfort heroes come out,
yep.
even if they don't technically make sense. And
Ooh.
Panel was talking about Q and Ollie teaming up against Tofu. Battery Assault is there. Tofu, though, getting Boundless struck by 23 Savage, and this will be first blood. Question is, who will take it? Trying to give it to 23, but mistiming it, and Ollie will take it for himself.
Very nicely done from Talon here. Just looking if, can we start 3 in the safe lane against the Coddle Underlord and like pressure them a little bit there as Jabs goes bottom, double shell, and just a quick and easy first blood.
Now, I know, let's talk about Morphling briefly and then never mention him the rest of the game because we've seen him about 1,000 times.
Yep.
Not often we get to see him picked into both a Darkseer and an Elder Titan. I don't know if Darkseer would be considered a counter. I mean, it's just the illusion later is strong, but it's more so the Elder Titan owning Morphling in theory.
Darkseer is pretty good against Morph. I would also say that ET is good against you, but I'm just going to go out and say that they wanted a hero that can decide when to fight the monkey. Like, you can wave in, you can wave out, and same with Snapfire. You don't just die if you get Snapfire ganked, so even if there's some weaker matchups, you're also going to have a pipe and some heals, so I definitely see the reasoning for the Waterman to come out this time around.
Yeah, I think the reason I brought that up is because it's not like the olden days where this is a truly super hard counter, the ET specifically.
Yeah.
Morphling can just be picked in literally every game, it feels like, and at least be reasonably okay. It has been nerfed over the course of the last few months, but they have been micro nerfs.
That is true.
Well, the Aghanim Scepter, I'd say, is pretty sizable.
Yeah, I guess that's a giga nerf, but the hero's still so good that it works out. Overall, like Talon, I'm looking at them to have explosive team fighting. Like their mid game, if they can connect with some of their spells, it's honestly really nasty. You've got Vacuum into Stomps, Morty's Kisses, you've got Monkey King being played by 23 Savage, who honestly, he may be looking to speed up the game as well. Maybe go through the gate, do some cheeky cool plays.
Well, that's the other thing to keep in mind from the other gate, the Fiend's Gate of Ace.
The double gate.
That breaks trees. If I'm not mistaken, and I think it's instant. Is that correct?
You are actually correct.
So,
on both of those.
Why are you surprised?
You're not correct very often, my friend.
I'm actually very good at mechanics, and very stupid things as well.
And the mid-ranks are going
Yeah, keeping track of what's going on in the game, not so great. That's why I'm a play-by-play commentator, of course. It makes a lot of sense.
Professional.
But yeah, Ace has the ability to take 23 Savage off
boundless.
the trees, as we can see a blinding light from Tofu. And again, I think eyes for me on Ace, on this Underlord. Can he get off to a good start? Actually, let me ask you that. How important is it for him to get off to a good start on this here? Like, what's the comeback potential on this big fatty?
I mean, I would say it's really important, but yesterday, he got destroyed. And then he still had a really good game.
Yeah, he finds a way.
Yeah, I guess this time around, of course, you want to have a good start, but he's laning against ET Monkey, which is not the easiest lane for you. Generally, what you can do on these heroes when you don't have the best early game is that hopefully the Rachi or Quinn will have a good game, which generally they do. Then you build auras, and then you kind of find a purpose that way.
As we have a pause, of course, we didn't have to wait long enough
during the
to
game.
actually get into a game. It's been about an hour of queuing. It's like watching matchmaking when they make these custom lobbies. And
This is actually a best of 5.
Waiting. Yeah, the length of this best of 3 has been astronomically long, but it is an important one. We have to make sure that the players have good ping, because going to a different server to have 40 ping, unacceptable.
Unplayable.
It's unplayable for them.
Ooh, Stompy Stomp, which will give 23 his Jingu Dingu stacks.
Yeah, 23 Savage. Taking some big Firestorm damage, but the damage coming out of that staff is way too much. And that's
Bottom
gonna
lane.
be another kill as, yeah, bottom lane. Nice.
Jabs.
Okay, we're going to lose Jabs to start. Looks like Celery might be the
Run to the creeps.
consolation. The trade coming for Q. Can he reach him? The cons are there, but it's not enough damage. Just barely living, so both the Rachio and Celery able to somehow stay alive. Oh! We've seen this before. A Rocket Flare onto full Agi Morph has been done, and this time Doraccio is ready for it.
I mean, I love that try from Q there. First with the cogs to nearly get the last hit, and then you just level up the Rocket as Jabs, he comes back to the lane. I don't think he minds too much. They have a double wave available as 23. He's just going to continue to go to town, as Monkey King is pretty damn good in this lane. Also, if there's ever an Illuminate on Tofu, you can very easily dodge that every time with the Mischief, as the Rancho.
He's getting forced out of lane a bit here. He's going to tank up a little bit of battery assault, and as a result, nice blocking actually to prevent this last hit on the range creep. The fact that you have a position 1 that can just take this much damage and still get last hits on the tower is pretty insane.
He's running out of strength though.
He is.
This is basically all he's got.
Back
Vacuum.
into the Ion Shell, and it's going to be enough as Q gets the last hit, so a bit of revenge here. Celery TPing about 5 seconds too late.
Yeah, couldn't quite make it earlier. Oh!
Astral Spirit's coming for you.
Briefcase man going to town, even through the blinding light there. So Mr. Ollie dealing a lot of pressure as Q gets to pull the wave. Celery will put a quick stop to that. Yeah, it's very big for Talon to be able to slow down the Rancho in this bottom lane. Not only did they kill him, but he missed out on a couple of CS bottom. And I must say that I've been impressed with Makoto in the last 2 games. But also this one, he is currently destroying Quinn in the mid lane.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about the mid lane. So 34-11 to 21-5. Yeah, Quinn definitely losing, and you don't see this very often. And the 6-minute rune is going to be coming up soon, as Makoto already hits level 6.
Q is here as
where,
well.
yeah, this is where Quinn needs to be super careful, knowing that these supports could be here.
Because they're looking for some place. I mean, Snap is favored in this lane, but Makoto, let's say, kind of destroying this lane a little harder than he should, and making it hard for Quinn right now, as Q is also here.
He's going to be spotted, though. Quinn definitely playing this super passively, as he needs to be. And still, he's only halfway through level 5 right now.
I mean, they've got the siege creep here, so not only are they pressuring the tower.
Astral Spirit with the Echo Stomp. The Mortimer's Kisses is there.
Oh, the binding.
Tofu, he's going to try to help out as much as he can, but Quinn will be burnt to a crisp. And now Makoto, this is during the siege wave as well. Look at the amount of damage they've been able to do to this tier 1. They might even be able to get it here extremely early if he tanks up some pop shots here.
They're killing the tower, and they're going to get the 6-minute DD rune here on Makoto as well.
Man.
This is a disgusting start for Talon.
Get the deny. No. So Makoto and company absolutely owning this mid lane. And we can see the CS in terms of the overall game state and for the lanes. They're winning all 3 lanes. Well, I guess the off lane is about even, but if you're Darkseer, you're going to be happy with this.
I mean, winning 2 lanes this hard, especially when you want to be able to move around early, is incredibly important. You're going to have self-sufficient cores in the side lane, which is going to allow Ollie and Q to move around the map. And Mikoto, with this start, this could be an 8-minute Atos against heroes like Kato, Storm, and Morphling.
Yep, he's getting a nice triple stack of creeps. You don't see that every day either. Never mind.
Missed the stack, unlucky.
Double stack, very impressive still. As
Oh,
Ace inside the
cogged
cogs. Tofu's there with a nice blinding light. Is this going to be enough damage to
They
take
got
out
him.
Ace? Yes, indeed. Another death for him.
He was still shelled there on the clockwork, so quickly making his way up here. Nice cogs, comes around, so Jab's even getting that kill while being in the bottom lane, so he's going to say, thank you, bro.
Yeah, there is an ancient stack for Ace on the left side of the map. And he's going to need to take this at some point to get some catch-up.
I mean, he needs... I think you gotta be level 7 on Underlord and, like, just pump out all the damage, because if we look at him right now, he is level 4, about to hit level 5. As he did rush the phase boost to try and stay alive against this Monkey King matchup.
Oh, 23 Savage making a rotation to the
I
bot
like
lane.
this move.
And Duraccio being kept busy by jabs. 23 Savage is going to show right up. They're going to force out this waveform to start. Going to get caught to the other side. Do they have enough control? Attribute shift continuing to go on as we see the TP coming in from the form of Celery. Echo Stomp not going to use because the lift comes out, but they have enough damage. Duraccio falls. Celery is next. Talon are destroying this early game.
I mean, Talon are here to play, baby, because they are destroying you in these lanes and diving you under your towers. Looks like 23 will just go straight back to top. Like, all this laning advantage. Oh, this is... They're going to steal their stack now as well.
Yeah. That is not good.
Look at all this patience you get to cog him up. You get the Boundless Strike. Ollie's just waiting in the backline, and he would have perfectly stomped him after the waveform. Celery tries for the lift, but you're not getting away from a Monkey King. He just keeps coming after you. You've got the Surge too, so Gaming Gladiators, they're going to have to look for a way back, because right now, 3K at 9 minutes, it ain't pretty.
Yeah, and I mean, not often we see Gaming Gladiators lose the laning stage this bad. I think outside of Bed and Breakfast team, this is probably the second best laning stage team in Dota 2 right now. It's Ace.
Ace Arinsky.
Yeah, Mortimer's Kisses.
Boundless.
Should be enough. Ace, third death for him. Talon just continuing to roll. Quinn, level 8, trying to kill a lowly support. Q's going to show up to give some moral support, and he's going to get Quinn inside the cogs. Quinn almost out of mana. Will be able to zip away as he gets the kill onto Ollie. So does get away with a kill.
It's a good punish back here by Gaming, because kind of what they have to do. I think the scariest hero for Quinn to deal with is Mikoto. These supports are not good at playing against Storm. They don't offer any lockdown. They kind of have to follow up on someone else, so Quinn striking back in his game, while Talon, still, they continue to make great moves around the map.
Indeed. Now, Wall comes out early onto Duraccio, giving a taste of his own medicine. Just to remind him that he does counter him to some degree. The stronger you get, the stronger I get. Atos being shown off. Cookie's there as well. Echo Stomp is coming after the hook shot with the Balance Strike. They have all the stuns in the world to destroy Quinn again. Celery is able to get the Invis rune.
Oh, Sentry.
Yep, they have some vision as he runs out of range. They have a lot of AoE, and they will get the kill. Putting it down another Sentry, it looks like, to finish him off.
That was a beautiful layering of their spells there. So they instantly smoke up after this play. I mean, with the Atos now, you have 0 downtime on like running around and doing anything on the map. Jab's also with a Vanguard. Who's gonna touch this Darkseer, man?
23 Savage on the hunt. We can see on the minimap he's not going to find anybody as Duraccio forced to farm on the outskirts of the map. Call that the pathetic neutral zone.
I like that name.
Oh, thank you.
There's Seeds of Serenity on Ace while he's slowly trying to chip away this top tower. Gaming are still around mid. I mean, Q is quite tanky. 20 stick charges, also raindrops. Don't really see him dropping here as Duraccio placed a ward, but he was under Talon's vision as Ollie did just sneak out this little dirty ward that Duraccio was farming under, so they know that there's a ward.
It's funny. With a Talon drought, like game 1, they had 0 stuns. This time, basically every hero has
They have
some
18
sort of control.
stuns.
Very wide array of picks for this team.
Gaming are looking to punish here. They do have the Solar Bind with the Storm, so a lot of magic damage can come out early on here.
Yeah, there's the zip onto Jabs. Gets off the wall. Atos from the other side with the Mortimer's Kiss is coming, but they are able to kill off Jabs, but Quinn still taking damage from the Mortimers. 23 Savages waiting as the waveform comes. He's going to go right into... Okay, a little bit off mark on the Wukong's command. As Ace able to get onto the outside, but they get their cookie onto the Morphling, and he gets destroyed as well. As Quinn, he's going to drop the Q. As Talon, they do lose their offlaner, but they're getting everything else.
Looked like Gaiman were going to be happy with the start there. You get the kill on Jabs, who's incredibly tanky, but then overplaying a little bit where Talon just catch the Ranchi off guard. He died with like 1200 HP, so didn't really get off his attribute shift there.
Yep, Arcane Rune now online for Mr. Snapfire, Mr. Makoto. His Boost of Travel is almost done as well. He is so farmed right now.
Here, like, this look good. Like, you go for the smoke, you put out the shell and a good vacuum from the Rancho. I'm gonna have to look to him as Ace even gated over, but here the Rancho in the back just gets cookied and boom! See you later, bruh.
Yeah, that is a shotgun blast to the face, as some would say. Very powerful indeed. And just like that, Talon with a 4K lead at just 13 minutes. Now from Gaming Gladiators side, what do they need to do to get back into this game? And we can see some stacks here still available for the taking.
They're very likely just going to continue to do kind of what they have been, where you keep Morph on one side lane, Ace on another, and you have your, like, the trio of theirs, which they've done all year, just play together. Celery, Tofu, Quinn, look for some plays in between, but I'm not sure. It's really hard to do it right now. Talon, they've got the travels on Makoto that you talk about, and their heroes are incredibly mobile around this map. And also we've talked about the rune control. Quinn, I think, not really having it this game, already, like, having lost their mid tower at minute 6 or 7.
You can see the trophy in the bottom right. Will this be the first trophy not given to Gaming Gladiators this calendar year? As they've won everything else.
It is possible.
Talon trying to put a stop to the reign of Gaming Gladiators. And they're off to a very good start in this game, number 3.
They did smoke under this ward, so Ace may
they
know
spot
Q.
Ace, hook shot finds him. Mortimer's Kisses with the Earth Splitter, more than enough damage. Easy peasy, although Q did take quite a bit of damage, but will be able to walk away eventually.
I'm looking for more. I like the speed that Talon is playing this game in right now as well. You don't want to give up the safe lane tier 1. You want to look for all the pressure on the map as this Talon draft, they don't care how tanky you are. They've got the ET aura on top of the snap ult. They've got the clock to get on top of you, so whoever they catch, you're just going to die.
Remember, coming into this series, Quinn has, like, I keep quoting Quinn, but they keep interviewing him over everybody else. He talked about how they felt like they should have lost to Tundra in this tournament. And because of that, actually, they don't feel any pressure going forward because they just feel like they have this extra life to work with. It's an interesting mindset, but it's gotten them to this top 4 position. But now Talon threatening to take it all away. Well, not their prize pool that they've already won. Obviously, they will still be
They will keep that as, okay, Jabs has pipe. This Quinn is just kind of poking around and seeing what's up. But this Jabs Darks here, even like not being the top network of his team, this pipe right now is going to put a lot of stop to just what Gaiman want to do on this map. Also, by the way, when you talk about Quinn, I thought we were going to mention for the 15th time where he said, I'm underperforming and he owns every game.
No. We mentioned that about 5 times. That's the limit in our contracts for what Gaming Gladiators has paid us to say, to compliment Quinn.
The Ratio.
Yep. Oh, he gets his attribute shift off, which is important. Scatterblast is there. They have control again. So much damage into the vacuum. Will it ever end for Doraccio? This is a nightmare scenario for him. It's like they're playing on WTF mode right now.
That was honestly nasty. He didn't even end up using his ult or his waveform because he's just like, where do I go? He's just getting blasted from every side on the map. As Gaming Gladiators is going to continue to try and just farm up on the map.
Talon is relentless. Just every time they get a kill, they're never satiated. They're ready to go, wanting to find more. They won't find anyone this time, though.
This is SCA Dota, baby. This is what we want to see. You're ahead in the game. You have all the tools you need in order to run around the map and just play fast and aggressive. As I mean, if you're any of the Talon's players, you feel like Gaiman don't deserve anything on this map.
Celery's taking some farm, so expect somebody from Talon to show up, and it's going to be Q.
There they are.
There's the rocket flare. Makoto's here as well. It's going to be more than enough as Celery. Oh,
ooh, that's a fast Rubik.
All right, but the hook shot finds him in the end. And another kill to wave Talon. 15-3 against, I don't even think it's arguable. You can just say the best team in the world.
Yep. And they're making it look easy and nice. I love the confidence. I love the speed. Looks, oh, Quinn wants to bait Tofu down bottom for now, as he does TP over. I mean, that is Game and Sword, so they do see jabs.
Yep, jabs is spotted.
But he doesn't care. Oh, but the Courier though.
His Courier gets ganked by Quinn, but it's going to cost him. Balance Strike not going to hit. Quinn able to zip away, and there's the Chakra Magic to refresh him.
That, he was really close to dying there, because nowadays you actually get pulled out of your zip with the vacuum. As now Talon, their whole family is here. As from what we've seen with the last few minutes, they will reinforce all around the map.
Yeah, Ace has his pipe now. They need a lot more where that came from to be able to defend.
Well, there is a lot of damage reduction in this Gaming Gladiators draft. You've got the Fate Bolt, Atrophy Aura, you've got the pipe as well. 23, nice instinct.
Balance Strike again, dodged by Quinn. Quick fingers, Q, he's going to be lifted. Wall comes out though. Mortimer gets his from the back line. Quinn able to get to the other side. Ace inside this Wukong's command. He's very tanky, but he's also all alone. First to drop in trade for the clock. Wukong's command about to end. New team's kind of running out of steam though.
There's a new Boundless on 23.
Like the wall was stolen as well, missed that.
Yeah. Still has the Jingus as well, so he is looking.
Looking for another Atos grab. Duraccio.
It's out of mana.
Yeah, I think both teams are going to have to back away. I mean, the fact that Gaimin have not fallen more behind is pretty incredible.
That was a very good defense from Gaming Gladiators. Like, even if you're down 4 to 5k gold, you can try to bait and like fight around your stronger towers, this tier 2, bait them in a little bit, because even if a fight doesn't break out, at least then Duraccio is going to farm somewhere on the map. He does come in. He's slowly recovering in this game. And I must say that Morphling later with some items and them all getting some aura, some Force Staffs, Duraccio can definitely come back and pop off in this game.
16-4. Can Gaming Gladiators do? Can they do it again? Can they make a ridiculous comeback somehow, some way?
Force Staff available now on Tofu as well to help you with a little bit of the kiting around the map. So at least in the last 2 to 3 minutes, I wouldn't say the game has slowed down, but Gaimin have kind of nullified the pace and speed of Talon here.
If you're Liquid, who are you hoping to get?
Talon, probably, because
so?
they can beat Gaimin. I guess they did in this tournament, so maybe it's different. But
Liquid also said that Talon should have beaten them, right?
Well, I guess Liquid have no favorite opponent. I guess they're just going to lose.
So Liquid are just going to lose regardless. Yeah,
yes,
that makes sense.
I think that we figured it out.
I mean, either way, we're going to have somebody different in the finals. It's been Liquid, Gaming Gladiators for almost all of them, and then there's the Banana Boys team in the Dream League tournament that went to 5 games against Gaming Gladiators, of course.
Why do you have to do this?
Just focus on the game, all right? Dude. Just chill out, buddy.
No, the whole year has been scripted, if people did see the skit from Sir Action Flags.
That's right. That was a good content piece.
Well, both teams, I mean, we know that, so this is an elimination game. You're going to be top 3 if you do win, and both teams are definitely playing to win. We've got the double Force Staff on Gaming Gladiators. They know that all they need to do is get out of some vacuum, cogs, and the monkey ring. Like, it's on them to survive this initial burst and tempo from Talon. And Talon, they're the ones that need to speed up the game, kind of keep going as, you know, they're in a very good position. I would assume Roche, they can do it that soon. Maybe a couple more minutes. So like,
I mean, we're used to seeing Talon and all the... Oh, Quinn. He's actually running out of mana. Okay, Chakra Magic. Easy fix. Ollie. Might be able to pick off Tofu, but the Force Staff able to be used to counteract, and the hook shot misses as well. A nice disengage from Gaming Gladiators. That's the BKB now up for Makoto.
Big items are coming out. It's a BKB on 23. It's a BKB on Makoto as well. And Jams is eyeing up his Aghanims. He's already got 3 components. So they're going to try to use that later against the Morph, but...
Yeah, but the Crimson's actually pretty close from Ace, and we're looking... from the 1 and the 2 of the side of Talon. A lot of right click. Well, I guess it's a lot of magic damage from Snapfire for now, but eventually it will be more physical.
With the early start of this game.
Oh,
Torment time.
That's right.
That's another save.
That's right.
I gotta say, even though Talon are ahead, in the next couple minutes, when they fight each other, I think Gaimin have a lot of tools to kite them out.
Yep, Gaming Gladiators learning from their mistakes of last game when they took the racks 3 times in the mid lane, did not take Tormentors at all, realizing finally that that objective exists. So Celery's got his free shard.
I wonder if Talon would look at a potential gem maybe sometime soon, because right now, Gaimin...
Okay.
What happened?
He just TP'd right in front of the shield rune.
Rune?
It's like, oh, there's a shield rune.
Yeah, that is not a rune that you give up, that's for sure. Talon do have a nice ward here in the jungle area where they spot Quinn, but... I mean, we saw them layer their stuns very nicely, but the spells were kind of maxed out earlier. Now, the more time goes by, the Gaming heroes start having more and more HP, so you're gonna need a lot of heroes to get the stun locks going and actually kill them.
They've cut this lead in half, though, from the Gaming Gladiators side.
With the
it's only
Tormentor.
2K, that's right. Tormentor makes a big difference. Another reason to take it. Net worth lead. Very important.
Okay, Axe is coming out soon for Jabs. He will need a blink as well.
When do you think Roche is going to be taking it? It's about that time. Usually it's a little bit earlier than this, in fact.
It's about that time. 25 minutes, I would say. Like
25.
Around this, like nighttime, 25 minutes in the game, you get like one more round of items on some heroes. I think that's when you can look. I like that Talon are looking here to try and posture more aggressively on the map.
Quinn's going to TP out. They won't get vision, but
close
it
one.
also means he won't be able to participate if they show up here. But 23 Savage is going to show himself to be able to get the tier 1 tower. Unlikely to be defended by Gaimin, but yeah, now that Jabs has that normal punch, very powerful against the likes of Morphling.
Yeah. All right, that's definitely going to be the one that he will look to go on every single team fight. Assume Jabs will look for a Blink Dagger next, which he does have queued up at the moment. That's the ratio. He wants some more time for his BKB, so he's going to continue to farm.
Yep, Talon just forcing Gaming Gladiators out to make sure they can't defend. And of course, they're surprised to see that the Tormentor has been killed, considering Gaming Gladiators haven't done it the entire series.
Makoto is gearing up for the late game, and I don't blame him. 15 talent already. Grove Bow as well, working into the Daedalus, as he is a metal Snapfire at the moment.
Vacuum's already down. Quinn farming in a very precarious spot.
Ooh, they're stacking.
Yeah,
They're
Theracio.
both out.
He will waveform away before these 20,000 stuns hit him.
I mean, there's something dirty still. Like, even later, when you get this Nullifier on 23 Savage, sure, it's going to be great against these 4 staffs, which Gaimin have 2 of. But this early shard that Celery has already, to then, like, just pull himself or anyone out with the telekinesis, of course, Nullifier will not stop that. You didn't sound very impressed by that.
I was not listening.
you actually have no idea what I just said?
I literally have no idea.
Wow.
Quinn's
Wow. No wonder it's in that.
You were very excited about it. Late
well,
over here.
Oh,
Cookie
Quinn.
connection. Ollie.
Ooh, the
the
hook
hook
shot.
just at the last moment. Quinn perma-stunned. What can you do against his perma-stun? Like,
well, nothing.
I mean, Eon Disc, is that literally the only thing you can do?
No.
I'm not saying he buys it, but...
No, like, the thing is...
Just getting tanky in general?
Sometimes you just die. That's just life.
This is why I tune you out sometimes.
What? No, they had an Invis rune and found him.
Ah,
you
understandable.
goddamn monkey.
Take that as a compliment.
Yeah, go buy A on this, Quinn.
Speaking of monkeys, 23 Savage misses his boundless strike.
Oh, he's Monkey King. Q?
What do you think? I was insulting him? Come on. I would never do such a thing.
Okay.
Jabs. Very farmed. You talked about the Blink Dagger. I did listen to that portion of the conversation.
Great.
It's getting closer to that. Wait, who's building Nullifier?
That was Ace, actually.
Ace Nullifier. Okay.
Honestly, I think this is where you see some of the best teams in the world. When you play Morphling, checking, are you listening?
Now I am.
Okay.
Just make sure I'm paying attention.
Morphling does not want to buy Nullifier at all, as we have a hookshot, Celery.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a lot of saves and no one's close by, so he should be okay.
Yeah. You're saying it's by necessity.
Yeah, like Storm, you're not going to buy Nullifier on Storm. You hate buying Nullifier on Morphling, so he likely communicated this. But you need Nullifiers against first of all, the Monkey King, so you don't get the Jingu, but most importantly, 4 steps and the Surge from your Darkseer. So this is just some top-tier gameplay understanding, okay, who can buy which item? Because I don't, so someone else has to kind of cover for me.
Right, okay. Yeah, Storm and Morphling absolutely cannot buy that item.
Correct.
Did I pass the test?
You did. My god. There's 23. He's got his nullifier.
It's just so weird to look at the scoreboard. 17-4, and they're not even leading by that much.
I think this
That's just like insane farming efficiency from Gaimin.
It's like, I would say it's the nature of LAN events as well. So you have, yeah, Gaimin are doing great in terms of how they're farming and so on, but on LANs, I think there's more kind of like 4-manning and 5-manning rather than playing in groups, because there's more pressure, there's more nerves, there's a lot of stuff on the line. Prestige, money, going into the next round. So you're gonna naturally see some more mistakes and more nerves come out.
So you're saying Talon are making a mistake by 5-manning so much? Because early on it was working out really well, but now, like, it's into the mid game, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, like Dota's always like a nice back and forth. So their 5-manning was very good earlier, but I would say right now, they're not playing enough in groups to like try and hunt Gaimin. I would say if they want to do one thing as a group right now, it could be Roche. You have the double shell, you're getting more items, you have Chrysalis and Demon Edge here on Makoto, and you're starting to have good levels and damage as well on your Monkey King.
Well, at this point, maybe they're just waiting for the 20 on Makoto. I mean, that's obviously a ginormous power spike, and then the 25 is, I don't know what's bigger than it.
Yeah, maybe they wait for the 25.
Redonkulous power spike
Yes,
at 25.
it's the Giga Monka spike. As I do, like, you don't have to wait for the 20 talent, because I would say the longer you wait.
Oh,
23.
Orchid from Quinn. Okay, BKB's force from 23 Savage. Nullifier as well, and Quinn will try to walk away. Telekinesis to give him a little bit of extra speed. So basically, mana traded for a BKB charge on the side of Talon.
Most certainly. You will take that if you're Gaimin, as you also have a Kato who's just going to keep backing you up.
Hey, guess what? 3 minutes away from the Tormentor of G.Gladiators.
That's true, as Talon could take their own at any point.
That's right. It's been 8 minutes and 31 seconds.
I'm looking at jabs now. Like for Talon, still doing good in this game. You've got a lot of great items, but you've got the Blink Aghanims now on him. So he can get 2 illusions in the fight of the Ratio, and also with how the new BKB works, if you punch the Morphling while he's BKB'd, you don't stun him, but you still get the illusion. What did I just say?
That you get the illusion,
okay,
but you don't get the stun through BKB.
Just testing.
Is this a new bit?
I mean, it should be. Can't wait for you to mention and talk about Celery's shard interaction later with Nullifier.
It works.
That is true.
I just guessed. That was a 50-50. Smoke up now from Gaimin. Duratio not looking to join the party. So a bit of a warding slash potential gank expedition.
Makoto still having, I mean, I feel like I'm saying this every game. He's just having a flawless game. 7-0-4. Again, his Daedalus is coming out. He's got the 15 little Shredder talent. He's getting closer to 20. So even if the game lasts longer, Talon's late game is not bad at all. Like, their scaling is still fine. You have Darkseer, you have ET, you've got Monkey, you've got Makoto, who's having a disgusting game on the snap as well.
I just can't believe Roche has not been killed yet. It's going to be daytime, so I think, yeah, the positioning from Talon
it will be now, yeah,
that they will finally be taking Roche. And I want to say, like, in the past week, this might be the latest Roche we've seen.
Probably
like, it
one
is
of
always like 23, 24 is like the latest time.
But that's also because there's a goddamn Undying in every game, who just like, look at me, cast Tombstone, cast ult, bam.
That's right.
And it's gone. This game, both teams not having the best Roche lineups, but now 30 minutes around, everyone's got 4 or 5 items.
Yeah, but Makoto into the pit. Roche attempt number 1. 23 Savage shows up as well. And this looks to be a freebie.
I like this Harpoon next as well from 23. Try to keep them in your ring. Maybe if they get lifted out, you can try to like halfway get them back in. And you also have the Vacuum. So the fact that Talon get this Roche uncontested, I guess it's a conscious choice by Gaimin. Well, let's see if that's a good one.
And Ace not afraid. He's just farming right next to them, basically. All right.
Nullifier complete on him, and the Scotty soon to be on the Ratio.
He has 5k, my goodness.
Yeah, big boy items.
Not bothering buying the components yet. Just wants the full shebang from the secret shop. That's going to be a big surprise for Talon, although...
BKB Scotty Nullifier tri-core timing here on Gaimin. So this is why they did give up the Aegis, but Talon still going to be very happy about having their own Aegis.
Ooh, and a full BKB for Quinn. They will give it the tier 2.
bottom tower.
Net worth-wise, this is a dead even game. Aegis advantage for Talon. And I don't think either of these teams have any kind of a window like the last game. This is, both teams are very comfortable going late game.
Yeah. If you're Talon now, you can look for, you want to try to push out some waves with your like 1-2 iron shells, have some rocket flares go around, and I think we'll soon have Talon like try to smoke up and go somewhere as they find Q.
Yeah, he gets off his Glimmer Cape, but they have the Sentry. Gonna get the Force Staff off though, it's Makoto. Okay, 23 Savage, he's the one that shows up, beating the crap out of Celery, but he gets his telekinesis off on himself. And will live as a result. 23 Savage, BKB, and Quinn's essentially traded. There's the Electric Vortex, but Quinn
misses.
running out of mana. Where's that Chakra Magic? Chakra Magic, please. Ace comes into the fray inside the Wukong's command. Kind of wasted now, it feels like, but the Harpoon back into it. You just mentioned that. Mortimer's Kisses also going to be whiffed. So Gaming Gladiators getting a lot out of Talon. They get the clock and a ton of spells. And now the chase is on. Daracha turning to the monkey, turns on his BKB. Traded with Makoto's as well, but he's taking a massive amount of physical damage.
There's a huge kill if they can get it.
He's still running out of mana though, as Makoto's able to walk away, but they find the Monkey King instead. Aegis down.
He's going to be pitted.
Daracha, he's going to get punched, but the Pit of Malice is there from the Boundless Strike on the sideline from Daracha, and that's a Monkey King all alone. 23 Savage is dead. Huge kill from Gaming Gladiators. It's only their 6th of the game, and yet they sport a 3K lead fighting into that Aegis.
These goddamn madmen. That's now Quinn with an Arcane Rune as well. Like, they just have this going in and out, kiting. Celery gets to telekinesis himself away, and they just kind of kite out the Monkey Ring, some vacuums. Also, Daracha, what I want to mention is every time he got punched, he turned into the Monkey King right before, which means the illusion that Jabs gets is honestly kind of weak.
Huh. That's interesting. Huh. I never really thought about that.
No, it is. I don't know if he's. I would assume he's doing it consciously, because it happened twice just in this fight. Like, even if you can do it before you get walled, it matters quite a bit.
That is pretty sick. That's pretty next level.
Well, that's why these people are here. Still at the second last day of the tournament, fighting for their lives.
Well, they still didn't take the enemy Tormentor, so they can only be so good, right? Okay. They have flaws, of course.
Of course.
Gaming Gladiators feeling a lot better. The hook shot!
What the
I love that interaction. It is hilarious. It's like a halfway hook shot hooked onto a freaking electric current. How does he feel? He should be taking damage from that. The clockwork? He is mechanical after all.
He's a robot.
Well, yeah. Electricity hurts him if used correctly. The circuits are all effed up, bro.
Not used correctly, of course.
Okay, Quinn, he gets the Invis Rune and not going to get punished.
This guy's
5K lead game and out of nowhere now. How does this team continue to do this?
We also have some of the next items coming out. Daracha working on the butterfly, just getting close to it. What do we have coming out on Talon? I think they might be looking at some of these bigger items to like help them with the team fight. As 3 of the heroes are queuing up a Hex, but Mr. Quinn.
Yeah, the gate's coming. 23 Savage looking for the Wukong's command. He'll find the balance strike onto Storm.
Quinn is
He's just dead. No way to get back in the game as well. And the rest of Gaiman likely on the retreat. Ace getting beat down by 23 Savage is Q. He's taking some damage from Celery, who's coming through the gate apparently. But Kodo actually was channeling through the gate for some godforsaken reason. But now the gate will disappear, so he won't have that choice any longer. Daracha turns to the monkey, gets on the trees, and will be able to get out safely. But Tofu will be dropped. As Daracha continuing to get chased, but he's going to be a hard target to catch. 3 dead for Gaming Gladiators. As Talon, man, such a back and forth game.
They're
continuing to chase.
They're not done yet.
Okay, Daracha, he's caught. The Nullifier Zayas has absolutely no mana. He could try to deny himself to the Tormentor, but he forgets that they even exist, of course. There is the, he's going to be brought back in, and he will be taken out eventually. So the chase is actually successful. I didn't think they would be able to get it, but 4 dead just like that as Talon retaking the lead effectively.
I mean, they've got some great heroes at chasing. It's 23. He knows his counterpart. Daracha is kind of a greedy man to continue farming there. So they're just going to go for the 4th kill there in the fight, where Gaiman may be a little bit of an overplay here, where they try to get Ollie, but 23's around with a nice chain stun here onto Quinn.
Yeah, he did get Chakra Magic, so he actually could have zipped out, but again, the stun layering from Talon has been god tier. You saw Makoto channel that Fiend's Gate. Just want to mention that again. That was hilarious. That was about a half second of his time.
And Jabs, just the surges come through. And yeah, mentioned it once earlier, but you're not getting away from these Talon heroes. If they have a good start to the fight, it was incredibly strong.
Wait, did he buy Mask of Madness in the middle of that fight?
He will disassemble it for the fly.
Well, yeah, but... Huh.
It doesn't matter.
Usually you buy Mask of Madness super early, though, if you're going to go for it, right?
It's just because he has the Morbid...
He just wanted to use his gold before he died, maybe.
Pretty much. Like, he just bought the quarters. Oh, he does?
Tormentor killed. Ollie's going to get it. Not worth mentioning.
No, you were actually right. He bought 2 of them, and he just sold one of the quarterstaffs.
Huh, yeah.
But
Okay,
anyway.
so just spam click something just to buy.
Yeah.
And then probably lost more money because he did that, actually. Ooh, ET. Shard, as we mentioned. And the Ags is coming up soon.
We're also getting closer to ET Aghanim, so him having both that combined with the Shard.
Okay, actually the Shard is really good here.
It is good in this game.
Because against Morphling, we talk about this all the time, he doesn't really want to get up close and personal, but with the minus armor, you really want to get up close and personal.
Yeah, I mean, you will literally die within like 2 seconds on Morph. Like, you also have setup, which is the important part. You've got Vacuum, you've got the Monkey Ring to like kind of back you up with that. As, some of the most important fights of the game are coming up now. Game in, 5-man smoke.
Yeah. I will say, we haven't really seen the Echo Stomp Earth Splitter at all, but we haven't really seen a Roche fight either.
It's true.
Speaking of Roche, a minute away from knowing.
Oh, 23.
Yeah, he's going to show himself, gets zipped on, but the BKB comes out instantly from 23 Savage. Quinn will reciprocate, but he's taking so much damage from Makoto. Dyrachyo jumps in, big wave for him. There's the Wukong's command. The rest of Gaimin now trying to get to the outskirts. They will be able to do so successfully. Still no casualties in this fight. Echo Stomp onto 2. We see the Earth Splitter, but it's only onto the Rubik. And look at all these spells that have been expended from Talon's side.
Stolen wall by Celery, which is also used, but yeah, Gaimin's slightly coming out ahead here, right? You've got the wall used, the Wukongs used, the Earth Splitter as well. I mean, of course, Gaimin did use some spells as well. Also, the BKBs are down.
15 seconds. Okay, let's see how fast this Roche spawn is and who it's going to benefit. I would assume with Talon using big ultimates that it'll be the advantage of Gaimin.
If it spawns fast, this is definitely a Gaimin advantage. It will be on the top side if it spawns earlier than 1.5 minutes. Oh, God.
8 seconds. Oh, my God. All right, well, Rocket Flare is going to... Nope, not going to scout it out yet.
Well, Talon are on point, though, as they will continue to scout it.
A minute 20 until daytime. Okay, now Talon knows. Gaimin does not, though, but they are in the area.
It looks like they're posturing towards it, unless they want to use the Twin Gate.
It's still scary, because even just an Echo Stomp.
Yeah.
That's scary in and of itself.
They know now.
This is what Elder Titan is picked for. And his ult's up in 15 seconds, but Gaimin, they're going to try for it.
I mean,
it's the second rush of the game, so Aegis and Cheese on
They
the
will
line.
have all their spells in time as Jabs. He disassembled his Vanguard to sell the ring to have the Hex for this exact fight right now. They know that it's all or nothing.
Quinn. He's almost out of mana already. It's 23 Savage all alone to start. He's going to try to fight with that Wukong's command. He's taking massive damage. But Dyrachyo and company having to back away. Roche is super low right now. Quinn going into the pit. Makoto, the BKB destroys Dyrachyo, but the Aegis taken by Makoto as well. Talon winning this fight handily as Quinn gets dropped to the deck. Trying to get away is Ace, but he is controlled and destroyed. Double kill for Jabs as Talon now take a firm grip on the game.
What a sick fight from them. 23 goes in. He gets like all the vision, gets in there. Makoto blinks in, and this incredible heads-up play from Jabs. He disassembles the Vanguard, buys the Hex right before the fight, and he comes in with a blink Hex where Dyrachyo got bashed into this Hex and they just kill him, godlike Makoto, and he gets the Aegis. I don't even know what happened to the Cheese. Maybe there was Cheese, right?
Yep, there was a Cheese.
Maybe it got destroyed or something, or it's still there. As there's geometry going on with the double wall.
Yeah, that seems to be a common occurrence here with the wall being stolen. But big fight for Talon, and now they're starting to go high ground. They get to tier 3. They're going to get this set of racks very easily. I would think they get 2 racks minimum here.
It looks like it.
And Makoto, we saw that little shredder absolutely insta-gib Quinn. It did so much damage, and we've seen this time and time. This is why this hero has been getting banned repeatedly.
Aghanim's completed as well on Ollie.
Will-O-Wisp, all right, we don't see that every day, but this will be a second set of racks for Talon. That's probably why we don't see it every day.
Oh, Celery's looking and cooking.
Oh, if Talon, they can get away, yeah. They're going to get away scot-free.
Lean. As I didn't even see, but Mikoto has had a Hex, so maybe even was his clutch Hex in that fight, but either way, Talon with a... like, what a nice Roche fight into a double Rax. Now 12k gold lead and a lot of experience lead as well. As Mikoto, 1 level away from 25. And we also talked about Gaimin are able to kite out the Monkey Ring, but 23 Savage, half a level away from the additional Wukong's ring. Torment?
Yeah, well, of
No,
course.
no, don't.
It's always time for Torment. Torment time.
Yeah.
They will get it. Yeah, Gaimin have been doing a good job at staying outside of that ring after it's expended, but you're right. When he gets that 25 talent, I don't even know what you do. Like, maybe Morphling and Storm can theoretically get away. The other 3 are screwed, though.
Yeah, they can still try, but the other heroes are just gone. So you have another Hex. This is very similar to the last game where Gaimin weren't able to do that much until they picked up 1, 2, 3 Hexes, and then it was just all them. And this time around, it might just be all Talon, as they have a triple Hex completed.
Honestly, this might be the item of the tournament.
I think so.
I can't remember seeing so many Hexes, and I'm thinking back as far as I can. Dota 1, I think there might have been a rule where you could only have so many Hexes.
Oh yeah, right. That was a thing at some point.
Yeah, so... And Hexes, they started out really strong in Dota 2, and then they were nerfed. I forget exactly how they were nerfed, but either way, the stocks have risen this tournament.
I mean, it's just
now
like
a smoke from Talon is here.
Win condition item has perfectly timed with 2 of their 25 timings.
Good lord. Yeah, that little shredder is going to do exactly what it names.
Maybe you could do some disgusting plays where you recall Quinn while he's like zipping throughout the map and like clearing waves, because of course Tofu did just get the recall shard, but Talon going for a ballsy play, and I like it. Can maybe look for like a quick pick here if they have an aggressive ward to place.
Gaimin have an idea. There's the Hex, little shredder. Not critting. Didn't look that impressive, but it will. He's saving up the crits.
He's got a Mind Breaker as well.
They'll get the range racks. Still a range racks top. Now positioning themselves for the bot lane. Aegis in tow. Ollie.
I like this ward as well from Ollie.
You can see that Aghanim Scepter being put to good use. The debuff immunity applied every time that Astral Spirit comes back.
If Talon find a clutch play where Ollie can stomp on top of the morph where they go on him, the Ratio can die instantly.
Yeah, Quinn trying to prevent some damage to his tower. He gets off the Hex on Makoto, but Makoto just shrugs it off. This is going to be a very hard defense for Gaimin.
Top range Rax just dying to creeps.
Yep, that's going to happen. 23 Savage looking for his...
Oh,
he's
they
going to
cut
get
the tree!
from the tree line. Quinn jumps in. Jab's getting up the wall and the vacuum only onto one hero, though. Dyrachyo is taking massive damage, though. At the same time, Harpoon back into the fray as Ace.
Oh.
There's the Wukong's command. Is this enough space for Talon to
There's
take
no
out this
glyph,
Rax
no
to
glyph.
get the Mega Creeps? No, they're actually going to back away, interestingly enough.
Oh, instant
But
Hex.
Instant Hex onto Quinn.
The illusions.
He's going to survive as the melee Rax does fall to the illusion. So now it's just a range rack separating Talon from Mega Creeps.
Ooh, good engage by Talon. I mean, both teams just fighting back properly, but the winner of all of it just jabs with his 2 illusions left, just sneaks out the melee racks. I mean, you gotta be careful. If Mikoto gets into this base with 1 little shredder, it's megas.
Yeah, that's
like
actually
literally
true, yeah. So G.Gladiators is going to get on the aggressive. But Talon have already backed away. This will be so difficult for Gaimin. Can Talon actually shut the door on the Gladiators?
I mean, they have some good wards, so they should know that some of these smokes are happening right now on the Talon side. Nobody is showing as well. Only now the Ratio. He could get recalled into the fight. One thing to remember.
Very tense moment now. That's Q. God, even the clockwork is so far. Sheepstick, Force Staff. That's a big boy. Oh,
Hook shot, who do we have? Celery.
Celery's gonna get hexed. There's no way they're gonna be able to
Gone.
save him. The little shredder deletes him as Quinn. Well, they do have a buyback onto the roof because they want to expend it here. Will this be the last stand for G.Gladiators? The focus right now is on the clock. Looks like Talon will just give it up. So it's a 1-for-1 with a buyback used onto Celery.
Okay, so buyback to get it out of them. Gaimin still holding the area, but Talon doing a great job taking back some of it.
Been waiting for these gates, Fiend's gates, to take him off the tree for the initiation.
It might happen. Gaimin have a
Another
ward down here.
Only on the 2 members, though, from Talon, but yeah, like you said,
You better be fast on your glyph, guys.
One little shredder.
Whoa.
Vacuum wall!
On the ward, they got Celery!
That's a deleted Rubik dieback for Celery. Now it's a 4v5 situation. Quinn, very low on mana, gets the initiation off onto the Darkseer, but you can see the Wukong's command creating a ton of space. Echo Stomp into the Harpoon. Dyrachyo's in a lot of trouble, and he's gonna die as well. Buyback available, but the range racks will fall, and that's mega creeps for Talon. Fortification very late. Now the buybacks are finally trying to come back. Nullifier onto the Monkey King. Echo Stomp is there to try to save him. Nice cookie as well. Beautiful vacuum, but the little shredder doing so much damage here. They're gonna find the Darkseer in the trees. Maybe Talon just gives him up, and they will. So 1 buyback expended from the Talon side on Q, but they're gonna hold off on the Darkseer. 22k lead for Talon. And of course, they have mega creeps.
That's 3 buybacks out of Gaimin there with a beautiful ward into a great vacuum wall from Jabs to start it all off. And these 2 Mindbreakers on both Makoto and 23 Savage are being so annoying in this fight, especially against Dyrachyo and Quinn, just forcing them to always use their goddamn BKBs.
He took the cleave Talon at 20. All right, Ollie.
Sure.
All right, buddy.
I love it. He's gonna clap some people.
Yeah, so now Talon, all they have to do is chill and wait for Roche.
Kill the Tormentor, kill Roche.
Yeah, I forgot about that Tormentor, of course. As Makoto is positioning himself to do it. And it's gonna be a quick one, and the shard will go to Q. So Jetpack, now a thing.
Always love to see it.
Look at the neutral items for Talon, by the way. They only have 2. Ninja Gear, Mindbreaker for everyone on their team.
Double aggressive with the triple backline.
Yeah.
I like it. Just take what you need as Ollie holding up a lot of gold as well. This could, honestly, this might just be a core ET at this point. Axe, Force Staff, 4,500 gold.
Yeah, time to buy a Daedalus or something, bro.
Yeah, get in there.
Get that Moon Shard.
Down for a Moon Shard. Could probably 3 or 4 shot Dyrachyo if he does get on top of him.
And Gaimin resigned to just sit in their base. Roche is up, and Talon, this will be the 3rd one, so Aegis Cheese Refresher Shard. Of course, they could wait a minute for Ags, which is cooler. Will they do it for the fans? No.
No.
Into the pit they go.
23 Savage, he's also going to have like a potential Refresher Orb. I mean, there's also a shard here. You probably want to give it to Jabs. Later, when you have a Refresher Orb, you could like just use 1 ring, hit the tier 4s, refresh, do it again.
It's a freebie. I mean, what kind of base defense does Gaimin have against Megas? How would you rate this? 1 to 10? 5 being very average.
I would say 7. Like against the creeps or to fight as well?
Creeps.
Against creeps, probably an 8. Got a lot of spells, got some blinding lights, you got auras, you've got Storm who can constantly sip around.
Okay.
I think they're going to be okay there. I mean, they also have some decent buyback heroes. You've got Quinn with the, of course, Storm can instantly come back, even if it's like around the outer skirts of the base. I think Talon are going to look at something explosive here.
Yeah, Echoes, or the Astral Spirit scouting things out. 23 Savage and company now entering the base.
There are 0 buybacks right now on Radiant.
Yep, instant Hex from Quinn, but not going to be followed up with anything. He's going to have to go get mana through the Coddle or Fountain or both.
Any kill here for Talon is absolutely crucial. And they did put the Refresher Shard on 23, so maybe he wants to ring and start hitting.
Building's going, oh, 23 Savage. He was initially initiated on, gets off the Wukong's command, and now the buildings can start to be focused.
Vacuum Punch.
They don't even have to go for the kills as G.Gladiators. Feels like they can't enter the ring, although 23 Savage ends it prematurely by walking away, so Talon's call is to reset completely. They're not happy with something.
Okay, they might wait here. I mean, they did get half of the damage on the tier 4s, and honestly, they're not really in a rush. You can pick up the jam here on Ollie, kill all the wards that Gaimin will have to place like inside their base just to see you, and you can get some of your next core items if you really want to.
Makoto has 6,400 gold right now. MKB is going to be his option. Okay, maybe that's what they were waiting for, is the Ags on Monkey King, so that next time he's just sitting in the ring, those soldiers will start to go to work on the buildings.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. Like, you can't... Like, Gaimin will continuously be put on a timer every time this monkey runs up.
Completely, too. He also has a refresher shard.
Yeah, he
so
still
double
has that.
Wukongs.
I think in 20 seconds, they could smoke up all of them again. I mean, I guess you only have to smoke up 23, because everyone's holding a ninja gear. There's also a shield rune on Mikoto, so he's got 5,500 effective HP.
Yeah, I think
and the cheese. Yeah, never mind. This guy has 8k HP on Snapfire. Hook shot.
Hook shot, not really going to hit Quinn, so... But again, Talon can just do this over and over. There's absolutely no rush. And now 23 Savage showing up with that Aghanims in tow. Consumed the Ags already.
Lincoln's gone on Quinn now.
Makoto just destroys the tier 4 by himself. Harpoon onto Quinn.
Vacuum on 4!
Vacuum onto 4 into nothing, really. Will-O-Wisp is there, becoming quite of an annoyance, but the Wukong's command number 1 comes out. Remember, 23 Savage has the Aegis. Dyrachyo getting in pretty deep. Tofu and company have to walk away. Tier 4 number 2 will be fortified. And Talon, super disciplined, just resetting. There's the refresher shard. So has all his garbage up again. 23 Savage with the Wukong's command. Quinn, super low, will be able to zip back into the base, but now the Ancient fully exposed. Hex is there onto the Monkey King, but the soldiers will remain.
He still has
BKB. The Aegis, big damage coming out from Makoto. The normal punch as well onto Dyrachyo. He's controlled.
He does not
have the damage. The Manta's gonna give him some space. The Crimson Guard as well, but he will fall. 2 minutes of no morphling. And the Ancient fully exposed still. They can likely just grab it if they want.
Talon
as the rest of Gaming Gladiators trying to defend, but it's not going to happen. Talon have vanquished the team that has won every goddamn tournament this year. And they go to the lower bracket finals to face Team Liquid.
They get to play Team Liquid one more time, as for the first time in this entire year. I think this is Gaimin's first loss to like an SEA team overall, and their first loss to get eliminated from a LAN event.
That's, or any tier 1 tournament in general.
Ever.
Yeah, ever.
Oh my, as Talon, they played so beautifully and so crisp. My God.
Yeah.
They deserve this rematch against Team Liquid.
Absolutely. I mean, early game, remind me what happened early game.
They destroyed Gaimin.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Everywhere.
But it was like 4-17, and then Gaimin somehow comes back with all their farming. Like the 4-manning, 5-manning wasn't working out for Talon. But in the end, they get that one big fight. They get the Roshans, and then they take firm control of the game, and they never let up, which, credit to them, after the loss the other day, they have really shown up. And they beat the best team of this year.
Talon are looking incredible. I'm looking forward to this rematch tomorrow. Because last time, they were already doing so damn well. I think this is probably the most prize money also as well for a lot of these players, and for SEA in a long damn time.
It might be the most prize pool for Gaming Gladiators as well, because every tournament they won had barely any prize pool.
That's actually true. Oh, man.
They will end at 4th for Game Inside, and now Talon secured top 3, but it is going to be a hype lower bracket finals, and whoever wins that will face off against Team Spirit in the grand finals. But Talon securing themselves top 3. Great play from them. Let's go to Tsunami and company with the interview.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Makoto of Talon. Makoto, congratulations on that performance, and specifically on handling that late game in that game number 3, because your team, your region, oftentimes we'll see you with like a 40K net worth advantage, and we'll still be like, I don't know if Talon are going to win this or not. For this game, do you feel like your team played safer than usual given past experiences, or you were still true to the Talon formula to the very end?
I mean, honestly, I feel like even in the late game, I feel like we are very confident. Like especially because we have Snapfire, and then we all snowballing from the lane, right? We winning the lane, and then I think even it's gonna become late game, I think we are like not in a rush. So yeah.
معانا ميكوتو من فريق تالون. أعزائي المشاهدين، زي ما تشوفون سألنا السؤال الأول يتعلق بأداء فريق تالون بشكل عام في كل المباريات اللي هم لعبوها في كل البطولات. دائما نتكلم عن نقطة واحدة، إنه تالون حتى هم معاهم الليد 4000 جولد 5000 جولد ستيل بعض الأحيان يكون في فرصة جدا كبيرة أنهم يسوون ثرو للجيم، لكن المرة هذه قدروا أنهم يكملونها للنهاية. هل الشيء هذا كان بسبب أنه والله هم قاعدين يلعبون سيف أكثر بحكم أنه الستيكس مرة عالية، إذا خسروا الجيم هذا بيطلع من البطولة؟ لكن كان الجواب يقول لا، احنا فقط لعبنا الجيم حقنا، ما سوينا شيء مختلف، وممكن أن احنا يعني كنا نلعب سيف أكثر بشكل بسيط جدا، بس بالأخير هذا الستايل حق تالون.
I'm glad to hear you still have that confidence in your late game, because let me tell you, anytime I talk to any other team and they talk about facing you or a Southeast Asian team, they're like, don't let it go past 40 minutes. We do not know what to do against these Southeast Asian teams past 40 minutes. How about confidence on heroes? We saw you playing Ember Spirit in this game number 1 in the Lima Major. This was a hero that you made your impression on the world with. Are there any heroes that you like playing in these tense elimination games, or you pretty much just say, Jabs, give me whatever you want?
Honestly, I mean, give me anything as long we can win, and as long like my team like can carry me also. Yeah.
I don't think your team was carrying you in that last game. Your Snapfire was doing the carrying there. Did you call for that hero, or was that a team pick?
We discussed about it. Like it's either we take the Storm or we like give them the Storm and then we take the Snapfire. But so the conclusion is we take the Snapfire, and we also very confident about the hero. So.
زي ما تشوفون السؤال الثاني في المقابله كنا نتكلم عن موضوع الهيرو بيكس اللي هم ياخذونه، خصوصا انه دائما امبر سبيريت يكون من احد اهم البيكات اللي ياخذها ميكوتو، حتى في الليما ميجر سوى نفس الشيء. فسالناه هل هو البيك هذا هو دائما يروح له في حاله انه كانت الستيكس مره عاليه، اذا هو الهيرو اللي دائما يكون الكومفتبل عليه في الاوقات الصعبه؟ قال لا صراحه انا اقول للتيم اللي معي اعطوني اي شيء انا ممكن اني افوز فيه والشيء اللي يناسبهم اكثر، وجابز بالذات هو اللي يسوي معهم درافت، فكان يقول جابز يعطيني اي شيء انا ما همني صراحه. وايضا الفولو اب كويستشن كنا نتكلم عن نقطة مهمة اللي هو بخصوص انه هل المرة هذه انتم لعبتوا سناب فاير، هل الشيء هذا كان من اختياركم عشان الكومفتبل فيه ولا لا؟ يقول لي هو فعلا من اكثر الكومفتبل هيروز اللي ممكن نلعب فيه، فعشان كذا احنا ما عندنا مشكلة ان نلعب فيه واخذناه على طول.
For my last question, I will take you back to the Lima Major one more time and walk you through the journey, because I recall Team Liquid took you guys down in the upper bracket, and then you faced off against them again in the lower bracket final. Unfortunately, the other Jabs ended up winning that one. Here, yet again in Riyadh, Liquid knocked you down to the lower bracket, and you're facing off against them in the lower bracket final. Are you ready for revenge?
I mean, this is like the 4th time I think we meet them in the tournament. I mean, like, unfortunately in the last series against Liquid we should win, but we not like we are throwing and we're not calm and that we make a stupid decision. But I think it's gonna be different like tomorrow match. So yeah, wait for it.
السؤال الأخير اللي سألناه ميكوتو كان يتكلم عن موضوع قصتهم مع تيم ليكويد، خصوصا إنه تيم ليكويد دائما يواجهونهم في اللور براكت فاينل، حتى قد واجهوهم في البطولة هذه في الأبر براكت فاينل وهم اللي سووا لهم ناك داون لللور براكت. نفس القصة بالضبط حصلت في الليما ميجر، فالمرة هذه بيكون في فرصة لفريق تالون إنهم يسوون انتقام للي صار في الليما ميجر. فسألناهم هل أنت جاهز للشيء هذا؟ لكن كان الجواب يقول بصراحة احنا نشوف إن احنا الفريق الأفضل، احنا نقدر أن نفوز عليهم، وتكنيكلي يعني احنا فزنا عليهم أصلا في الأبر براكت في رياض ماسترز، لكن للأسف الشديد احنا سوينا قرار غبي جدا وهذا اللي خلانا نخسر الجيم بالكامل. لكن برضو احنا نشوف اللي عندنا الأفضلية وحنا نقدر نفوز عليهم وبتشوفون بكرة.
We will be waiting for it. Makoto will be waiting for it very eagerly and waiting for only around 12 hours, actually. So I will let you get some sleep. But congratulations on an amazing performance, defeating Gaming Gladiators, and best of luck moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائنا المشاهدين، زي ما تشوفون انتهت مقابلتنا مع ميكوتو، والآن راح الوقت إننا نروح في الاستوديو على طول، لأنه بعد 12 ساعة راح يبدأ عندنا الفاينل داي، الجراند فاينل. راح نشوف إن شاء الله غدا بإذن الله بنعرف مين بيكون الحاصل على التروفي. It's only less than 12 hours for the final day, Tsunami.
Yeah, fancy.
Do you realize what I'm talking about?
I do, and I also realize that maybe you and I should get some sleep as well. So that's it for us for right now. Back to the studio.
على طول على الاستوديو، يعطيكم العافية.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy, and of course, shout out to Makoto there, who has finally removed the plot armor that Gaming Gladiators have enjoyed all year and have eliminated them from the Riyadh Masters. Incredible performance from TALON Esports, great drafting coming out of them. But Faith Beyond, what went wrong for Gaming Gladiators? They had all their comfort picks. Why didn't it work out?
I think TALON did so well at the early game because they catch the timing of Storm before level 6 perfectly. They rotate 2 supports rotation to mid, help kill Storm with kisses, and it also secured that no one can touch Monkey King at top. So it makes they win all 3 lanes in early stage, and also 23 rotation to bottom lane with his Monkey King later. So they're just winning so much on early stage, and this team, I think they both on like making strategy and execution strategy, they both did so perfect. I think they definitely worth this place.
Yeah, definitely worth their placement in the top 3 here at TALON Esports. One of the reasons why they were able to make this happen is, of course, our Kadia MVP. You heard from him on stage. It's Makoto across this series, Stormer. He did everything perfectly, honestly.
Yeah, he played super clutch. I think they, once again, also enabled him really well, but I think one of the most clutch moments that he had was on top on the Roche fight. He cooked it in like confidently and stealing that Aegis and killed the Morphling. I think there was a lucky Roshan bash coming in there as well, bashing Dyrachio, but you know, it's part of Dota. But yeah, he played super well. Honestly, I gotta give credit to all 5 of them, honestly. Like for me, he's also for sure the MVP, but I think, as Faithbeyond mentioned, like the rotations have been on point, like really textbook. Monkey King going bottom, they also go on the Storm on mid before level 6, all this stuff. The game stabilized a little bit for gaming in the mid game, but ultimately they still close it out, so well deserved.
Very well deserved from them, and one of the reasons here, we were talking about giving a 5-position hero towards Ollie that can secure the lane but also play aggressively on the map here, Fear, and he certainly did that, enabling Makoto to have this kind of performance. So shout out to the Elder Titan as well, and we see why they keep picking them for him.
Yeah, they needed that little bit of extra damage, team fights through their supports. They got it in this game. Maybe they're a little bit low on like the stun department, and Gaimin kind of abused that for a little bit. However, eventually they got those hexes online and it made a world of a difference.
Yep, made a world of difference, of course, and Makoto getting back on his Snapfire here was ignored a lot of these games, but we get to see why they prioritized it in this game, doing an absurd amount of damage, farming everywhere on the map, and just being the carrier effectively from the mid lane. Fear keeps talking about the fact that when you have a Monkey King in your game, Stormer, you don't want him to actually be the win condition, so it helps to have Makoto taking up responsibility as well.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it worked out beautifully. You get to this level 20 talent, you get the Daedalus, this hero. Like, you have like this weird curve. In the beginning you do a lot, then in the mid game you don't do that much, and then if you survive that phase, you get to late game, you're insanely strong again. And basically the draft worked out like exactly the way it should have. The mid game was secured, the early game was the mid game was really stabilized because the early game went so well. So Liquid, Liquid also played really well and dodged a lot on the map using that.
Gaming Gladiators.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, they dodged really well of using that Dire has no stuns. And like stabilized the net worth. I think it got even back to like almost even net worth, but in the end the hexes came out, and that made actually such a big difference.
You could be forgiven for saying it's Liquid because they had a Morphling in the team, of course.
Yes.
So let's take a quick look at the STC play, which ultimately confirmed the victory here. And this was the moment that Stormer was talking about around this Roshan pit. Faithbeyond, if this play works for Gaming Gladiators, they're back in the game. Everything is definitely reset back to even, but just this one little moment for the Snapfire makes the game pretty much impossible.
Actually, I think even they take ages, maybe they can't win the fight because Morphling is already dead.
Yeah, that's true. Morphling died way too early. Dyrachio unable to leverage his influence there. Makoto kills the Roche, gets the Aegis, and it makes sure that this fight just goes easily the way towards TALON Esports, wiping out everyone important, very few buybacks that are impactful remaining. Things just look so much nicer, and that confirms TALON Esports into the top 3 again, Fear. Just like in Lima, back again versing Team Liquid in the lower bracket final.
Yeah, I think it's very impressive. It feels like Talon's the only team right now from Southeast Asia that is more than delivering. They're showing that they can be a contender to win it all. And I think going into this, you have to look at them as one of the favorites here going in for sure. They didn't get here by luck. They showed that they could almost beat Liquid. They beat Gaming Gladiators. What else does this team need to do? They got to win a couple more games and they could easily win this tournament. So shout out to them and shout out to Southeast Asia representing the region here from Talon.
Shout out to TALON Esports getting themselves into the final day of the Riyadh Masters, guaranteeing themselves $1.7 million, more than tripling their earnings that they've made in this calendar year. So very good performance coming out of them. And of course, getting revenge, making sure that 23 Savage is not going to be eating the trash and all the flame in the Reddit comments. Of course, that does move us on to our Colonel's Choice play of the day. Not in this particular series, it happened in the prior series between Team Liquid and Team Spirit. And this is the play that guaranteed that Team Spirit would wind up in the upper
this one
bracket
was
final.
crazy for
This
sure.
was crazy. Stormstormer, if you're in this situation as Team Liquid, you're going to watch this replay back and you're going to be like, damn, man, I wish we just sent Roxy first to just die by himself.
These portals are such a debate, honestly. I think I've never seen a team win a team fight where they 5-fence with a portal because the enemies just have the perfect setup for it. So, I don't know. But once again, I think every team sometimes tries it. The Roche just makes it so complicated. The entire team is set up. You have to get there. Like, you just, maybe it works now, but it never works, I think.
Never works out. It did not work out in this situation for the side of Team Liquid, and that is why they're in the lower bracket final. Faithibian, as we're going to be looking towards our save of the day here, this came also from the series we just witnessed. As we see this particular strategy from the series, this IO Bristleback, is there any chance that Team Spirit might whip this out again, given how good it can look in this game?
This question is too complicated for me. Fira, could you ask me? Could you answer it for
Can they
me?
use this one? They can. I mean, I think the IO Bristleback was something that was very specific to this game, I think. I feel like it is something that they've proven they can do, but like it was Gaming who ran it, but Team Spirit is also a team who ran it. They're sitting in the grand finals, so I'd more than likely see them have that in their cards, especially in a best of 5, being able to use that as a possible thing that they could do. But the save of the game here is really going to come down to this IO eventually. If you just keep an eye on what he's doing in these team fights, and it's just a really elongated fight here. We're going to see pretty much from the beginning what happens here. Both the supports end up getting incredibly low here. But I really want to point out here is if you watch the IO here, Celery, how patient he is with his positioning. He gets disrupted, doesn't die here, ends up hiding in the corner right here. He's almost dead. They ignore him for now. Then all of a sudden, Dyrachio's all by himself. He is caught out. Maybe he's going to die here, but here comes the relocate save, and boom, right there. He's out of the fight automatically there. Celery with the clutch presence of mind to not just TP out right away, right? He just sat there, he waited for the perfect opportunity and relocated him out.
Yep, Dr. Suleiman El Habib would be very proud.
Thank you. You are my saver of the day. You are saver of the day.
That is a real saver.
Real saver. This carry players sometimes carry you on panel as well. It's good times.
In the late game.
So this is going to be now Team Liquid versus the side of TALON Esports yet again in the lower bracket final. Sadly, we say goodbye to G.Gladiators. That means that the miracle run of a golden year is now over. The plot armor has been removed. Does mean that there's a little bit of hope for them still to win TI as the curse is not in play anymore. But if you are a fan of GG, let's get a final word from Tofu before we say goodbye to them at the last time here at the Riyadh Masters.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with Tofu of G.Gladiators, and well, I'll be entirely honest, Tofu, I never thought I'd see the day. I thought that this was going to go on until decades to come, but I suppose all good things must come to an end. What's going through your mind right now?
I mean, eventually they come to an end. I think overall we've had a pretty good run here, like better than most people expected maybe, and like probably a lot of people wanted us to drop out earlier. And despite their expectation, hopes, or call it whatever, we've made it pretty far here now. Of course, it's sad and devastating in a way that we did lose, especially on Riyadh here on the stage now after half a year, this whole season, where like the odds are so high, like the stakes are high, there's a lot on the line in a way. It's still not TI, whereas like DPC and all these majors play in, it's just a tournament in a way, which we also treated it like that. But then also, like going through this whole season, we kind of hit a low at this point where we've been powering through for half a year. We didn't have any breaks. We came here without any scrims of preparation. After Bali, everyone desperately needed a break, and we honestly didn't play many pubs. Coming in this group stage, it was really shaky, a lot of 1-1s, not winning too much, but like slowly, steadily improving, that like dropping from the upper bracket into lower, which like was quite the hit. But honestly, the lower bracket helped us a lot just because we had more games, sort of this pressure that it's the elimination match and playoffs, we always play better, so we kind of crawled our way back. And then the Tundra series, we should have lost. They were somewhat, I mean, we were down in both games with like 0% win probability. It's a miracle that we made it through. Like we held it together and we all believed that we can win, but still it wasn't totally up to us. And then also through Quest was like 2 60-minute games. Bad Boom was some tough series. This was honestly the best Dota that we played in this tournament against them. And then all the way, I think overall we're happy with the performance. But yeah, everything comes to an end eventually. And I think we had a pretty good year so far, so shouldn't be too sad now. We're going to go into a full August break. I think everyone's was like really looking forward to that. Besides that, just thank you to everyone on cheering for us and like being there for us, watching the games, family and friends back home. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I wish we could have gone further and played on the finals day, but we couldn't make it. But I'll get some break. I'll see some friends and family again. It's gonna be good.
That was incredibly introspective, and I appreciate that. This may be a silly question, but is there any part of you that feels relief that there was this much pressure put on you guys for this long, and to an extent, like the Band-Aid kind of got ripped off?
I mean, it honestly was hard in parts to power through because it's been a really long season. We honestly didn't get any breaks. And it's been up and downs. We've been empowering and helping each other to push through. And like, it's fun with these guys. It was a lot of tournaments. We won a lot. We cannot win them all. It's not like that we had a lot of pressure here. We honestly don't care too much about what other people think, if they want us to win, to lose, or whatever. We kind of just play our games. We haven't been in top shape for this tournament now, which is a bit unfortunate. We've been improving a lot on this, and whether it's Riyadh or millions on the line, we don't necessarily play for that. Of course, it's important and it matters, but it's Dota after all, and we just play our game, and it wasn't good enough this time, but I'm sure this break is going to be good. People are relieved. They're happy that we actually do get some break. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing yet, but I haven't had 4 days break in a row for a year. So we'll see. Just enjoy a break, come back for TI, and it's going to be good again.
Let me tell you, man, out of all the teams, no one deserves it more than you to finally be able to relax a little bit. Tofu, my man, you're a legend. What an amazing year this has been, and best of luck as you look forward to your break and then eventually Seattle. Back to the panel.
An amazing run coming in from the Gladiators, but unfortunately the road ends here. Top 4 at the Riyadh Masters, $1.2 million. Nothing to sneeze at, but somehow still Stormstormer below expectations.
I mean, you mean what Gaiman just said? Below expectations? I mean, whenever you get a kick out of a tournament, you're like, oh, below expectations. When you feel like you didn't get stomped out, right? Like, it's just natural to think like this. And as he said, I think they're so happy with the result. It has been a long, long, long year for them, and they made the best out of it. And they won games that they probably should not have won even, so they can look badly and like be proud of it.
I mean, I guess that's the thing, right? Because TALON took a break for the 3rd major. They won the series. Maybe it's a thing.
Yeah, they definitely said that they needed some rest, and of course TALON Esports got the break during the Bali Major, and that guarantees them top 3 here at the Riyadh Masters to take on Team Liquid to try and figure out which one of these squads is good enough to challenge Team Spirit in the Grand Finals. Riyadh Masters 2022 had Team Spirit in the Grand Finals. Faith Beyond, you were there right alongside them. You got the W. Who do you think is going to win between TALON Esports and Team Liquid to go challenge Team Spirit?
It's very hard to say, but I think maybe TALON looks more likely to win. And also, I think I hope TALON can win. I wish to see TALON against the Spirit. I think it's much more fun right now.
That would definitely be a very fun series to witness in the Grand Finals. We're going to be finding out in about 12 hours which one of these squads is going to go challenge Team Spirit. That does mean that this day of Dota is done, the penultimate day of the Riyadh Masters. When we come back tomorrow, it is the finals day. It's the lower bracket final, and then ultimately the grand final to see who wins the $5 million, who wins the trophy here at Riyadh Masters, and who can walk into TI confident in the knowledge that they are the best Dota team in the world. Thank you everybody for joining us for this day of Dota. Remember something. All these players that are here, yes, they're playing for the money, they're playing for prestige, but they're also playing to entertain you. Without y'all at home, none of this is possible. So thank you so much for your support constantly throughout this Riyadh Masters. And please come and share that support with us tomorrow. Come and share your love of Dota 2. Hydrate, call your mother, and remember that you matter to us just as much as this game matters to you. Thank you so much from myself, Snare, Faith Beyond here, Stormstormer, and Fear. We'll see you in a couple of hours to resume the Dota, to wrap up the Riyadh Masters, and to crown the best team in the world. Until then, goodbye, good night, and we'll see you in the morning.